Sell 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
The Knicks win Game 2. They are halfway through the conference final, halfway to their first trip to the NBA Finals since 1999. And PK, that third quarter run, I was waiting for the Cavs to punch back. Tie game at 53 and then like 18 in a row for the Knicks. Certainly 15 in a row. And the Cavs didn't really make a good run after that. They tightened the game up a little bit, but it never felt like they were going to win it.
Yeah, I think it was literally an 18-0 run. They were stuck on 53 for way too long.
Yep.
Exactly, DJ. And it reminded me of Game 1 down the stretch. They couldn't get in a bucket and they couldn't get stops. So you can take a synopsis of each of those games and have a 48-minute game. And obviously it went overtime in the first game, so add extra time to that. But there was a portion of it where everything that they tried to do just didn't work. And they got blown away, and they never really totally felt like they were going to make a run or a threat to get it down to a 2-possession game, 5 points, whatever. And they just had nobody who played beyond what they're capable of, and several guys played below what they're capable of. And they've been relying on Sam and Strus to come off the bench and put in some points. And I think those two were combined 2 of 15. And then Josh Hart had a real phenomenal game, and the rest of the Knicks sort of did what they did, and that puts them up 2-0. And in the best of 7, obviously, if you're down 2-0 and got to win 4 out of 5, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. It's not about Harden, it's about the move. And I realize those things are hard to separate, but when you move a major piece of a team, as Cleveland did with Harden, but there are a lot of other examples. It could be, and it might not even be a trade. It could be, Boston welcoming back a star player a little early, but now you got to integrate him into the lineup. It could be Jordan coming back from baseball, and you got to integrate him into a team with, I think he came back with like 20 games left in the season, something like that. That Clyde Drexler did get traded to Houston, and they were the defending champs, and they did win it again. But I think most of the time you see those big midseason deals, it just takes another year. If it's going to work, it's going to take another year. And then you can get into Harden's shot selection. Is he two-ball dominant? All that. I just think integrating somebody who's going to have the ball in their hands that much is hard for any NBA team. And I think it's finally showing up with the Cavs. They did a good job of winning 2 Game 7s to get here. It is a big ask now. And I do wonder right now, can they get Allen and Mobley going? Because those guys, they're on a lot of teams that match up with both those guys. And it's hard for everybody to get shots and everybody to have the ball, and there's a balance to strike and a rhythm to maintain, and all those things are hard to do. But I really like the size and athleticism of those 2 games, but it does seem like they disappear in games, and there are times I think, can you guys take over a little bit? And they're big guys. They don't get to start the offense. People have to get them the ball. And I know it's not that simple, but I thought they were pretty quiet. And it feels like that's just a matchup advantage for them in most games. There aren't a lot of teams who match up with those guys. You might match up with the perimeter guys because that's more positionless. But, man, when you don't have the size and 2 guys are inside, they had one play. I can't even remember now if Mobley found Allen or if Allen found Mobley. But one guy's at the free throw line, and he took one dribble in the paint like he's going to go dunk, and the defense came to him, slipped the ball to the other guy for an easy lay-in. I'm like, there are a lot of teams that can do that. It's an advantage. And we'll see. Maybe they'll shoot it better when they get home. Sam Merrill was, 0 for 7 from 3, so Most of those were in the first half.
I don't know that I would count on Allen to provide much offense. I think he's more of a defensive guy.
Yeah.
Mobley's got some more offensive skill there. But, if you want to step back and look, Harden there, they've gotten to where they've never gone. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, it is successful. It's just that how much longer does he have? Is this something that you can build upon for next year when he's 37 years old? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Allen did go 13-10. It's not like he had a bad game, right? And maybe it's just
he's just not a big offensive threat. He's so long and stuff. He can do things in that his length allows him to. But I don't think he's a 25-point guy.
And are there enough shots to go around for Mitchell and Harden and Mobley and Allen too? He's going to be limited in that regard also. So, all right, tonight is Game 3, Western Finals, Oklahoma City and San Antonio. I'm looking forward to this, PK. The first 2 games of this series did not disappoint. Thought they were pretty evenly matched. It's 1-1. I will not be surprised if we come back here Monday morning and it's 2-2. It's really what I'm expecting.
Well, I won't be surprised tomorrow if I wake
Tuesday
up and it's 2-1.
Yeah, okay, nice. That's bravo. Well done. We'll be back here Tuesday morning. Holiday weekend.
Correct.
Spurs are already without Darren Fox due to an ankle sprain. Could be without Dylan Harper tonight. He suffered the hamstring injury in Game 2 and needs to undergo an MRI. We'll find out probably later today, but if I had to guess right now, doesn't look good.
Yeah, and we'll see what the Thunder with Jalen Williams, who's been injured most of the season, off and on.
Yeah, he only played 7 minutes that game. And Mitchell went down and grabbed his groin, so we'll see if that was something major, if he's out. And how many guys are going down in this series, getting knocked out? LeBron James on the Lakers on a podcast at a week later, he says, I feel like we're just out-talented by OKC. They just possess so much more talent. At the end of the day, we failed in talent. You can tip your cap to them, obviously, and understand that, but you can't get caught up in that, especially when you know you're undermanned.
Well, yeah, Doncic didn't play. He didn't play 1 second. So, and you can argue that they weren't going to beat him without him. We'll never know, obviously, but clearly, that's dog bites man, duh.
As far as, is he moving on from L.A.? Is he going to retire? Is he going to go somewhere else in the league? I'm still in the moment, just taking my time. I haven't really thought about it too much. Obviously, I understand I'm a free agent and I can control my own destiny. Being here with the Lakers for the foreseeable future, if it's somewhere else, I think at some point in June, late June, as July rolls around, free agent starts to get going. Maybe into August, we'll start to get a kind of feel for what my future may look like. August.
Utah.
Go to a good team on a minimum and give him a title. He probably don't want to go anywhere on a minimum. That's a fan talking right there. All right, DJ and PK.
#NFL.
There are golden parachutes, PK. On your way out the door, they give you the gold, and the Rams give Matthew Stafford a 1-year, $55 million extension. So he's got 2 years on his deal with the franchise, worth a total of $105 million. How about that for a pile of cash?
Yeah, I don't think that the Rams are really sacrificing too much, because if he's good enough, you'll get that back. And then if he's not and he wants to retire, well, then you're not on the hook for it. I don't know that the whole thing is guaranteed. And he's turning 38, I think it is. And so they have this opportunity to see what he does in the 26th season. And if he can stay healthy, it didn't look like at the 25 season that he had really slipped that much, or even noticeably. They would know, obviously, a million times more than I would. So I see it as a very little risk proposition there.
When you say they'll get it back, are you talking in the sense of selling tickets and luxury suites? Yeah. Or are you talking in the sense of going back to the Super Bowl?
Well, one
or
leads
both
to the other, right? If you're going to have a successful season, and really, I know the Rams have been talking about when they play, as teams in our side of the country do, you end up with fans from the other teams, but they pay money too. And so at least, from a financial standpoint, I realize, and the Cardinals deal with that all the time when Green Bay or Chicago or whomever comes in, there's so many fans from the other team. And I get that. That's an irritant, but I'm just talking financially, their money counts. So I don't think it's an unwise investment if he plays well. If he doesn't, he may decide, hey, I've had enough. If he gets banged up 3 or 4 times and his body just says, come on, this is plenty. We're done here. We're pushing 40. So we'll have to see how it is. And they don't have a quarterback ready to go that could step in immediately. Who they drafted somebody. Who was it?
His backup is going to be Ty Simpson.
Right, the Alabama kid. And so he has an opportunity to learn a little bit here. So at least for this year, and then if it goes into next year too, and Matthew is playing well, that's a good thing, and it allows Ty more opportunity to develop and watch and so forth. So you could see it's a smooth transition. When I saw this yesterday, the first thing I thought to myself was, oh yeah, that makes sense.
At $55 million, that's a lot of your cap space, and there's probably ballpark 10, 11 guys in the league who are over $50 million, and it's a 50-50 proposition on whether giving a QB that money gets you the playoffs. He's a pretty good bet in that regard because obviously you can look at his track record. You know, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, we know Miami let him go now. Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, they're guys who have made the playoffs but then missed them last year. So it's a little iffy once you start giving a quarterback that kind of money. You better get it right.
But what else are they going to do? He has some leverage here.
Does.
He can use retirement as an opportunity to gain some more money if that's what he's looking for and his agent is looking for. When healthy, I think he is minimally a borderline Hall of Fame quarterback.
What he's been doing there in their track record, his contract was worth in the 40s. Now, obviously, it's been going up, and now they give him this extension. So he's had a lot of success there, but now they got 10 or 12 more million bucks they're spending on a QB that they can't spend somewhere else. They get a little break because the cap is going up. So that's part of it. Chicago Bears reiterated that they plan to leave Soldier Field and the city of Chicago. Their two options, because you got to have leverage, are Hammond, Indiana, or suburban Illinois, where they bought the former Arlington Heights racetrack, which, of course, is what the Rams did. They bought a racetrack that closed in L.A. to get a big enough piece of property to build their stadium and to build a whole entertainment district around it. That's where the Clippers' new stadium is, on that same piece of property. So it's a similar plan if they do that. And it's not that different. I mean, Arizona went to Glendale, right, at a point when that was on the edge of town and kind of wide open, and now everything's grown up around it. Decade later.
Yeah, I think the Hammond Hoosiers sounds pretty good to me.
It is across the state line. Still the metropolitan area spilling out, but it's a ways away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the Jets and the Giants.
Right. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Brian Seeley, CEO of the 11-month-old College Sports Commission, said he's actually heard more good feedback than bad as he started making the rounds at league meetings. But he says there is a lot of people grousing about his and the CSC's role. I was hired to launch the CSC and enforce the rules as written. It's totally fine with us if the rules end up changing, if there's consensus to change those rules. But until that happens, we're going to enforce the rules as written, and that's what we were told to do. Yeah, he's in a tough spot here because the group says they want rules, but people also want to win, and they're looking for an edge, so everybody's pushing the envelope, so they don't really want the rules. I mean, the NCAA is an association of all the schools. Now the CSC is an association of all the schools. It feels like they're having the same kind of problems for the same reasons.
Well, I don't think that at any decade you could go in and not say the same thing.
I agree, yeah.
College sports is a big ball of contradiction. I mean, the winning that is involved and the connection that big-time alumni have and the pressure that these coaches are under to try to win, and there's an opportunity to cut a corner, to break a rule, and some of the rules are archaic anyway. And so we just go on, and away we go. And at least from the football perspective, we go doom and gloom. And you know how I hate that, because it seems like, and if you judge ratings and whatnot, it seems like college football is on top of the world, but yet everybody tells us it's a mess.
Well, we've been told baseball has doom and gloom, and look, it's emerged from whatever gloom was real, and there was probably a portion of it that was real, but it was way overstated, and they've even emerged from that portion. They got new momentum. This decade feels way different than the last one. Tweak the rules. They certainly got some energy from that. They have another round of good young players. The doom and gloom.
You're talking about MLB?
Yeah, I'm talking about MLB. It goes back to what you were talking about the other day. Like when people tell you, they go all Chicken Little, the sky is falling. Like there are real problems, and problems need to be addressed, but it doesn't mean the end of everything. It's not that, But in a hot take world, sometimes that's, people can stand out by pushing that. Whether they're a commissioner, a team president, a politician, a sportscaster, a random influencer on social media, it doesn't matter. You can get traction in any of those places sometimes with that.
Yeah, no doubt, no about that. And sometimes hot takes can be totally taken out of context, and we'll get to that at 7:45.
All right. I look forward to that. DJ and PK.
Major League Baseball.
Well, some of the big names are back and some aren't, PK. For the Yankees, Garrett Cole scheduled to make his return to action from Tommy John surgery, facing Tampa Bay. Beware of the beast. Look at the Rays. First pitch set for 5 o'clock. That's a big game in that division.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, sure. And Tampa Bay, we talked about it yesterday. They're second or third from the bottom, I think, in the payroll. And then they just keep winning. Man, it's just amazing.
In the short run, it's 4 in a row, but their bigger hot streak, which dates back to mid to late April, they were 12-11 after they lost a couple games to Cincinnati, and they salvaged the season or the series finale, and since then, 21-4. Yikes! 21-4. Garrett Cole, good luck. It's the first place Rays, 4.5 games up on the second place Yankees, so a big game in the AL East.
Yeah, and Aaron Judge is slumping right now. He had the golden sombrero 2 nights ago, and then last night the whole team didn't even score.
Tigers ace Tariq Skubal completing his 3rd bullpen session since undergoing surgery to remove loose bodies in his pitching elbow. He and the team have no definitive timeline on his return to action. So put him on hold.
Well, I think I'd rather have loose bodies in my elbow than loose elbows in my body.
Okay, sure. Silver lining there. Yeah.
Right? Could you imagine loose elbows? I mean, Victor Wembanyama with his loose elbow, man, he could kill you.
Tigers got beat by Cleveland 3-1 last night. The Yankee game you referenced, 2-zip the Blue Jays over the Yankees there. The Athletics needed 10 innings to beat the Angels, but they got it done. The Athletics, who had been terrible, are now 50 games in, and they got a winning record, 26-24 after that 3-2 win. Angels, meanwhile, are terrible, 17-34. They're down there in the old Chicago White Sox territory. The White Sox are out of that realm now. They're much better. But the Angels are there near the bottom, about as far down as you can go.
I saw that Sacramento wants in on the expansion possibilities.
Yes, I did. I did see that. The Athletics' $2 billion dome stadium on the Vegas Strip is taking shape with the lower bowl closing in on completion. Officials said the project remains on schedule to open before the 2028 season. And as far as Sacramento wants in, I get that. But we both lived in California for a long time, and it is hard to get public money to build a stadium there. It is much easier in other places. And Sacramento, once upon a time, tried to do that to get the Raiders, even started digging a hole and pouring concrete. See, we're doing it. Just give us a little more money, and we'll finish it. And then it didn't, and it just sat there as a hole in the ground with concrete in it for a while. And that story hasn't been repeated that dramatically, but there have been struggles in San Diego, L.A., and San Francisco at times building things. So I'm sure they want it. I don't doubt that. And they've got the size. It's a big metropolitan area. It's sprawling. Yeah. But I don't know if they can put a stadium together.
Isn't that at its core, every building that's made of concrete, simply concrete with a hole in the ground?
Yeah, but usually you have the whole thing financed when you get to that point. And usually you keep going and you build and the building rises against the skyline and all that, and this one didn't. It just sat there as a hole in the ground.
Don't push against the momentum. That is, what is that called? Major League Baseball, Utah? What's that group called?
Big League Utah.
Big League Utah, yeah.
Big League. I knew it wasn't Major League. Big League Utah. Yeah, we got the momentum. We got the financing. We got the land.
Yep.
We got the beat.
Old school. Bees beat Tacoma 8-3. They play again tonight at 6:35. You can get out to the ballpark, and if not, you can listen to Tony Parks on 1280 The Zone. DJ and PK.
#RSL.
Last game before a long World Cup break for Real Salt Lake. They're in Minnesota. Tomorrow, first kick is set for 2:30 at Allianz Field, and coverage on the KSL Sports Zone will begin at 1:30 with the RSL pre-match show. They are flying high, just picked up back-to-back home wins. They're sitting in third place in the West, and Pablo Mastroeni will be here at 8 o'clock to talk about the final game before the long World Cup break.
Now, usually when there's a big break, the announcers usually take off to exotic lands. I mean, I literally have been in Cancun with David Locke during the break. So which island are you going to?
The plan was literally to go to Oahu, but events have intervened, and we will not be traveling, at least in the early part of the summer. So
Acapulco now?
No. The gorgeous Wasatch Front, PK, staycation for us.
Well, that's a nice time to be here.
I agree. It is. Summers are spectacular.
I'll go for you.
That's very selfless of you, PK. Say hi to my aunts and uncles and my cousins and their kids, okay?
Yeah, we'll do.
Literally, our oldest kid will go for us. We were hoping to go to. He's gonna go out there and see the family. So
cool.
Utah Royals try to extend their 8-match unbeaten streak against the Denver Summit. First kick, 4:30 American Field. Coverage on 1280 The Zone starts at 4 o'clock. Coming up tomorrow. There you go. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Montreal Canadiens blowing out Carolina 6-2 in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tonight's Game 2 in the West. So the two big dogs, PK, Carolina and Colorado, both stormed through the first two rounds. Both had the best regular season records in their conferences, and both have now lost the opening game at home. I mean, there's a long way to go, but no, starting off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, I mean, force me to take, I would still go with the big dogs, as you say. Yeah. And so we'll see. As I said with the Cleveland Cavaliers, you get down 0-2. Obviously, you got to win 4 out of 5. It's not impossible. Many have done it. But the task becomes extremely much more difficult than it was if it's just 1-1. 1-1, I think. When you're 1-1 in a series, it's probably okay. And unless it's like there was just several years back when Mitchell didn't play in that Game 1 and they lost to Memphis.
It was full
and then they came back and won the second one. It was 1-1, but we never really felt like, okay, that's going to be much of a series, and it wasn't. But that's a 1 versus 8. We're much more along in the playoffs than that.
Yep. Okay, Game 2 tonight, Vegas, Colorado. That's 6 o'clock on ESPN. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up next, Steve Sarkeesian firing off. Oh, he didn't say Texas Tech, but he meant Texas Tech, the SEC, looking down its nose at the Big 12. How dare they, PK? We'll get to that next. David Locke is here at 8:30, Pablo's at 8, and Chris Kartman, Sun Devil source and 24/7 Sports, is here at 9 o'clock for our spring football tour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Looking at an accident-free drive right now if you're headed out right now with freeway speeds on I-15 as you head from Provo all the way through Ogden. If you're out in Utah County and Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, it's a little slow as you're on the Mountain View Corridor, also between Corey Wright Highway and 2100 North. Traffic's rough. Your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Look, I remember the early days of Shaq. If you're kids these days, you just only know Shaq from inside the NBA, or maybe the later years when he was hopping team to team and was a little out of shape and bigger than he needed to be. You go back and you watch those early 1, 2, 3 years when he was in Orlando, when he was svelte, and that dude, you watched him, you're like, he's changing the game. Shaq changed the game.
With sheer force, and you're exactly right, there was a revolution when Shaq came, no question.
And what we're seeing now is Wemby doing that. Wemby is changing the game of basketball. Not that you can replicate it, because you can't. You can't replicate Wemby, or we'd all be trying to go to the DNA, the dinosaur DNA with the old dude on the island and trying to recreate. You can't. That dude is one of one.
Welcome to Jurassic Park. Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? You're not alone, and you don't have to live with it. At Mint Medical Clinic, we're helping Utah men get their confidence, their performance, and their relationships back with acoustic wave therapy. You already know it works. No pills, no needles, no surgery. You're in and out in about 10 minutes with zero pain and zero downtime. And it treats the root cause, not just the symptom. Pair that with our trifecta approach: acoustic wave therapy, hormone optimization, and peptide therapy together, and you've got the most complete men's health treatment in Utah. Right now, new patients get a free consultation, a complimentary blood flow ultrasound, and a free intimacy kit just for coming in. Locations in Sandy and Layton. Visit mintmedicalclinic.com or call 801-804-8000. That's mintmedicalclinic.com, mintmedicalclinic.com.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, "They won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to." It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day Sale. Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25. All seats, just $15. And sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Steve Sarkeesian, presumably referring to Texas Tech, says Texas backups would probably go undefeated playing Tech's schedule this year. How about that? Oh, yeah, win that league with the 2s and 3s, PK. What a horrible take.
Why is it a horrible take?
Because he's not going to win the league with the 2s and 3s. Texas in the league for the last decade they were in the league. They went like 51-38 with one league title.
He also lost 10.
Sarkeesian wasn't there the whole time.
Okay, so Sarkeesian's there now. He faces the Big 12 champion in the college football playoffs. You got your guys. Everybody's going full speed. And congratulations to Texas. They won in overtime. In overtime. You're not winning that league and going undefeated with your 2s and 3s.
He also won 17-10 while in the Big 12 as their head coach.
And he would say that he's ramped his program up since then.
Well, he has. I mean, he took off our program. It wasn't that the coach was promoted or retired on a high. When you're replacing coaches that have been fired because of losing, and it's hard to walk on water and have immediate success in the SEC, no less. And I realized at the start that wasn't the case. I don't think he means that literally, so I'm not going to hold him to the literal 2s and 3s as far as that goes. I think he's trying to make a point that, hey, we're all fighting for the same thing here, but we all are at different levels. I mean, if he chose Texas Tech because they're sort of the new kid on the block, the upstart with all the money, right? Not that Texas lacks money, for sure. That's not the point. It's just that that's sort of local. I mean, would you have been outraged if he had said James Madison, for instance, or Tulane? But they're not in the state. I think the point he's trying to make is we're fighting for these 12 spots, and there are such uneven amounts of playing fields that it's sort of ridiculous in that way. We're all not in the same pot doing the same thing. I think that was the point, not literally that he could put his 3s out there and win the Big 12. I don't think that that's what the point that he was trying to make. I think it was a much bigger point. So I'm not going to hold him accountable. Put your 3s out there and let's go. I don't think that that's it. The point that he's making is much bigger than that. And there is some validity. Kyle Whittingham talked about for years, hey, if we're going to have a playoff and we're all going to strive for the same thing, then you've got some schools, some conferences playing 8 games, others playing 9, and that 9th game could make the difference between you getting in and not getting in. I think that's the issue.
I think it goes to, and I'll buy your point, okay, it wasn't literal. The problem is it'll stick. Even though it wasn't initially literal, the whole point is we're so good in the SEC and you're just you. I mean, it's a classic look down your nose comment. And the SEC was all that until 3 years ago when everybody started paying big NIL money. And the last 3 years, it's shown up, and you can slice and dice this so many ways. And last year, he was bitter he wasn't in the playoffs. Well, you lost to a Florida team that went 4-8. They were 3-8 against everybody else.
What conference are they in? They're in the SEC.
Florida lost to South Florida, who's not in the SEC. LSU is a big game.
And at that point, you can have Grand Canyon winning the national championship if you want to hopscotch. This team beat that team. This team beat this team. You can do that forever and a day. We know that.
It's not just South Florida. There were a whole string of bad results. The SEC lost to Memphis. The SEC lost to South Florida. LSU scraped out a 13-10 win over Western Kentucky. Don't tell me you're special. In the last 3 years, they're 2-8 in the playoffs when they're not playing a G4 team or each other. When they're playing each other and the G4 team, you add those games in, they're 5-10. That's not special. Now, Sark, to spin the argument, he's got the 2 and the 2-8. So maybe it's not the whole SEC and he can try to stand apart from the SEC because one year they did win 2 games and they did beat ASU in overtime. I just don't see the big separation. I don't see the SEC dominating people in the non-conference. I don't see them dominating in the playoffs. I didn't see that school, granted, different times, different rules, but I didn't see Texas dominating when they were in the Big 12. I don't see why he gets to look down the nose at him except for we won a lot of BCS title games when we were the only one paying cash.
Who is the better conference, the SEC or the Big 12?
The SEC, by a narrow margin. By a narrow margin.
Yeah. I mean, dependent. I mean, who has more guys drafted? I mean, whatever.
Right. The more
whatever
guys drafted, and I think there's 3 teams at the top of the Big 12 that have really, last year's a great example, they really handled the Big 12. The year before that, ASU had a big season and won it. We'll see if they can sustain it. It doesn't look like Colorado can sustain what they had. And I think the top of the SEC is probably about a half dozen schools out of their 16.
Sure,
and so
that's all you need, though.
Yeah, so 6-3 or 6-4. But Texas Tech, you'd run over their schedule. Tech did play the top of the league and went 3-0 and looked awesome against the top of the league.
And then they terrible against Oregon. A point.
I know they look terrible against Oregon.
Come on. So, I mean, he's got credibility in what he says.
Oregon.
It's just that it's harsh, and we want to stick up for the Big 12 because they're the hometown conference. But step back from that, and I don't need – obviously, we got guys over here pulling stuff that I say, so it's not going to make me look good. I get that, and so I'm the one with the hot take, and I got to take the heat, even if it's taken out of context. If you look at it, his conference is harder to win than the Big 12. And so it's harder for an SEC team to get to the playoff than it is a Texas Tech team.
No, that's the part. Because they are given, because of that, and because I do buy into that a bit, they get more bids. They had teams in. They have 3 or 4 teams last year. Georgia was in. Alabama played Oklahoma. Am I leaving somebody out? I can't remember. They got 3 or 4 teams in, and the Big 12 got 1 in. Why is he complaining about the one who got in? Because that's what he's doing. He's complaining about Tech.
Because they're the ones down the street, and people in his environment, in his neighborhood, so to speak, metaphorically, they're talking about, well, look at them. They did it. That's if he were in the Big 10, he would say, well, look at Indiana. They did it. They're the upstart. And you're the legendary program. And so I'm trying to look at it from his perspective, not necessarily that I agree with him. Heavens, I'm not saying that. So hopefully they don't run that out and put that out there to say that I agree with him. But I'm trying to look at it from his perspective, not just take shots and look at me. I'm going to carry the banner for the Big 12 because BYU and Utah are in there, so that's going to make me popular. No, that's not what I do. I'm trying to look at it from his perspective. Texas probably taking heat in the state because of Cody Campbell and the amount of money that has been dumped into that program, which hadn't won anything. Texas Tech, right? Joey McGuire is Urban Meyer. Utah hadn't won anything in 50 years. And Urban Meyer comes in and he gets them conference titles, right? And so Joey McGuire, Texas Tech hadn't won anything in 80 years. And he comes in there on the backs of Cody Campbell and the other guy, Sellers, I think his name is. And they got all this money. They go out and they buy a guy like Bailey, who was not even thinking about Texas Tech until they said, hey, please, just please consider it. And then he sees the money and all of a sudden, man, go Tech. I'm a Red Raider through and through for a few months so I can cash the check. I mean, come on. And so obviously he's going to say, from Sarkeesian, he's going to say, hey, wait a second here. Look what they're doing. That's outrageous. And they're doing it in an easier conference. You can say it's this or that, but the conference, it's easier to win the Big 12 than it is to finish third in the SEC. That's what he's saying. Now, do I agree with it? Well, I'd have to investigate it, but I'm not going to investigate it. I'm interested in the fun and games of all sports. That's what I want. I'll leave that up to you. Gratefully, and I mean this literally gratefully, you'll look at the numbers because that's what you do. And so I look at it from the emotional and the fun standpoint. That's what he's saying. We can go back and forth. And the way I look at stuff like Jordan or LeBron, well, who's better? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I boil it down to the simplest common denominator. The game's on the line. Who do I want taking the last shot? Do I want LeBron or do I want Jordan? I want Jordan. That settles it for me. I don't need to have all this other, well, he played here and blah, 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 blah. You could spin yourself in a top going about 1,000 feet into the earth if you wanted to do that. So I think that's what he's saying. It's harder to finish third or second than it is to get the automatic bid in the Big 12, particularly with this new kid who really hasn't done anything except spend a whole heck of a lot of money and buy talent. That's the essence of Texas Tech, and good on them because they're not going against the rules. But the fact is, they didn't earn anything. They bought everything.
Texas Tech buys everything. Texas Tech does buy a lot of stuff, but Texas buys a lot of stuff too. So to me, that's a wash. Yeah. I agree with you totally that he's feeling the heat. And the reason I look stuff up is because my memory fails me. I just debated with myself. I know. I just debated with myself. Did they get 3 or 4 bids? I looked it up. They got 5. So they got 5 bids. He tied for 5th. Mm-hmm. He lost to Florida. He can be bitter about A&M getting in. And A&M beat Notre Dame, and you lost to Ohio State. And they didn't lose their Florida-type game, and you did. And so your reaction is like, well, we got 5 and they got 1. Let's take their 1 away. No,
I don't think he's saying that. He's not saying take it away.
He didn't pick on A&M, and he didn't pick on Ole Miss, and he didn't pick on Georgia. He picked on Texas Tech.
They're in his conference, so of course he's not going to do that.
I know, but I think that those 2 leagues, the SEC and the Big Ten, going off and doing a playoff and leaving a Big 12 behind is a real threat. And when I hear what he says, regardless of what he meant, and I am totally on board with, he may not mean what I'm hearing. That happens all the time. It happens to us as hosts. I think you think it happened to you super recently. So I get that happens. And it might be happening to him right now. But what I heard was, we're the SEC and you're the Big 12. Okay. We got 5 bids and that's not enough. We need your bid.
Well, it wasn't
too.
enough. He wanted in.
That's exactly it. And I reject that. I think 5 was enough. Sure. I look what you did with the 5, and that wasn't good enough. There were 12 spots in the field. You got 5 of them, and you largely fell on your face. You know,
I don't disagree with you.
They also dismissed the ACC the way they dismissed the Big 12. And while Texas Tech did not cover itself in glory, getting shut out 23-0, and we both watched that game, and we agree there was no call. There was nothing that could save them. Oregon was way better, right? But at the same time, Miami, and there were plenty of people complaining about Miami getting in. Miami got in and won 3 times, beat an SEC team on the road in Texas A&M, held them to 3 points, not like A&M covered themselves in glory, beat Ole Miss on a neutral field, and then pushed Indiana and lost a really close game in the title game. And I think the SEC would take the ACC's bid away in a heartbeat. I agree. Texas Tech's in the backyard, so he's complaining about Tech not Miami.
And the Big 12 would take the SEC's bids in a heartbeat. So they're no different there. You're acting like he's on some mount by himself.
Well, because Joey McGuire didn't come out and say it, and Sarkeesian
did. Well, you don't pick a fight if you don't have to, right? So why would he have to?
He got in.
Joey McGuire is loving life and living life to the fullest because of the bank account. So he's not going to respond. He's not going to say anything.
Do you think he feels a little bit of pressure?
No more pressure than anybody else feels.
Well, Sarkeesian. Does he feel more than Sarkeesian? Because I think privately, Cody's looking at him. Cody did not like 23-0 in the playoff. So,
yeah, but see, I think you're living in the past here. This is politics. And Sarkeesian isn't the first coach to start politicking. That's all he's doing right now. Is he's not worried about what happened in December and January. He's politicking for the 26 playoff. And that has happened a million times over. They all do that. Right? They politic like crazy to get in because it's a beauty contest. It's not like the NFL. That's why I was so jacked about the Utes going to the Rose Bowl, because Kyle didn't have to politic. All he had to do was kick the crap out of Oregon, kick the crap out of USC, and you're in. You don't have to degrade yourself and become a 2-bit politician that tells us. And what is politics? The other guy sucks. You listen to politicians, and within 2 seconds, they're telling you about how the other guy sucks. That's what they do. They don't tell you how good they are. They tell you that the other guy's a bum, and the world is going to end. Democracy as we know it is going to perish. You'll have no freedoms. They'll come into your house and take you out and throw you wherever. That's politics. college football playoff, except for the automatics, they are politics. So he's starting his political campaign for the 26th season in May. From that perspective, it's actually genius because people around the country in markets where the NFL isn't king, or you don't have MLB, or your NHL or NBA team isn't in the playoff, what are they doing this morning? They're talking about what Sarkeesian said. And so from that perspective, it's genius of what he did. I'm not going to just wrestle in the nuts and bolts of what he said. I'm going to step back and think, wow, that was pretty smart. It's not whether I agree with it or not. That's not the point. I don't care whether I don't even care whether I agree with it or not, let alone if somebody else should. It's he's starting the campaign for the 26th season. Don't give the Big 12 a second bid. Our teams would kill those guys. We're way better. Whether he is or isn't, it doesn't matter. It's a campaign. We'll never know because the 2s and 3s won't line up against Texas Tech.
DJ PK, Pablo Mastroeni at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, David Locke at 8:30, and spring football with Arizona State at 9 o'clock, and Chris Kartman joins us. So stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Holiday delays have not started yet. I-15 moving at freeway speeds all the way along the Wasatch, running about a 20-minute drive from Draper into downtown right now. Do have some slowing on the 201 freeway, though, out in Magna for eastbound drivers who try to get over towards downtown SLC at this moment. Traffic's rough. Your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today. Everyone's going to visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick. All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is. Sure. All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time. And this person. Washington today knows their guy.
The Jazz probably know who they would take it to
they
right now.
Absolutely do.
I was talking to somebody and they said, yeah, the 27 and 28 draft stink. The 28 draft, that's 2 years away. They're like, yeah, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is A, why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. It's why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK here for Peach Windows and Doors. Find them online at peachwindowsanddoors.com. Go to the showroom in person, 300 West, 2940 South. See all the options. So many things you can do, whether you're remodeling a home or you're building a home. You can get a ton of great ideas. Crazy possibilities. And while you're there, ask about the free triple pane upgrade plus utility rebates. It's exclusively for radio listeners. You can book a consultation today before this offer ends. At PK, they'll blow your mind with that showroom.
It really is dramatic, all the possibilities. And, we're moving into the summer season, right? And so we think about sunshine. And the great thing what Peach can do, they can bring the sunshine into your rooms and just illuminate them in a manner that will just, as you say, blow your mind. But also, too, when you don't want the sun in, they have the ability to dim that. So you're getting the best of both at a time that you want it. And you're saving money, too.
They're not the giant multi-state company with the cookie-cutter vinyl windows, and they're not the guy in the truck with no showroom who disappears when you need service. Middle ground, premium quality, locally rooted, service you can count on. When you see the showroom, you realize they're not going anywhere anytime soon. There's way too much to move. It'd be a massive project. So go look at that showroom, see all the ideas. They do custom windows. They got larger glass with slim frames, European-style windows tilt and turn, and they want to consult with you. They want to know, what are you trying to accomplish? You want to make that house warmer or cooler? You're trying to keep the noise out. Or as PK says, the sun, man, that setting sun can just come blasting into a room. So go to 300 West, 2940 South. Check out all the options at Peach Windows and Doors. Online at peachwindowsanddoors.com. And remember, free triple pane upgrade plus utility rebates exclusively for radio listeners. Book a consultation today. PeachWindowsandDoors.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, "They won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to." It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK.
Yeah.
Lauri Markkanen, you have something to say.
Yeah. Lauri Markkanen did not sit out because he wanted to sit out. I understand fully that most of the times he sat out last year and in prior years is because the Jazz wanted him to so they can get the pick, the very pick that they have this year. And I use Lauri as an example because until Jaren Jackson got here, without a doubt, Lauri Markkanen has been the best player on the team for the last 4 years. So that's why I used him as the example where I'm tired of watching him sit. It's because I was tired of the tank, and I believe in his ability to play at an all-star level. And yeah, we were having fun with his hair. Why? Because he's a way better looking guy than I am. And so he seems very personable, but the talent that he has is something that can lead this team to a decent playoff run for the first time in obviously since the All-Stars were traded away. So it has nothing to do with that he's dogging it by any stretch. And that's not the case. I think it was misrepresented. If you take a snippet of something and don't have the full context, it doesn't show up as it should. And the context is that using him as the example because he's the best player. And then when I said 17,000 people, they were tired of the tank and they want to see Lauri. They want to see Jaren Jackson and Keontae George. And if they re-sign Kessler, and whether it's Darren Peterson, DeMonta, or Boozer, they want to see these young men out there playing ball to the best of their ability. That's the point. So, and I don't have the best relationship with some people inside the Jazz organization. So I need to make sure that they understand that I am not taking shots at Lauri Markkanen. I think the guy's amazing. I've been watching him since he's a freshman at the University of Arizona in the Pac-10 or 12, whatever it was. And he was a high pick by the Cleveland Cavaliers. I know all about that, or Chicago Bulls. And I watched him in both places. And now he's at Utah and he has the opportunity to do some special things. So I am not taking shots at him that he's dogging it and purposely sat out because he did not want to play.
I get that. And now I'm going to tiptoe close to the line, PK. Oh, look out. Hold on. The notion that will he play this next season? And I'm going to double down on that and say, will Jaren Jackson Jr. play next season and how much? We've seen big guys who are asked to run and cut and all the things you're doing with 4 guys or 5 guys on the 3-point line, and you're helping and you're racing all over the place. It takes a toll on big guys' bodies. Now, I'm with you. I totally agree. He was sitting this past year and this past 4 years, not because he was hurt, maybe in just a small handful of cases he was, but most of the time it was the tank. It was the tank. It was the tank. It was the tank. But these 2 guys, Lauri and Jaren Jackson Jr., have been in the league a combined 17 years. And they've played 70 games in a season a combined 2 years. Now, tanking, sure. And they've both been in the league for a couple of years where there were only 72 games, but they played roughly 50 games or 55 games in those years. I think Jackson played maybe 57. So the way the game is going and their history, do I have a little bit of doubt in my mind that both of these guys are going to be available for 70 games next year? You bet I do. And I am super intrigued to see what happens if they re-sign Kessler and they put these 3 guys out there. The Jazz, typically, when they've had really good teams, they've been really good. They've been very skilled, but they have either had the same size or less size than the teams they've been going up against at some key positions. Stockton at 6 feet was going up against getting double teamed by 2 6'6" guys in the finals against the Bulls. It was a major disadvantage. The Lakers towered over the Jazz in the Carlos Boozer, Mehmet Okur era. And they were throwing 3 7-footers out there themselves. I'm super intrigued to see what happens. But when I got 2 guys, well, I guess throwing Kessler with a 3rd guy, but the 2 guys have 17 years, and they only have 2 times they've played 70 games. And there's a few extenuating circumstances, and I'm factoring that in. Okay, with the pandemic, there were 2 years you didn't play a full schedule each. And they certainly were set because they were tanking here the last few years. 1 year for Jackson and 4. But nonetheless, when they're out there and asked to run and cut and jump for 75, I think there's a real thing going on here, or I don't think we'd see 4 guys hurt in a Western Conference Finals that everybody, including the 2 teams playing in, has been anticipating all season long. Everybody's been waiting for this. I know these guys want to be out there, and there's 4 guys I got questions about. And certainly some of them aren't going to be out there tonight when they play Game 3. So you bet I have questions about the Jazz next year. How could any of us not?
Yeah, that's fine.
How could any of us not?
We'll see what happens. That's why I said next year is a moment of truth for Lauri Markkanen. And if you want to put Jaren Jackson into that category, I'm absolutely fine with it, because then we get to see all things going forward towards the push of winning, and there'll be nothing that gets in the way of winning. And these past 4 years there were. I believe that he'll play enough to get the team in the playoff. I don't know that he's the best player anymore, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. This is not a shot at Lauri Markkanen. If Jaren Jackson is better, great. If Keontae George is better, great. That just means that the team is really good because Markkanen, no matter who is better than him, doesn't take away from the fact that he's a really good player and can do a lot of different things. But durability and availability are going to be an issue, as they are with all teams. The late LeBron, arguably the greatest player of all time, is talking about that his team was out-talented. And they were, in large part, because of Doncic not playing 1 second. And that sucks every which way. There's no doubt about it. And we'll see where it goes. And that's why, I'm super intrigued for the 26-27 season to get here as soon as it can, because I think it's going to be a wild ride one way or the other.
If you had Kessler in, they've played 3 70-game seasons in 21 years. Kessler played 74 his first year. Again, tank-induced, but when they need to play it, and when you start playing more games in the playoffs, are they going to be able to do it? And we're seeing 4 guys right now who apparently can't do it in the Thunder-Spurs series. All right, DJ and PK, we'll have more on this going forward. We got all summer to talk about this and obsess because October looks super interesting and much more exciting than it's looked like in a long time. When we come back, Pablo Mastroeni joins us. David Locke at 8:30. Stay with us.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at kslsports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, I'm Pick. And I'm Bull. My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Real Salt Lake head coach Pablo Mastroeni. Pablo, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Pablo, one game and then like 7 weeks off for the World Cup. You're not going to have to talk to us for a long period of time. You got to be looking forward to this.
Not really, DJ. I've realized that like this constant roller coaster of coaching keeps me sane. Actually, I think time off just makes idle hands are the devil's workshop, as they say. So
That's
I'm
dramatic.
not looking forward to so much time off.
You get 3 or 4 weeks at this point because you'll come back with some kind of mini training camp, even though you won't be playing games for 7 weeks. You're not really going away for 7 weeks.
Right. No, and the great thing is we've identified, a few areas that are areas of concern, not concern as much as just areas that we need to improve on drastically. And so I think this break really allows us to kind of get in the weeds, hopefully, build upon what we've been able to do at the start of the campaign, but really be a little bit more detail oriented as to some of the areas where we can spend 3 or 4 weeks on improving before, the second half of the season is going to be, gauntlet as far as the amount of games and then obviously Leagues Cup. And so, it'll give us a time to kind of prepare for that.
I don't think you have an MLS home game until August, which seems crazy considering they were in May. But pretty much everybody's in the same boat as far as that goes. Do you see any advantage or disadvantage for RSL relative to what the other teams are doing?
To be fair, PK, I don't know everyone else's schedule. I just think that, one of the areas obviously is how we deal with away games and do a better job of getting results away from home. Obviously, we have a big test tomorrow against Minnesota, and that'd be a good, test run as to how we manage games the right way, attack the game the right way. And so, if our schedule is such that we don't have a lot of home games from now to August, then the onus is on us to really, control what we can, which is attacking these road games with the right type of mentality.
7-1 at home, spectacular, but only 4 points from the 5 road games. I heard that after the most recent win, which was at home, that the talk in the locker room turned immediately to taking that performance and transferring it to the road. And you always talk about coach-guided, player-led. Hearing those kind of comments, that's got to warm your heart.
Yeah, it really does. I think, again, like I've said from the beginning, this is a special group where, the video sessions are interactive. talks after a really good performance against our biggest rivals lends itself to, like, how do we become a better team on the road? So this is a group that really is thinking big, but also putting the work in during the week where I feel like we can achieve some big things. And so, hearing that after that game, I chuckled to myself and I said, wow, this is pretty amazing, because that's the same way I'm thinking. They're thinking like a coach. They're not thinking like players. And when you have that, that's a group that can lead themselves. So super proud of the guys.
Well, you look at the statistics, and this is a game that is ripe for the winning, and hopefully you guys get it, because you got the 25 goals in 13 matches, a 7-goal differential. And Minnesota, 17 goals, but has allowed 21. So what do you think about getting an opportunity to get up 1-0, maybe even 2-0, because then that puts an enormous amount of pressure on Minnesota?
Yeah, so that's been the focus, PK. I think, in our away games, we've started not sluggish, but we changed our approach to the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, which is at home, very vertical, threatening back lines, creating chances on goal. And then away from home, our last two performances in Dallas and LA have been where we're trying to keep possession of the ball in our half. And so, it's almost a psychological thing where I feel like we want to manage games from the start as far as, like, preserve our energy, but we don't ask any questions of our opponent's back line. And so I think, like you rightly pointed out, this is a group that, is trying to play from the back, has been a bit more expansive than they have in years past. And the onus is on us to ask a lot of questions of their back line and the way they want to defend. So hopefully, like you said, we can get ahead of the score line and now manage the game from that perspective, which I think we've done a pretty good job of. So it'll be a good test for us. Again, a relatively young group that will be out there. But again, with the young group that we started in Colorado, I've seen a lot of growth and experience gained from these matches.
Minnesota actually has a better road record than a home record, which is very rare, but they only have 8 points in their 6 home games. And they've taken 13 on the road in 8 road games. So that's crazy. They have a history of defending RSL very well, both in the playoffs when you met and in the regular season. Are they playing the same way? Because tactically they were doing stuff that seemed pretty hard for you to break down. Obviously, you've changed your formation. I wonder how much they've changed over time.
Yeah, so they've had a lot of change really to the philosophy of the way they want to play, where in years past, I think they were really comfortable letting the other team have the ball and really breaking out from transition and scoring goals. So they were real solid defensively, and that's what allowed them to win games 1-0, these really tight games. And once once teams committed a lot of numbers and they scored the goal, then it was very, very difficult to break them down. Where this year, I feel like they have their front three are really, really good players. And in order to make them go, you're going to have to keep the ball. And so they've been more aggressive defensively and offensively. And so it lends itself to space and opportunities. But again, they have the firepower to score with possession as well. So, but I think, big picture perspective, they've changed quite a bit in the way they want to attack the game. And so it should be a different look, Minnesota. And we're a different team this year as well. So it should be a great matchup.
If you win, that would be 28 points from 14 games going into this big World Cup break. Pablo, there aren't many teams in Major League Soccer that go through a season averaging 2 points a game. And as you pointed out, the schedule is going to get so congested, you may not be able to do it either. But would there, given the fact you have 7 weeks, you're the king of looking ahead to the next game almost immediately, would you take just a brief little window and have a sense of satisfaction, since you have a 7-week break, over how this first portion of the season has gone, if you do indeed arrive there with 28 points in 14 games?
Oh, absolutely, DJ. I think we talked about internally after last year, where we got off to a rough start, the importance of getting off to a good start this year. And obviously with a lot of new players coming in, you don't know how long it's going to take to gel. But really, since day one in preseason, the mentality of the group was really clear that we were going to be a competitive force in the West. And so, I think if we can finish that way, it would definitely lend itself to a much more enjoyable, 6-7 weeks off, and obviously 3 weeks, and then we get back into camp. But I think it leaves everyone with a great taste in their mouth. And also for the player, from a playing perspective, it's that motivation to make sure that you're doing the work in these next 3 weeks. Even though, we want them to get time away, we also want them to maintain a certain standard of fitness so that we're not starting from scratch when we get back. And I think a win at the weekend would definitely help that.
You have players who are literally from all over the world. You got guys from South America. You got guys from Europe. Hey, you got a guy from Irvine. So, some guys have to go further than other here. I assume they'll scatter. Do you worry about their ability to get back? Visas and immigration, sometimes it's tricky. And when they're gone for 3 weeks, their ability to maintain conditioning. It's not an off season, but it kind of is. And some of these guys are going a long way away with a lot of travel.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, the visa situation is handled with guys in our front office and our team admin who do a really good job. And they keep their finger on the pulse as far as which countries will be more difficult. So those players will obviously be closely watched from that perspective. And then as far as the staying fit piece, our fitness performance crew, who do a fantastic job as well, are sending the guys away with a packet, and they'll just upload their workouts so that we have a good understanding as to what they've been doing. So like I said, I think the most important thing is making sure that we get off on we leave this part of the season on the right foot so that the motivation is there. Oftentimes, you don't win the game and it's like, poor me, and I want to take a break, and it's because we've been working so hard, and all these different things. But you win the game, and it's amazing how the mindset shifts 1 degree and goes, I'm going to stay fit. I'm going to be ready to go.
You've been asked this question before. I've heard you asked multiple times, and you've always said you don't know. And I just wonder, as we get closer, if you start to have an idea, even if you can't say anything, which I wouldn't like, but I would get it. Do you have any idea about Gozo and Luna to the World Cup? Have you heard anything at all from the national team staff?
No, they've DJ, and it's been obviously we've been in contact with our medical staff has been in contact with their medical staff in regards to Luna's situation. A tight hamstring, but as far as getting anything out of them, it's so tight-lipped. It's unbelievable. They've done a fantastic job of keeping their cards close to the vest. We have zero idea. There's talks that they might let the players know before the weekend. That hasn't been solidified. So, there's a good chance that we'll all find out when everyone else finds out.
What are you going to do with yourself this time off? Arizona, Colorado, Utah's backcountry?
Yeah, both. We're going back to Colorado, spend some time with the family, and the kids are back from summer break, so that'll be a house full again, which is rare anymore once the kids move out.
Yeah.
So that'll be great. And then going back, and both of our families are in Arizona, so going hopefully to play some, a little bit of golf, early morning golf anyways. It's starting to get hot. So, yeah, just kind of hanging out. No big plans. My wife wanted to take a trip to Europe and go on a cruise, and it just didn't materialize. But I really enjoy just kind of hanging around the house. We do enough traveling during the season anyways, so we'll find some time to get some trips in, more local than abroad.
All right. Well, enjoy a little bit of time off, and hopefully enjoy Minnesota first.
Sounds great, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pablo. This is Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, joining us right here on the Zone. It's an afternoon game, a rare afternoon game, but there it is, 2:30 at Allianz Field. You'll hear the game here on the Zone, 1:30 for the pregame show. And then the World Cup. Tight-lipped, no leaking, no word. Luna's missed the last game with a tight hamstring, so we'll see where that goes. Trying to get him ready for the World Cup. DJ PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're talking NBA playoffs with David Locke, and I'm going to run past that theory. Am I worried about nothing? 3 70-game seasons out of 21 for the 3 7-footers the Jazz could be running across the front line. We will get to that coming up next. David Locke joins us right here. Stay with us on the Zone.
Enough. A look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got delays southbound I-15 from the south interchange over to 72nd South. We have a crash that has moved out of the right lane, is now on the shoulder, but obviously having some delays in that area. Just a bit of touch of northbound slowing right now as you try to get through Murray on your way into downtown. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
It seems like there's a little more buzz out there about the Jazz possibly trading up because they love A.J. DiBonta. Absolutely do not do it. Because I think both players are going to be good. Mm-hmm. It's one of those win-win type scenarios. But if there is a wrong decision to be made, Washington's going to make it.
Sure.
Whoever falls to the Jazz is going to be the better of the two. I would almost bet on it.
I don't think there's a lot of value in the Jazz feeling like they should go nuts to get up to that number 1 overall pick. If the picks are that close, why are you giving up a ton to get there? And then if they're not close and there's a major drop-off from number 1 to number 2, why would Washington trade it? Washington needs that guy. They think there's a superstar at 1 and only an okay player at 2, and the Jazz are trying to get out of that spot. Why would the Wizards do that? I don't think the logic actually adds up.
Don't be the sucker. Let Washington pick the guy that they want to pick. And honestly, if Jazz gets stuck, quote-unquote, with Darren Peterson, who cares? He's a great player.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK.
Yes.
I have the TV on to my left, and this will shock you, but a New York-based TV sports show had a question up in their last segment. Are you more impressed with the Knicks or disappointed in the Cavaliers? I couldn't hear the answers, but I could see the body language.
Well, yeah,
finally, we've talked about them forever. Finally, they're doing it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Obviously, they've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, right?
And the Knicks drive it, man. They've always driven it back there, and back there tends to drive what they think the country wants to hear. That's what, and I'm grateful for that though, DJ, because that gives us the niche here for the local that we've been able to literally cash in on for a number of years, because the national shows, that's what they talk about. And you want local, you want guys who've been in the community for a long time and who know all these coaches and everything and the players and blah, blah, and follow it religiously. You've got to come to the local sports. And that's allowed us, it's allowed literally me to live out a dream.
Yeah. I have been the last, I don't know, year or so, maybe a little less than that. But certainly since the first of the year, I've been tracking a couple of national shows. I mean, there's a bunch you can track. And it's like, how is everyone reacting to this evolving media universe, right? Because it is not what you and I signed on for when we started doing this show. It is not that. We've talked, like, we get judged now. We've always been judged on the ratings, and we still get judged on the ratings. But you get judged on the streaming numbers, and you get judged on the download numbers. And there are a lot of shows are reacting, and I probably follow more than 2. I probably follow 3 or 4 now that I think about it. One has reacted by doing a lot of showbiz. But it's very much an entertainment show, and it's sports as entertainment. And super loose on the sports, right? But that person is cashing paychecks on a regular basis. They have found a niche. They're like, this is the lane. I'm going to drive in this lane, and they're consistent. And then another show has just gone all NFL. To me, and I love the NFL, and I'll talk a lot of NFL, and I am still very irritated the Chargers left San Diego for LA, and I'm still in on the NFL. I'm basically living through all my friends and relatives now and talking about their team. I got one person I talk to the Raiders about. I got one person I talk to the Broncos about. I got one person I talk to the Bills about. That's how I go around the league now and how I follow several teams. And so it's really interesting that, people are taking these different strategies. And there is one show that is definitely LeBron, Cowboys, Knicks, Notre Dame, Alabama. That's like, and so to your right, it's perfect for us then, because then we can talk Jazz and Mammoth, and we can talk Utes and Cougars, and we get Pablo on, and there you go, boom, perfect. It's a good lane for us, but it is evolving, it is changing constantly.
Yeah, and I meet people out there, particularly when I go down to southern Utah. You run into people who aren't from here. From the state, and what do you do? Oh, that's interesting. And then they want to talk to you about their favorite thing, which usually has nothing to do with what the locals are. And they ask, well, do you talk about the Edmonton Oilers? Literally had somebody who I played golf with, and he's from Edmonton. And I said, well, yeah, when they play the Utah Mammoth. I said,
we do.
I said, we do heavy local. That is our bread and butter, and that's what I'm paid to know about. And and then we sprinkle in national stuff, and then we try to relate it to the locals. How does this compare? Oklahoma City, as they develop their team, how does it compare to the Jazz? What are the Washington Wizards thinking? That type of thing. And would Memphis consider trading, making a deal with the Jazz to get the player that they want? And it's all about the local thing. And and fortunately, it's no problem. I mean, I didn't grow up watching the Jazz, the Utes, or the Cougars whatsoever. When the Jazz were in the playoff against the Lakers, I watched them, obviously, in '88 because I was there, literally there. And so, I knew about them. And that's a national story, too, at that point. So it's not exactly difficult to do that. But you get into the minutia for all these teams, and it's no problem now, especially now, 30 years later, when I know so many of the cast of characters that are involved with the athletic administration and the coaching staffs and whatnot. And, want to see them all do well because it makes for good business. But it's an easy follow, the point I'm trying to make. It's not anything that I have to struggle to do and anything that I think, oh, my gosh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk about that. No, it's actually quite easy to want to talk about this and watch that, whatever it might be, because it's fun and it needs to be made fun. And that's one of the things you hammered on me back in the 2000s is you got to have fun with it because it is entertainment. Sports is meant to be fun, and I want to have fun with it. And you have to get into some other stuff that isn't always the most fun stuff to talk about, but the games and the people and the personalities and so forth, that's what drives us. And that's what makes this job for me, literally a dream job. I mean, we use that expression, but I can tell you that's a fact for me. This is literally a dream job.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and we are joined now by David Locke, the radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
David James, Patrick Kinahan. If you're going to talk a draft board, these are two of the guys that you would put at the very top of any draft board, but similar to the way it is in the NBA draft. You would look at their talents, and you would not really know how they could utilize everything that they have at their disposal until you see them in the big time. And then they would wow you, putting skills together you never imagined and rising to levels that only you could have dreamed of when you called their name on draft night. That is David James and Patrick Kinahan.
I feel like we lose a minute of good basketball conversation every week because you got to wind up and kick this thing off with whatever you come up with, David.
Yeah, I've got 7 days, 24 hours a day for 7 days to try to come up with the next silly thing I'm going to do.
Right?
It's hard work. If you don't appreciate it, next Friday, I'll just say good morning. That's fine. If you don't appreciate the creativity to try to talk about the greatness of the two of you to whatever is the current trend of the day, no. Next week you get good morning. We'll see how you like it.
Well, you use your draft stuff. I mean, you need draft stuff for a month now. Because you often do that. Your silly thing is usually some topical peg. I was surprised you used the draft stuff so early. I thought you'd save it for June.
I can use the draft stuff for 4 more weeks. It's all anyone cares about.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, well, let's get to my mega question here. What if the answer to all these, 4 really good players at the top of the draft, the Jazz draft second, what should they do? Trade up, trade down, which player, all the questions. What if the answer to one of these questions is right in front of us? What if there is no backstory to why Peterson was hurt? He was hurt because he was hurt. Period. There's no backstory. He was hurt because he was hurt. And then you look at the way this is going to playoffs, and you're the first one who said, hey, the game has changed, and that's why there's so many injuries. We got these guys running and cutting and changing direction. It's especially hard on big guys like Embiid and Zion because they're just so big, but it's impacting the smaller guys too. And AJ Mitchell went to UC Santa Barbara. I don't know him at all. I know people who know him. But obviously I'm watching him, and I see him grab his groin as he goes to the ground. And this is a young guy. He hasn't made a ton of money yet. He can one day the way he's going. You know, he wants to make his mark. He's in a conference final. He's playing hard. He's having an impact in playoffs. When he grabs his groin, it's because he's hurt. There is no other story. It's because it hurt. And he'd be the fourth guy who's had a significant injury and missed significant time in just the first couple of games here, just getting started in this series. Should people worry about Peterson because of that? Period. End of story. The game is harder physically because all the running and cutting, and he's already been hurt, and this is going to be an even bigger problem.
There's a lot there.
You can handle it.
We lose 2 minutes of good basketball talk when DJ asked his first question.
I've been thinking about it all week. I tried to tighten it up. Sorry.
All right. Let me go with where I thought you were going at first.
Okay.
Like, Peterson just got hurt. He had a cramp issue. It freaked him out. He called it traumatic experience. He's got a little version of PTSD.
Yeah.
He's got to work through it, but he's a 6'6" guard who could score 25 a night.
Yeah.
And the answer is just right in front of us. If that's the case, then the Jazz get AJ DeBonta. Because Darren Peterson's been the number one player in this draft for the entire draft until the cramp thing started.
Right.
And so if the cramp thing is really not a problem and there's not other stuff going on and everyone gets comfortable with that, then the Jazz get AJ DeBonta with the second pick of the draft. Because before Darren Peterson had any of these problems, and before they were, even after he had the problems and they were reoccurring, once they became reoccurring is when AJ DeBonta moved to the top of the draft. And I'm not convinced from the research I've done that AJ DeBonta changed. I just think Darren Peterson changed in people's minds. I don't think AJ DeBonta suddenly became better than what people thought he was. You guys know better than I do, but I'm watching his stuff. And if I watch game 10 and I watch game 20, there's no little less space because no Saunders, but he actually got less good as the year went on, in my opinion. All of them did, except for Darius Acuff. It's because you get in the conference play and you're playing teams that have seen you and they're scouted probably. But so that's the first question in there. Is if it's just an injury and they solved it, then if the second question is you're drafting in a manner that's trying to avoid injury, then I think Cameron Boozer vaults to the top.
Yeah.
Because the ground-bound 6'10", 250-pound players are not having the same tendon muscle problems. Sabonis gets hurt, but I think Sabonis was like a wrist or a thumb, right?
Yeah.
Şengün seemingly plays most of the time. Like those type of play. Paolo Banchero has had some of those problems, but most of the, he's had some oblique things. But most of those players that are kind of big and burly are playing right now. Jokic generally plays. He did have the awkward knee thing this year, but like that just happened. So, but I think third thing is the injury issue, not tanking, not any of the 23 other things we talked about all year. The injury issue is the biggest issue in the NBA. And I don't know the answer. And I'm very concerned about it. And I think it's the biggest issue the league has, the same way the NFL has had weeks in which, you are starting 17 second string quarterbacks. And they've made rule changes. I don't know what rule changes we can make, but this is the problem. It's not load management. It's that you have to cover so much ground and we're playing so fast. Did you see how fast the first quarter of that Oklahoma City San Antonio game was? And they were coming off a double overtime 15 round Hagler Hearns fight.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't believe it. I was watching the first quarter. I was stupefied that they were playing at that breakneck pace. I couldn't believe it. And you had coaches, I think 10 players played in the first quarter of that game. It's the most players, or 20 players played in the first quarter of the game. It's the most players played in the first quarter of a playoff game in like 10 years.
You like Boozer because he can initiate the pick and roll. Is that not a fact?
That is the most intriguing thing to me about him right now. I started a project where I'm watching the final 5 minutes of all these players' close games, because I actually think the coaches tell you what they think they can do and can't do. And John Schreier went to Carlos Boozer at the top with the ball in his hands in a pick and roll a lot. And so it seems weird, like, okay, well, the 6'9", 250-pound guy can't be the pick and roll guy. Okay, but the 6'8", 235 guy, 250 guy in LA can do it, and the 6'8", 230-pound guy in Detroit can do it. So why can't the 6'10", 250 guy in Utah do it?
He can. Will they draft him?
Well, I mean, if Cameron Boozer, boy, that's going to be hard.
Let's go with
if
Boozer.
Cameron Boozer can initiate the pick and roll, I think he might be really offensively special. Like,
you think he can?
He's the best. Again, another research project, and this one won't take long. I just haven't done it. But I think if you look back through Sabonis' career, who's a really good pick and roll handoff big, I think Sacramento's offense has always been close to top 10. If you look back at Karl Anthony Towns, kind of a big that can spread it, can really shoot it, I think his offense has always been top 10. Now, I'm not sure Boozer's your center, but I do think if you have a big that can spread the floor 5 out and be the fulcrum of your offense, I think you have a top 10 offense automatically, maybe even a top 5 offense, and none of them can play pick and roll. This would be the first one who can do it in that manner. That gets pretty fascinating to me.
You jumped my next question. If Boozer's with a center who goes away from the rim, I just don't know that people can stop Boozer one-on-one. And I know he doesn't jump as well as most guys in the NBA, and I don't think it matters. I don't know that he reads everybody's feet and shoulders and the ball fakes and go left and right and a head fake. I just don't know that people can guard him one-on-one if he has space. They're going to need a second person.
Right. I mean, you run a pick and roll, you invert the pick and roll, so that Keontae or Ace, the 1 or 2, comes and sets the pick, and Boozer's coming off the pick, and now they're switching 1 through 4, so now you have a point guard or 2 on Boozer, and you're able to and you're spread so that there's no help coming. He killed that guy. It's what he did all college.
Right, yeah.
He killed that guy. Now, AJ might kill that guy too, frankly.
Yeah, but that's not as surprising. I mean, AJ, as soon as you see him, you think that. But Boozer, don't underestimate him because he'll kill that guy too. He'll take him apart.
Yeah, and I think about the one I think gets interesting in Will Hardy's offense is, so you start to run the off-ball screen for Ace Bailey or even Keontae George. Somebody else has to be handling up top. We don't have a second ball handler, so this would be a little difficult to be doing for Keontae. But, and Boozer goes and sets the pick, and they switch. Well, then Boozer just rolls that guy into the middle of the lane immediately. Like, you're just kind of playing a small pick and roll where he's now rolling a small into the lane, and then he can really score. So, like, I don't think he's going to have a hard time scoring. I'm not going to lie. Like, I watch him defensively, and it's like, oh, God. He's not that quick laterally. He's not getting off the ground. And, frankly, nor is Cade Cunningham or Luka Doncic, right? Like, but my podcast today is, like, comp Cade Cunningham and Cameron Boozer. It gets really interesting. It seems weird. It seems counterintuitive, but, like, who averaged more assists in college? Boozer. And, they're not the same, but they're not, like, Cade Cunningham's 6'8", 225, 230. So one guy, and I also wonder if Cameron might lose a little weight when he starts playing in the NBA. That's the other thought. I think he might go down. So I'm very intrigued by Cameron Boozer. Very intrigued.
Yeah, I can see why. I think he's been a very good player for a long time. Seen him play many times because a lot of his games in high school were on television, and obviously Duke is always on television. I think that the draft is just one addition that the Jazz will make, and they probably will have some more. How much do you think whoever they draft will lead to some personnel decisions that if they drafted DeBonsa, they would go this way. If they drafted Peterson, they'd go that way, and put Boozer in the mix too, as far as what they do to augment the roster?
So honestly, if you draft Bonsa or Peterson, I think it has very little impact on your core other 5 players. If you draft Cameron Boozer, you have to be comfortable with Lauri Markkanen playing all of his minutes as a 3. Yeah. And I think that might be fine. But you're now playing Boozer 30 minutes a night, Kessler 30 minutes a night, and Jaren Jackson 34 minutes a night. And that is your center power forward rotation. Those 3 guys.
Yeah.
So there's no time for Lauri to slide down. So now Lowry's playing 34 minutes a night as your power forward, and Ace Bailey's probably playing the other 14 there. So now Ace Bailey's playing 24 minutes as your shooting guard. You need another shooting guard for 24 minutes, and you need another backup point guard, and you really need another ball handler badly. So your backup center, I don't think at that point you're paying Jusuf Nurkic. Your backup, your wing, your front, your 3-4-5 rotation is, you just need depth there, and that frankly is probably Kyle Filipowski is your extra big in some of that circumstances, at least for another year or two, and he's priced well. And then you've got to figure out who your backup 3 is, just to cover, because you need one, but they probably aren't in the rotation. And then you need 1 or 2 guards in your added to your lineup of rotation players. If you're drafting Cameron Boozer. If you're drafting Darren Peterson, then you still need that guard. But Ace Bailey is now playing 24 minutes a night as your small forward, and probably 14 minutes, 12 minutes a night as a shooting guard. And Lowry's playing 24 minutes a night as a 3, and probably 14 to 16 minutes a night as a 4. And Jaren Jackson's playing the other ones, and then you're backing up with Kessler and maybe a backup center, or you're rolling Jaren over there for a few minutes a night.
I'm very excited. Assuming the Jazz sign Kessler, I'm very excited to see what this looks like. We've never seen a Jazz team that has this kind of size and will most nights be much bigger than the opposition. We have seen skilled teams that are smaller achieve pretty well, both in the Boozer D. Will era and back in the Stockton Malone era, but they usually were giving up some size at key positions. This could be an enormous team, and I'm super intrigued. However, the one thing I have out there is, where we started this with the amount of injuries in the NBA. Kessler, Jackson, and Markkanen together played 21 years in the NBA, and together they've only been able to play 70 games in a season 3 times. Now, I know those numbers are impacted by tanking. I think you add them all up, 9 of the seasons have been impacted by tanking. And 4 more have been impacted by the shortened COVID season. So this isn't a shot at their durability in the past, but nonetheless, I have very little that suggests that their bodies can endure 70 or 75 or 80 games, because you want them to be healthy when you get to the playoffs, because they could be top 6. Maybe they could win a playoff series in 2 rounds. And are they really going to be healthy that whole time? Because there's such a load being put on these guys, and we haven't seen them do it. And I get why we haven't seen them do it, but nonetheless, we haven't seen them do it. So I'm curious if that is something the Jazz fans should raise an eyebrow and worry about, or whether you just dismiss that with a wave of a hand.
No, I think it's real. You used to say that the average player in the NBA is going to miss 11 games. I think you probably need to start moving that to 15. And now start building your roster, assuming you're going to be missing. So this is where I actually think Isaiah Collier, Bryce sense about Cody's a little expensive, and Kyle Filipowski become very important to the Jazz. And they're minutes. I'm not sure I think that any of them are rotation players to start the year next year. But I'm not sure that matters, because all these guys are going to be out. Like, if Flip is our 4th or 5th big, right? Let's say we draft Peterson or DeBonta, and Nurk comes back, and so you're Nurk and Kessler and Jaren, and Lowry's your backup 4, and Lowry's your starting 3. Okay, they're going to all miss a bunch of games. Flip's going to play 50 games a year in the rotation.
Yeah.
Like, if they all miss, then Flip is the guy who steps in for, and that's where Flip's time last year really matters. If your guard line is Keontae, let's go with Darren, Lauri, Ace, whatever veteran guard you add to bring stability and ball handling, and Sensabaugh's kind of not in the rotation, well, anytime Ace or Lauri or the veteran misses some time, Bryce is coming in, and maybe Cody's coming in, and Isaiah Collier's probably your third point guard, and when whoever he's coming in, and those guys are going to be able to have to work their way back into the rotation, I would guess, to prove that they've made the strides they've had to. It's a very different world for them, but where all the minutes they've been given in the last 2 years are very important.
David, we'll leave it right there for now. You're the man. Thanks for coming on. Enjoy.
Tip of the hat, by the way. I know a bunch of those guys are working really hard. Like the Jazz offseason program is what Keontae did last year has leaked over, and these guys, the words I'm getting are these guys are working. Those guys they just all put out of the rotation are all working really hard to be in the rotation right now and deserve credit for that.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, bye.
David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz Spring Football Tour. We're going to Arizona State. Chris Kartman, Sun Devil Source, 24/7 Sports, joins us at 9 o'clock right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 moving at freeway speeds from Salt Lake down to Provo despite a crash at 72nd South. Still on that right shoulder, not causing any delays currently, though. Do have a touch of northbound slowing near 13th South, and also as you exit northbound I-15 and head over to eastbound I-80. The Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls are back. Save the dates, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
The Jazz selecting number 2 in the upcoming NBA draft. So, if there's one thing that scares me, AJ's the safer pick. And that's what makes me nervous is that Washington is going to be like, okay, we've really swung and missed, and we've really done some problems. So let's go the safest superstar available in AJ and let somebody else take the risk on Darren. If I'm the Jazz, then I take that risk on Darren Peterson. But I exhaust every option available to me to get AJ.
I encourage everybody to go back and you do watch pre-Kansas film on Darren Peterson. I want you to watch his handle, specifically how he navigates ball screens. He can become a better passer, but he's not bad as a secondary playmaker. You just look at him, it's his frame. To me, there are real reasons why this guy can be great.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are. Memorial Day weekend is upon us. Something been waiting from the depths of the winter to now. Sunshine and good times. What are you going to do? How are you going to choose to spend your time this summer? That's up to you, and I hope you make good decisions. Now, you want to make a good decision? You got to choose the right financial advisor because that is so important. And it literally might be one of the smartest financial moves you'll ever make. I want you to consider the folks at Trajan Wealth. Why? Because they're trustworthy, right? And what they'll do is help you craft a reliable income plan and plans so you can stay focused on having good times in the summer, fall, winter, and spring. You get the point, right? You get with people who are experienced, veterans who know what they're talking about, who do this all the time and have the level of knowledge that they can impart along with your input to create that plan. And that's what they'll do too. I know this because they've done that for me. They will see what you are about and they'll hear what you are about. And together you come up with some plans and get that money doing what it's supposed to do. And you got nothing to lose. Initial consultation is for free. Yeah, it costs you $0. Even if it's just for a second opinion, why not, right? Give them a call, set something up. That phone number is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Offices are in Draper and in Farmington. Got you covered north and south, as does the website. Check that out, too, for more info readily available. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, should I just sit this next segment out?
Why?
Well, because it's spring football, it's Arizona State. You probably know 10 times what I know about this team. You should just take the bus and just drive it.
No, people want to hear from you. You're the star of the show, man.
So do you think, and this is, I think, a question for our next guest, Chris Kartman. We were talking earlier about Sarkeesian's comments about the SEC, and I do think there's a half dozen programs at the top of the SEC that are really pretty good, and I don't think that the Big 12 has that kind of depth at the top of the league. I think there's 3 teams for sure. Is ASU about to have the kind of league where we're going to say there's 4 teams for sure?
The kind of season, you mean?
The kind of season, yeah. I mean, if they go out and win 9 or 10 games, it's kind of like, all right, you're not going to win 11, 12 games every year, but it's like the floor becomes 8 or 9 and the peak's 11 or 12, and then it just depends, are you healthy? Who are you playing in these big leagues? If you miss the other, powerhouse teams, it's easier to win.
Well, they lost Sam Levitt, obviously. He took the money and ran to LSU. Hard to argue. It's unscrupulous, I guess, but money talks, and they lost the running back to Texas. So take that, Sarkeesian, a kid who ran for over 1,000 yards. He took off to Texas, and so they got to replace their 2 dominant, and obviously Jordan Tyson, who's an NFL caliber player, and was a first-round draft choice. So let me know how those guys do, particularly at quarterback. Now, they haven't named the kid yet, but it looks like it's the Kentucky transfer who played as a freshman last year. And Dillingham's had a history, man. He took Bo Nix, who was on the scrap heap when he was at Oregon, and look at him now. Now, I don't know that it was all Kenny, but there's enough of a track record there that Dillingham, for whatever reason, puts his quarterbacks in good spots. And look what he did with Levitt, right? Got him big money. And I was in college, but still got him big money. So let me know, A, the kid's ability, B, his health. And then I can't say the surprise team, because if you go 6-3, that's halfway decent.
Yeah.
Particularly with all the injuries that they had. So, but I think they have an opportunity to finish in the top 4 if things break their way and that quarterback play is pretty good. Yeah. I think that they could, I'm not going to say a surprise team, because I think they'll never be a surprise team compared to what they did 2 years ago, right? And if that's the standard for surprise, then no. Probably it would have to be Colorado and Iowa State would be the surprise teams, maybe West Virginia. Everybody else, I think, I don't know that they would be that big of a surprise, because they're all decent. Just let's see what the health is and let's see how the individuals play. But they have a chance. I wouldn't put them as a favorite. Our guy Sharon, how do you say him? Jayaraja put out a thing post-spring and had him, I think, 7th or 8th. And that's probably fair going into the season.
I just think that he's, the first year, okay, he's getting it going. It was a bad year, whatever. The last 2, he's getting my attention here. You start averaging about 10 wins a year. He's 13-5 in conference. If they put together another good season, and all those storylines you just brought up are good, but if he carves out another, 10 wins, 6 or 7 of them in league, I don't see how we don't look at him and say, well, he's on his way to doing what he told you he wanted to do. He pointed at Kyle to you at Pac-12 Media today, and Kyle was holding court talking to whoever else, and you were, introducing yourself as ASU media in another land. And he's like, I want to be that guy.
Yeah.
And I feel like if he does again, 19 wins in 2 years, so 10 or 11 wins. If he's on pace for averaging 10 wins a year, well, then you've done it. And you're a program that at the start of the year, I just assume, okay, you're in the top portion of the league. Just like I assume now Texas Tech's in the top portion of the league, and I assume Utah and BYU are. Now, Kyle is gone and Morgan's there, so the Utes have to sustain it. And they took some losses, but they didn't get gutted. Iowa State got gutted, right? That's a big lift. Morgan doesn't have a big lift. He lost some key guys. There's no doubt about that. But it's not a big lift. It's doable. So I've got Utah in until they show me they're out. But with ASU, I'm 1 year away from thinking the same thing about Dillingham. And he may well do it.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's accurate. I think you're trying to be as fair as possible without going over the top. And it's still, a little bit of let me see first. Mm-hmm. And if he does it this year, yeah. And the kid is with just a sophomore. Now you never know. He may take off to LSU next year for the big money. But the opportunity is there to be competitive.
Dillingham can spin that. I've listened to the guy talk enough. All the press conferences are out there. You listen to pretty much all of them. I just, get some of them. But I am sure if he brings a guy in and the guy blows up and the guy takes off because some school offers him, double the money, Dillingham is going to pitch every quarterback and say, listen, Bo Nix, go watch the NFL playoffs. I sent one guy to LSU. Now I sent another guy. Like, come here. You will play good quarterback. You will win games. If there's more money out there, there's more money out there. Cross that bridge when you get to it. First, you got to be good, and you got to win. And I know how to help you be good, and I know how to help you win. And he's going to have the story to back it up. So he'll have no end of the line of quarterbacks parading through Tempe to learn from him. He's good at this.
Yeah, it's the Kevin Young thing. Hey, call this guy.
Yeah.
Hello, Kevin. Mr. Durant, I'm Joe Blow, recruit. Oh, let me tell you about Young. And he can do the same thing. Hello, Mr. Nix. I'm Joe Blow. Oh, let me tell you about Kenny Dillingham. And Dillingham in his office, when he does where they have the video, and video's the big thing. We've got it right now. You can look at our two faces right now as we speak. Behind him, he has a jersey of Bo Nix.
Yeah. Just a reminder.
Every second of the day.
Right? This guy.
I told you at Thanksgiving, his sister lives right next door, and he had a picture of handing over food over the vinyl fence.
Mm-hmm.
And what that signals is, I'm here. This is my home. Michigan or whomever, they all can contact me. But as long as ASU takes care of me, I'm here. My sister lives right next door. We trade food over the fence.
Yeah.
It's a recruiting picture. That's why he put it out there. The guy's shrewd.
Chris Kartman, Sun Devil Source, 24/7 Sports. How good is ASU? Are they about to join the elite of the conference on a regular basis? We'll talk with him next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Chris Kartman, Sun Devil Source, 24/7 Sports. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Thanks for joining us for a spring football tour. We're trying to get Ute and Cougar fans, get them up to speed on the competition. And I think ASU is on the brink of being perennial competition. They put together two good years, one great year, but one good year. And I'm intrigued by the way the program is changing. I mean, times are changing, the rules are changing. But I was reading this summary of where the Devils stand after spring, and there's this line. Basically, the writer is saying Dillingham has said that to move big, strong people, you need to have bigger, stronger people, and that the size difference this year appears obvious on the offensive line. We listened to Kyle Whittingham forever, and Kalani Sitake worked for him, so he thinks the same way. When the O-line, when the D-line, everything else gets a lot more clear. It gets a lot simpler. I've always felt like Arizona State had great skill players, but the O-line, maybe. Depends on the year. What do you think about this O-line?
Yeah, if you really zoom out even more than that, Kenny Dillingham has talked for years about Kyle Whittingham's Utah program being his North Star. When he arrived at ASU, he said the discipline, the structure, the physicality, the ability to wear on your opponents at the line of scrimmage, that was what he was pursuing. That was what he was orienting his program to try to be. So They lost Maxi Honachor, who was a first-round NFL draft pick at right tackle, and they also lost a few other guys that were starters or part-time starters. And even with that, their offensive line looks like it hasn't lost a beat. They added Tana Alo-Tupuola from Georgia Tech. He was a starter last year as a sophomore. Remember Haynes King. They had one of the best rushing attacks in the country. And Tana Alo-Tupuola was a really big factor in that. He reminds me a lot, in fact, of Lee Fautanu, who was ASU starting center 2 years ago in the Big 12 championship season. So that's a big development. Makai Stewart was a starter last year in the second half of the season at right guard as a true freshman, and he's one of the best-looking guard prospects that I've seen at ASU in recent decades. Like, he's an NFL guy, still young, but massive. He's like 350 or close to that pounds and 6'5", very physical, heavy hands. They have at tackle two guys returning who started in the Sun Bowl against Duke in Jalen Clem and Chance Westbrooks, both of whom are in a reasonably decent chance to be able to start this year. So the size and physicality really at both sides of the line of scrimmage and throughout the whole team, including in their secondary, getting longer and more athletic, definitely noticeable this spring that continues to uptick.
We know they lost Sam Levitt to the big money of LSU, Raleek Brown to the big money of Texas, and Jordan Tyson to the big money of the NFL. Now, I know that they brought in a number of transfer receivers, including a kid from Colorado like Jordan Tyson, so they're extremely high on him and a couple other guys. Quarterbacks, they brought in the kid who used to be at Fresno, kid who used to be at Kentucky, started. New Mexico kid, they have a high school kid, and then the kid from El Paso. So they got a number of kids to choose from. And then I think at running back, they got Brown, the other Brown, Kyson, I think his first name is, back. He had an injury-plagued season. So could you just evaluate those three positions? Because those are three high-profile guys that they lost.
Yeah, exactly. Wide receiver looks to be in very good shape. Omarion Miller is a Colorado transfer. Jordan Tyson had transferred from Colorado also. Reed Harris transferred from Boston College. He's 6'5", 220, tremendous catch radius, had a very productive spring. He's different than guys that ASU's typically had. And then Raiden Vinesbright had 20-something catches last year as a true freshman at Washington. He's originally from Tempe. So that was arguably the top transfer trio wide receivers of any team in the country. Like Miller and Harris were both ranked in the top 5. So that's going to help ASU try to get past the loss of Jordan Tyson. And nobody's going to be as good as Tyson, but I think collectively they might actually end up being as good or better because they also returned Jalen Moss, who had a really big game in the Sun Bowl, and Jaron Hamilton, who's a big play guy, and Derek Eusebio, who's a good slot receiver. At running back, you nailed it. Like Raleek Brown, he cost like a lot of money, like probably more than what the rest of ASU's running backs combined cost between revenue share and NIL. And yet the group still looks very good. Kyson Brown got hurt, as you said, against Mississippi State. He had been the starter ahead of Raleek Brown at the beginning of last year before the injury. And he had a good spring. ASU added a kid named Marquise Gillis that I think people are going to come to learn a lot about. He ran for 1,100 yards last year at Delaware State, playing for Clinton Portis and Deshaun Jackson, and looked very good. In the second part of spring, he's 225 to 230 pounds, but still a good athlete, runs well. He's a hard dude to tackle. And they have Jason Brown, who had 130 rushing yards against Duke in the Sun Bowl. So they're, I think, going to be in good shape at running back, even with that loss. Quarterback, I think, is the most important position to evaluate on the team. Cutter Boley started as a redshirt freshman last year at Kentucky. Difficult schedule, super tough in the SEC. A little bit turnover prone. I think he had 10 interceptions and lost a few fumbles. So that's going to have to be managed. But he did a very good job in the second half of spring of avoiding any jeopardy throws in scrimmages that we saw, and looked like he's able to get the ball quickly to facilitate the offense, and he has the ability to get the ball down the field. He's 6'5", 220, big kid. So I think he's going to be the starter. I would say 80% likely that he's going to be the starter. Mikey Keene's a very good backup. He had started at Fresno State and UCF, and they have a freshman, Jake Fetty, from El Paso, who looks like a future star. He's actually quite similar to Sam Levitt in terms of his physical attributes, and his sort of talent level really, really pops. He's probably the second best looking true freshman that I've seen in spring ball in recent decades after Jaden Daniels.
We can talk about offense all we want, and I grew up watching Eric Coryell and the Chargers, so I can talk about offense all day long. But Texas Tech and BYU rode two really good defenses to the Big 12 title game. ASU was third against the rush. They were 13th against the pass. What has been done to upgrade the pass defense?
Yeah, they added a lot of experience and length. Free safety was a problem to some degree last year after Xavier Alford had a back injury that didn't allow him to play almost at all. And to try to improve that position, they added Lyric Rawls, who led Kansas in unassisted tackles last season. He's a senior veteran presence. He started at multiple Big 12 schools. I think he's come in and he immediately became a team captain, which is tough to do. So I think that's going to shore up that position. They added Ashton Stamps, a corner from LSU. He was a 2-year starter, and then last year he was their number 3 corner, which at LSU is really nothing to slouch at. He was, I think, second in the SEC in 2024 in pass breakups. So with Keith Abney going to the draft, Javen Robinson going to Wisconsin, he's a really important player. They also have Rodney Bimage, who I think he's a sophomore. He's been one of their most talented young players on the roster, and I think he's kind of ready to step into a much bigger role and probably start. They added a few other transfer corners. The big thing is a lot more length. All these guys are over 6 foot, and they're longer bodied. Brian Ward, ASU's defensive coordinator, loves to play a lot of cover 3 zone, and he wanted to get guys that have more opportunity to get their hands in passing lanes and on the football. And then I think that they have a few other safeties that are very intriguing. Boogie Wilson, who started in place of Alford at free safety, will probably move down to play nickel. And Montana Warren's a team captain who's a very physical player. He's been a top backup in recent years, and he's got a very good chance now going into his junior season to play the strong safety position. Overall, I think that's kind of where they need to really show up, because I feel like their front 6 is in very good shape going into this year.
For a while there, they couldn't kick a field goal to save their lives. Last year, their punting team sucked. And so I know they had the one kicker was a senior. So tell us the of their place kicking and their punting.
Yeah, you correctly said that. They were the worst punting team that I've ever seen. I think they were second worst nationally in net punting average. So it was awful. And Dillingham was extremely candid about his frustrations about that, and he has been the last couple of years. Their starting punter last year had a quad injury, and he was sort of like playing at maybe 80% for a lot of the year when he was able to play. But even when he was 100%, there were consistency issues, and especially with his field flipping and pin punting. And so they added Nick McClarty from Ohio State. He's an Australian. He was the backup early in his career at Ohio State. Huge leg. He's 6'7", 255 pounds.
Ooh.
And there were, I'm not exaggerating, there were like times when he hit 80+ yard punts. His consistency when they get into 11-on-11 settings in terms of how quickly he's able to go through the mechanics and get the football off, that's not as dialed in as you would want it to be, but I think he's making progress, and he has a chance to really upgrade that position.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go to the fridge for more food when ASU's punting then, because either he completely flips the field and it pins the other team and the defense. What an advantage for them, right? Or he gets it blocked and it's a score the other way. So I got to watch. I got to watch when ASU punts.
Yeah, no, it's true. When you're not worried about people coming at you, you can uncork pretty big ones consistently, and he did. But then, when you get the 11 guys out there,
it's different.
It was a little bit more inconsistent. Yeah,
it's different. Absolutely. Yeah, I back in the day I had some personal experience with that. I can attest that's all true. There's horrific stories. Horrific. Yeah. On the whole, do people feel good enough about the direction of this program that they're going to invest in it? Because I think what we're seeing in college football now is the teams that are winning, I don't know how they do it, but somehow they get out, they find people with money, and they give. And when the team is struggling, there's a little doubt, people hold back their money. Sometimes they even say, well, I'm going to hold it back for 1 year because this coach is going to be gone. These are stories we're hearing out of Baylor, that there's money trees they can't shake because people don't completely buy into Aranda. So where does that sit? Because we know money's been a big issue with ASU.
Yeah, it's better than it's been at any point in this modern era that we're in right now. In fact, a booster named Brian Sweetie, who had been a senior executive at several major companies, including eBay and Pepsi, he's committed $10 million in an endowment that's going to be in Kenny Dillingham's name that ASU is going to be able to utilize how it wants. And then there was also around a $10 million donation that's part of a naming rights gift that's going to be on ASU's new indoor practice facility, which they're going to break ground on here in the next few months. They sold out every game last year, and I think that there's more of an ability for Dillingham to connect with boosters than his predecessors by far. So I think that there's been a pretty marked uptick in terms of the amount of support. ASU had the top 15 to 20 transfer portal class in the country, which, as you guys know, that's not possible unless you have a little bit more money to throw around to some of those transfers. I don't think ASU is quite to the level of BYU probably at this point in terms of how flush it is with cash for its roster. And certainly not close to Texas Tech, but I would put ASU in the tier that would be below those teams, like among the other best teams in the Big 12. And I think that the roster is reflecting that.
Yeah, I think you did a podcast with that Sweetie, if I remember correctly, and I listened to it. It made me a little nervous. I know that he did a few podcasts, but when he started talking about how the offense needs to be a little more creative, that made me a little uncomfortable right there because, okay, donate your money, but don't tell me how to run a football team in a program.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. The backstory on that, though, is he has a very good relationship with Kenny Dillingham, like personal relationship. In fact, he is hosting ASU staff and some other people at his home for a party in next weekend. And so there's and another aspect about Dillingham is he's extremely self-critical and very much willing to listen to people's perspectives to challenge his way of thinking. So I think that Brian Sweetie kind of goes in that mode. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that coaches really want to hear from boosters about their football opinions. Generally, I get that. I think in this particular case, though, it's given their relationship, as I understand it, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
That is hilarious, though. I like that. Although if they have that kind of relationship, he might be quoting Kenny. He might literally be quoting him. Like Kenny's like, I want to open it up, but you got to have the right guys before you open it up. So there might be that kind of conversation. Who knows?
Yeah, it's funny. During spring ball, Kenny ran over to Jalen Strong, former ASU star wide receiver, who I was talking to at the time, and he said, some words to that effect, basically, about certain types of throws and routes and whatever. I don't want to give away too much, but because it's a private thing. But I think that there's some truth to what you just said.
Yeah.
The recruiting news this week was big with the Hildebrand kid. One of the Chandler schools. I can't remember which one. He's the number one player in the state for what it's worth. And that's the first time since Nikhil Harry. Now, Nikhil Harry, I believe, was raised by his grandmother over there in the East Valley and wanted to stay local. I listened to Hildebrand. He's talking about his grandfather wants to see him play, served in multiple U.S. wars and all that stuff. So a very patriotic man there. I'm wondering, is that a circumstantial thing or more of a kind of sign of the times that finally there's a breakthrough with the Sun Devils being able to recruit some of the better players locally?
Yeah, you guys do a very good job of digging in the crates to find all of the really important things that are going on. I'm impressed. I would say it's a combination of both. His family, his grandfather has ASU season tickets. He talked to him for a while the other day. He has been going to ASU football games since 1961, and Jake Hildebrand's family is extremely close-knit and very grounded, and I think that the ability to have that support system be close to him for college was very important to him and his dad. I think it mattered a lot to him, who's been extremely involved in his athletics career to this point, and Jake grew up going to ASU football games, and it mattered a lot. But then also he said to me, look, Maxi Honitor didn't even play high school football, and 4 years later, he's getting drafted in the first round, and that's not possible without the development of ASU's offensive line coach, Songa Tuitele, who's done a very good job and turned down USC and some other big jobs. Like, he's as good as any offensive line coach that I've seen at ASU when you're factoring in the evaluations, the recruiting, the development piece, schematics. So I think, that there's there's a little more interest in ASU locally. It's still very tough to get the top players, especially when a lot of them are being offered more money to go elsewhere. But the way that the local recruits perceive the Sun Devils has definitely changed under Dillingham's tenure.
Well, forget that old cliche, recruit the mom, recruit the grandparents. That seems to be paying off.
Yeah. I mean, when you can. That's
right,
the
yeah, when you
idea.
can, sure. Yeah. All right, well, Chris, we appreciate one last thing before I let you go. PK is an ASU grad, so that's part of the reason. It's a big part of the reason we're so dialed in on the program. And one of his theories, and I'll ask this so it doesn't sound as bad as when it comes out of his mouth. One of his theories, though, is both Arizona and ASU have had problems keeping local guys home. Both of them have had big years, but have had problems sustaining it. But there's actually, maybe there's an opportunity here. Do you think there's a chance that Arizona can follow up what they did last year and ASU can follow up what they did the last 2 years? That would be kind of a high watermark for the two programs together.
Yeah, I haven't studied Arizona's roster departures and arrivals quite as well. I think that they probably are not going to take a big step back, if it is at all. I think ASU looks definitely like a bowl team. It's hard to really compare that to what other Big 12 teams look like right now, because we're in this world in which the transfer portal changes so much. But look, Dillingham is really good. I can't stress enough. Like, I've gotten to know these coaches personally, the last 5 ASU football coaches. He's superior. Like, he's easily more impressive when you actually get into the weeds on issues and you talk about things at any level of depth. I think he's competitive, hungry. He could have gone to Michigan. I don't know how clearly that's been really reported, but Michigan aggressively courted Kenny Dillingham before hiring Kyle Whittingham. Not saying that he's a better coach than Kyle Whittingham by any stretch, but he is a lot younger and of the same ilk in a lot of ways. And Dillingham decided to stay, and he did that because of the support that he feels like is in place at ASU and the opportunity that they have in the Big 12. So I don't really see ASU taking any sort of a big dip to the backward, even after losing so many starters.
Chris, we'll leave it right there. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. That was a great conversation.
Thanks, guys.
Chris Kartman, Sun Devil Source, 24/7 Sports. You know, the thing you got going for you, PK, if you take off your media hat and just put on your one of your 47 ASU caps, is that I do think there's a chance, especially with the quarterback coming back at Arizona, there's a chance here Arizona and Arizona State could both be good again. But where you've got the upper hand is you got a guy with local ties. I totally buy the Michigan stuff, and I buy it for exactly the reason Chris just said. Why would you get Kyle if you could get a similar version of Kyle who's 20 years younger? And let's face it, the biggest difference between the two, Kyle's probably better at putting defenses together, and by probably, I mean he is. But when it comes to grooming a quarterback and transforming a guy who's got some talent but he's not quite on point, you'd obviously go to ASU, right?
Yeah.
He's got the track record.
For sure.
And with the importance of quarterback and the fact that you got somebody who's a generation younger, of course he'd be the first guy you'd go to. But if you're looking for a certain specific type of coach, you wouldn't go to 5 guys before you got to those 2. I mean, there's probably somebody else out there I'm not thinking of off the top of my head right now. But why would they not be 2 of the top 3 or 4 coaches you speak to? They're exactly what Michigan needed. And the younger guy is busy handing food over the fence, so he doesn't take the job. And the older guy is like, well, I just got a $13 million buyout to go away. Yeah, let's do it. So I totally get why it played out. Arizona may not be able to hold their guy, though. He didn't have the local tie.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. He does have a little bit of a tie to Tucson. But I think we need to note that I think that Kyle wasn't necessarily Michigan's second choice because I don't think he was officially available when they were interviewing or pursuing Dillingham. Yeah. It came after the fact. He resigned after Dillingham, if I have my timeline right, after he said no.
Yeah.
So he wasn't, it's like, well, we chose this guy, but he didn't choose us. So we went to our second pick.
Yeah.
I think Kyle
Literally
hadn't
wasn't
made a decision. They basically, Utah hadn't told him, we don't want you here.
Right.
Yet.
All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, the headlines. What you missed in this show. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
So we got an accident 72nd South on southbound I-15 that is causing a stretch of slowing through that area. Also have some slowdowns northbound I-15 from I-80 over to 13th South currently. Highway 89 slow and go from I-84 up to Harrison Boulevard in the South Weber County area. Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls are back. Save the dates, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out by going to UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Time to get you up to date on everything we missed in this show. Pablo Mastroeni joined us, RSL head coach. Talked about the last game in Minnesota before the 7-week break for the World Cup. It's been a heck of a run here. If they win on the road in Minnesota, and they have not been good on the road, and Minnesota has not been good at home, so that's weakness versus weakness there. But if they were to win, that'd be 28 points in 14 games, and that would be quite a start. 2 points a game would easily be the club record, put them on pace for 68. The record is 59. A couple of years ago, Pablo had a 59-point team. So they've been flying here at the start, but it's a long break. We don't know if Diego Luna and Xavier Gozo are going to the World Cup, nor do we know what will happen when we hit the summer transfer window. Gozo's been talking about going. Will there be a big money offer? So a lot of question marks, Pablo, a lot of question marks, but a great start for RSL, especially if they can put the exclamation point on it tomorrow.
Though, I mean, he's openly spoken about it.
Yep. He wants to go. And it'll be interesting what his attitude is if he doesn't go. So we'll see what the number is.
Well, okay, but you don't go this year doesn't mean you're never going to go. I mean, just ball, continue to ball. I mean, that's the controllable spiel.
Yep.
I mean, you've taken this team by storm here. He's not even 20 years old yet, is he?
He's not. He's 19. Just turned 19. Right. He'll turn 20 next season. If he's here next season.
There's all sorts of time for whatever you want to accomplish, but be a literal true hometown hero. Yes, Eagle Mountain, Utah, and he's got friends and family. Still lives at home. He's a 19-year-old. It's amazing. But 6 goals, 4 assists. He's leading the team and tied for the lead in goals and second in assists and number 1 when you add them together in goal contributions. The 10 is tops. So that game is tomorrow at 2:30. You can hear that one here on the Zone. Now, we talked with David Locke about the NBA draft. So many pieces to the puzzle, PK. He did bring up if Washington can figure out the health question with Peterson, that the season started with Peterson number 1. And when he is on, he is wildly gifted. I mean, his talent is obvious. If he missed like 10 games, and some of the games he played weren't on TV and they weren't against anybody. But if you caught one of the 10 or 12 games he played against pretty good competition, you saw him catch fire, when I saw it, I was like, well, that's why everyone's saying good things about that guy. I mean, it's obvious. It's overwhelming. Well, I had gone back well before his Kansas tenure and looked at him because he was gaining such steam there in the world of college basketball, the world of NBA basketball, high school basketball. And if you're looking for a wing guy, he's a complete package. Whatever you want in a wing, he can do, and do at a very high level. So be it. And if they don't get him, then take who's available. If they get him, great. And he should be a big-time player. And the funny thing is this injury spiel, that's the only thing preventing him from being number 1, I think. I agree. I think he's the purest player available. And so you would take that. And Washington decides he's good to go, they'll take him. And then you decide between Boozer and DeBonsa. And if he is not taken, then you decide between Peterson and Boozer. unless there's some other type of trade. But we'll wait until that happens before we think, okay, that's a solid. Right now, they're going to get a good player. And then that player, determining upon what his work ethic is and how he fits in and all sorts of stuff, can end up being a 10-year starter for this team. There's no doubt in my mind.
And don't sleep on Boozer was his other message. Like Boozer, especially if he's on a team where you can get all 5 guys away from the hoop, just borderline impossible to defend one-on-one. I mean, it's not a one-on-one contest. They had those a long time ago, and I wouldn't mind if they brought him back. I think it'd be awesome. They're not going to, but it would be cool if they did. But he's got pretty much everything, and his game reminds me so much of his dad's game. He's doing it with a little more size though, and probably it'd be interesting to talk to Carlos about that because it all runs together after a while. Like, does Cam have more polish at this point in his career than Carlos did at the same age?
Yes.
I remember more Carlos later.
I think that
it's the way basketball's evolved.
Yes, and you're playing in such high-level stakes at a much earlier age, and the training and all that stuff, everything is advanced. It's why we see quarterbacks being able to come in and they don't have to sit for 3 years. They can hit the field. Not all of them, obviously, but there's been plenty of them. Bo Nix being a great example of having the opportunity and succeeding virtually immediately because of what they've been through and all of the off-season training. I think that it's hard for me right now to think that Cameron Boozer's footwork was as good as Carlos's because Carlos had to do that. He was a little undersized for his position. And so you go back and look at some of his tapes, which I've done, and Carlos was right there, a smaller version of like a McHale, he can go left, go right, do all these things with his feet to put himself in position. I think Cameron might have more range, but Carlos wasn't asked necessarily to do that. That wasn't the level of the game back then when Carlos played, which is not that long ago, but nevertheless, there's been a change to where you were supposed to be a low block guy and you often got the ball with your back to the basket and then turned around. Not Carlos could shoot the face up. There's no question about it. He was skilled offensively. I think Cameron, face-up wise, is probably a little more skilled because he's been able and allowed to do it. And so he developed that. You have to develop that portion of your offensive game and arsenal because that's what the game now requires.
Carlos was really good when he faced up at 15 feet. He just wasn't asked to do more than that. But I can see him hitting free throw line jumpers, nonstop. And then just to your point, the age difference, and Steve Cleveland said he saw this. He would go watch his grandkids play when he's still living in Fresno and coming on our show. And his grandkids are like 8, 10, 12. And he says literally the whole team empties out the ball bag and everybody goes straight to the three-point line before the coach says anything. They don't hit the layup, hit the 8-footer, hit the free throw, and then go out. The way all the coaches, he's like, I've told kids to do that, and that's just not what kids do anymore. And that's the generation that Cameron's in. So he took Carlos's skill from the 15-footer and immediately backed it out to the three-point line. So he's a massive weapon. And I get it if he still goes 3, but, man, sitting there at 3, Memphis could get really fortunate.
Jordan went 3.
Right, yeah. But there aren't that many guys who went 3 who are going to come in as accomplished as Boozer. And then it's where do you take it from there, obviously. But, man. It's the right draft to have been a bad team. So, yeah. All right. That's some of what we were talking about. The Cavs, that was a letdown. The Knicks went on that 18-0 run in the third quarter. It was over. Cavs didn't punch back. They got off the deck in the same situation after losing twice in Detroit and won at 7. Seems like a bigger ask and doesn't seem like something you should be trying to do in back-to-back series. But they do have that experience to draw on. We'll see if they pull it off. Game 2 tonight in the West, Thunder and Spurs. I expect it's 2-2 when we get back here Tuesday morning after the holiday weekend, PK. What do you think?
2-2? Yep. Yeah, we shall see. I mean, I probably would go if you gave me the options, which is 1-3, 3-1, 2-2. I'd probably go 2-2 because there's a sliver of difference so far. Yeah. Who plays better in each game will determine who wins. They could play best of 9, best of 11, and I would probably still say the same thing, however many games you wanted to put in there.
David Locke, listen wherever you get your podcasts. He came on and said he was surprised they played 20 guys in the first quarter of game 2 because coming off a double overtime game, everybody was flying out there because they know you just can't give away possessions. A lot of NBA games you can in the first quarter. There's time to recover. But these two teams are too good and too evenly matched. And so there's this sense, better not mess around and give something away. Could come back to bite us.
Yeah, and I think both know, hey, if we win this series, there's a really good chance we're hoisting that trophy.
Yep, I think they both think that for sure. All right, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to.
This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick. All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is. Sure. All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time. And this person. Washington today knows their guy.
The Jazz probably know who they would take it to
they
right now.
Absolutely do.
I was talking to somebody and they said, yeah, the 27 and 28 draft stink. The 28 draft, that's 2 years away. They're like, yeah, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. It's why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts?
Join Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe Tuesday from 10 to 2. Only half the show. 10 to 2 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. RGS Exteriors. Quotes in the morning, Steve Sarkeesian, presumably referring to Texas Tech, says Texas backups would probably go undefeated playing Tech schedule this year. How about that? Brian, he can say whatever he wants. No one will never have to prove that. Good point. He could just pop off.
Yeah, I think he's politicking, and he's a little perturbed that Texas Tech has stolen the spotlight. No, I have never been to Lubbock, but I've been to Austin multiple times for work, and it's a fine place. And Terry South, our old producer, said Lubbock isn't.
That
he
was
served a mission there.
He says it's dusty and it's windy. Two things you need to know about Lubbock.
I had a
the
college
wind's going to
roommate.
blow, and the dust from outside of town and the farms and the hills, they're going to blow in.
My college roommate from BYU served a mission in the Lubbock mission, and let's just say swore up and down he'd never be visiting again.
Yeah, so here's this upstart, and it's not sitting well. And the pressure with Texas
is huge.
Is always enormous. You just can't win. You got to win big. You got to win Heisman's. You got to win everything that there is possible to win. You have to win, right? And I've been in that stadium and been in that community, as I say, and it's just, it rivals anything. I mean, everything is bigger in Texas because it's true, especially football.
Wait a minute. Everything's bigger in Texas. I thought New York. Everything's bigger in New York. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused.
Well, that's what they say, but certainly not college football is not bigger in New York. I can guarantee you that.
No, I can guarantee you that one. But both those places are just pretty sure that they're the center of the universe. And obviously the center of the universe is wherever we are, PK, clearly.
Well, my wife is the center of my universe.
That a kid. Bravo. I can feel Jackie rolling her eyes right now. Amber says talking schedule strength after sweating out a win over Vanderbilt is nasty work. That's a good line, Amber. I do want to say this, though. I think in this whole era of NIL, if there's one team I have more respect for than I had 5 years ago, it's Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt. Would it be Indiana?
Well, I'll tell you why Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Vanderbilt, although Indiana's right there, you're right. But Vanderbilt got drilled for years in the SEC. For years, right? They're just terrible. And now NIL's legit, and all of a sudden Vandy grads are throwing money out there left and right. They're not the little sister of the poor. All of a sudden they're out there winning 9 games. They get a winning record in the SEC, and even when they lose, Texas is sweating. It's like everybody in that league was cheating, and everybody knew it. And Vanderbilt knew it. And they stuck and said, you know what? We're Vanderbilt. We're not going to cheat like everybody else. They didn't go on probation like everybody else, and they certainly didn't win like everybody else. But as soon as it was legit, they're like, yeah, let's do it. Like, they really stuck to their guns, PK, and they took beatings, and there could have been an easy way out. There could have been the, hey, everybody else is doing it. And everybody else was doing it in the SEC. I got a lot more respect for Vandy. And you're right, Indiana's completely changed their place in the football universe. So I don't want to dismiss Indiana, but Vanderbilt, amidst the SEC and all the crazy stories we've heard, they never got in trouble and they never won, and they were fine with it. But now that the rules are different, they're like, let's do it, and they are.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. I would go with El Paso because they've sucked forever, and they know they're going to suck, and they're not going to change.
They still show up for the Sun Bowl.
like that kid that Chris Kartman was talking about, the freshman who reminds him of Sam Levitt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he grew up in El Paso and played high school ball in El Paso. So if you ever get a kid, he's going to leave.
Yeah, I can't tell you anything about Lubbock because I haven't been there, but I can tell you about El Paso. That doesn't look like it's easy. We would fly in there when UC Santa Barbara had to go to Mexico State. You fly in El Paso, stay overnight, you drive 45 miles to Las Cruces, you play there. Nothing. Everything looks dry and windy in that part of the world.
It's where I said hello to Meg Ryan in the gift shop at the El Paso Marriott.
You and your brushes with greatness, man. You got like 100 of them. I got nothing. I'm just walking around. These average people going through their lives.
She was out there filming a movie in the desert, and they were all staying at the Marriott, and the Utes were there. And I bump into Mark Rydalsh. Hey, do you know who's downstairs? And all of us, we go running downstairs.
Meg in El Paso, pop stars, rock stars in the elevator in Las Vegas, John Stockton at an elevator in San Francisco, Hervé Villachez at dinner at your parents'. I mean, you got a million of these stories. You got nothing.
What can I say?
Reed said Steve Sarkeesian is just posturing. Reed's like, yeah, this is how college football works. It's the off season. Dude's lobbying, whatever. Reed's grounded. He's shaking it off.
Well, I think he's also recruiting in the state. It's all sorts of stuff there that you still want to come here. We're still the big dog. They got this money, but it's not like Texas is little sisters of the poor financially by any stretch.
Yep.
So Sarkeesian, give him credit, man. He's bringing attention to his program, and he must feel like he's got a level of security in order to start saying this stuff, right?
Yeah, or a level of insecurity, and he needs to say it. He needs to lobby because they're giving him a lot of money, and they want him to plow.
But that's recruiting is lobbying. It's selling.
Yeah,
it's salesman. It's that type of stuff that you have to do all the time.
We're all done. We're out of time. Scotty G and the coach are next, right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Van. This is 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, holding to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing it goes, squeeze it till it's scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear enough we can ride in the sky.
Hey, let's get it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off the show. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. And hey, no beating around the bush. Let's get right to it. He is the athletic director of Utah State University, Cameron Walker, kind enough to hang out with us. Cam, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're great. You know what? You miss these conversations. We used to talk all the time. Now it's the off season. You're like, you know what? It just doesn't feel right if we're not chopping it up every now and then, right?
Yeah, I've thought about even just calling you at home so that we could have a discussion.
Open invitation. I'll have the barbecue coming. You bring the family by. We'll have some ribs. We'll make a night out of it.
Sounds good.
Hey, there's so much going on right now. July 1st is going to be here before you know it. The Pac-12, it's a new era. New coaching staff for basketball, for football, obviously getting ready for camp. What's this time of year like for you specifically as an institution, making the transition from last season and making the preparation to next year, and then throwing in the new conference into the whole thing as well?
Yeah, traditionally this time of year, I think everybody thinks it slows down, but it's really the time to gear up because you get back after July 4th and it's on. And so this is really the time where lots of plans for FY27, most of us are on that fiscal year, not to bore everybody to death. But so like you're finishing up budget for this year and tightening everything and seeing where everything landed, but then also doing tons of projections, tons of planning. And it's really the time to lay the groundwork for everything you want to accomplish the following year. So it's a really busy time of year. But honestly, it's one of my favorites because I really like this side of what we do.
Cam, you've been all over the place and held a ton of different positions to kind of lead you to this. What's been the biggest surprise? It's been, I guess, 7 months and 1 day since you took over up there. What's been the biggest surprise in that time to you?
It might be that it's been 7 months and 1 day.
Even I think it feels longer than that. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like it's one of those where it feels like probably a year and a half and 6 days all at the same time.
Absolutely.
But, I think that there's been a lot. I'm surprised by something almost every week. I'm usually surprised by something good and something bad all in the same week. But the biggest thing I would say is, if anything, I didn't know that I could be even more bullish on our future and our potential, but I think I am. I just think the sky's the limit, and what our team's been able to do in a short amount of time and get aligned and get organized and accomplish, and the support we've received, especially on the donation side and with ticket sales and sponsors, has really been incredible. And so I'm probably surprised by our ceiling might be higher than I even thought.
The Show Me initiative that you kicked off, I know, is in full swing, and you guys have hit numbers, but obviously there's always more to raise. It was fun being a part of that auction the other night up there in Logan to raise some money as well. But it seems like the momentum certainly is going in the right direction with this campaign.
Yeah, it's been incredible. We've got our highest number of Blue Ace Society members ever. We've got our highest number of Big Blue Club members. I think we've had over 600 new donors since the Show Me campaign kicked off. We've got more sponsors than we've ever had. And, even ticket sales, I think we're almost at 7,000 tickets sold for football. We're at like 6,900, and we sold 6,500 last year. We still have a few months before we play football, so we want to get that number up. We're on pace to probably sell out Spectrum again. So just a ton of positive momentum, a ton of support from the community. It's been really exciting to see in a big time way.
And I'm bringing this up because I think it should be brought up. I know that you probably don't want to talk to it about as much, but you've got skin in the game as well. I know Aggie fans appreciate the donation you and your family made.
Yeah, we just felt like it was the right thing to do. We're in this for the long haul. That's why we did a significant 5-year pledge. Want to be a member of the Blue Ace Society. And Heather and I and our family just felt like we're here, and we want to be where our feet are, and we want to support this initiative. And I think it's hard to go out and ask other people, just me as a person. It's hard for me to come to someone and ask them to contribute if I'm not contributing. And so we felt like we needed to do our part and pull our weight in this initiative.
I don't think you're actually an AD at Utah State till you hire a basketball coach, and that's unfortunately been pretty common lately. But the great thing is you've knocked it out of the park each and every time. And my feeling is you did it again. I actually coached against Ben and know what he brings. The bio that he has and the good that he's done. But talk about that process and how really it led to Ben.
Yeah, I tried to be very prepared. I love data. I like people that outperform where they've been. I look for outliers in a positive way, and Ben stood out in those ways. Now, then, there's lots of outliers that stand out that you can't get, and I candidly didn't know that I could get Ben, but had a really good conversation with his agent. We talked about the vision I had for the program, and he said, I think we might have a chance. And we got on the phone with Ben, and Ben was interested. And so we set up an interview. What stood out to me with Ben, though, despite all of his resume, despite everything he's done and how long he was able to do it, that's not an easy place to win. But he did it and did it consistently, but was the fire and competitiveness in him. He was not close to satisfied. And that really stood out to me and was a huge differentiator. When you can get somebody that knows how to do it, but still has that fire, and that fire is burning probably stronger than it ever has in his career, that's really exciting. And I cannot wait. He has been an absolute joy to work with through this offseason. The staff he's put together is incredible. I think it's really well-rounded, and I cannot wait to see what they do, and I hope they are here to do it for a really long time, and I get the feeling they are.
So July 1 coming up very quickly, as we mentioned. What needs to be done to make sure that you hit the ground running for that Pac-12 as you integrate yourself into this conference? As you mentioned several times, it feels like a startup. I know that you got Oregon State and Washington State as the holdovers, but in reality, you're building a conference from scratch. What needs to be done from your standpoint, and do you feel like you're on the trajectory you need to be so that you're ready to go?
Yeah, I feel like from a conference standpoint, we're in a much better position than we were even 3-4 months ago. I think we've made some really good strides, but you're exactly right. I mean, outside of football, which was a 2-team league last year, they didn't have any sports, right? They've been operating, the Oregon State and Washington State had their other sports in the WCC. So it's been very limited in what they've been doing. But I think the nice thing about that is we don't have any bad habits.
Yeah.
We don't that we've done just because the conference does it. It is a blank slate, and we can design this thing the way it needs to be designed for 2026, which is drastically different than where it was even 5 years ago. And so I think there's huge upside, but that leads to a ton of work to do. And then from the university side, we've got a lot of work to do. And we're putting in a lot of plans, a lot of aggressive initiatives. We're going to see better competition. We're going to see increased media exposure. We're going to see, just a whole gauntlet of new challenges. That's awesome opportunity for us, though. And I think in order to do that, we have to position ourselves as a leader of this group. I think who we go in as will be who we stay for a while. And that's why I think it's really critical and why we did this Show Me Ramp Up, because we have to be in the top half to top third of resources for each of our teams if we want them to compete. Otherwise, I think you send them into battle unprepared and ill-equipped for what that competition level is going to be like. On the flip side, incredibly exciting. I mean, look at the schedule that will be in our stadium this fall. It's awesome.
You made headlines last week. You got an agreement with BYU to play again in basketball. Having participated in that rivalry, can say as much as the Utah BYU, as much fanfare as that gets, you'll be hard pressed to find more passion in two places when those two teams play. So I'm really happy you're back and playing that. But what was that process like in getting that done?
Yeah, it was. I think we made good strides because, it seemed that it was going to be trickier than probably it was. And I think both sides, to their credit and ours, wanted to get it done. We wanted to find a way that makes sense. Ultimately, the neutral site is an unbelievable thing in 27. But in order to kick it off, we felt like we were willing to go down there. We Coach Jacobson, and I feel the same way. We'll play people anywhere. We're not running from anybody. We want to play tough games. We aren't satisfied with, it's hard for us to complain about being seeded as a 9 seed and then not take tough games on the road when they come up. And so, and it's not just BYU. We're going to New Mexico. We're going to have, we're trying to challenge ourselves. We're going to Memphis. I think they'll be much improved. So we're trying to challenge ourselves. But I think these games from the premier programs in this state are important. And I think they're healthy for the state. I think they increase fandom all the way around. And so I think it's a really good thing for the state. I think it's a really good thing for the sport. And I think it's a really good thing for both Utah State and BYU. So I'm excited. I hope this is the beginning of a long continuation of that. But this will give us a good kind of couple games as a sample size to see.
All right. I'm sure I'm going to get a big old no comment from you on this, but I feel like I have to ask you anyway. Do you feel a certain amount of resolution now that it appears that the mom and dad have made nice and the Pac-12 and the Mountain West can move on after what appears to be that this thing's been settled?
Yeah, my comment on that will be putting back on my lawyer hat, Scotty.
Yes, I know.
My comment on that, I think settlement is good for everybody to move on.
Yes.
Obviously, I wasn't part of the past, but moving on and having that chapter behind us is a positive.
Fair enough. I like it. All right. So when we talk about scheduling for basketball, usually a lot of times the coaches will handle that. ADs handle it for football. A lot of times the staff members will handle it for basketball. But in this day and age, when quad ones are at such a priority, do you feel like you've been more involved in this, especially with the coaching transition as well, than maybe you would in years past?
Yeah. Much more involved and probably even do more to the coaching change than anything. I don't plan to be this involved. Ike was a huge help. Ike's been heavily involved. Our deputy, who's the sport administrator for basketball. Normally you're not as involved in basketball, but Ike really ran down a bunch of games, and him and I have been working on that. And I think that's more due to the coaching change than anything else, but we felt it was important to make sure that didn't fall by the wayside. The other reason that we probably got involved was Pac-12 having less conference teams, we needed more games. And so I felt it was unfair to hire a new coach and be like, hey,
fill it out.
Now go find 20 games. That's just too much to ask for. So we've kind of been more involved, but they are now heavily involved and grabbing the bull by the horns too. And I'm excited that if the schedule comes together how we think it is, it's going to be one heck of a schedule. It already is.
Oh yeah.
We've got a few more in the works.
So that was going to be my next question. Do you feel like you're relatively close? And I know it probably won't be officially announced till August or maybe even a little bit later, but do you feel like you're getting relatively close on it?
Yeah, I think I'm hopeful that this month, and maybe into a couple weeks in June, we can fill out the rest of the non-conference schedule.
When Coach Calhoun parted, there was that kind of a period of time where I was holding my breath because I know how it all works, and there's a couple real important commodities up there, but in Falslev, particularly, and then Templin as well. But you guys did a great job internally managing that period of time and getting those guys back. How big was that for you, and kind of what went into behind the scenes that interim period while the coach was being selected?
It was mission critical for that program, I think. It's really hard in this day and age to reboot and start over completely, those culture pieces. And when you have pieces like that just mean as much and want to be here, I think it's really, really important. Incredibly appreciative of both those guys and what they did to stay. But I also think we were able to because of how we run the process. And the process isn't any different than how we run any coaching search, and that is heavily involve the student athletes and find out what it is that they want and then go out and find the best person for that. And we're fortunate that we got somebody with an incredible resume, but he also checked off all the boxes of the characteristics that the players wanted. And so I think them understanding that, and I told the guys this, listen, I obviously want to like the coach. I work with the coach closely, but I don't spend nearly as much time with him as they do. The people that really have to like the coach is our players. And obviously with those two, that was really important. So glad it all worked out, but incredibly grateful to those guys and their commitment to being Aggies.
Had a chance to catch up with Manny Martins, your soccer coach. I know that Coach Brooks on your basketball team has really assembled a fun roster going into next year, your women's basketball team. But I asked Manny if from an NIL standpoint, does he feel like he can be competitive? And he said, absolutely, yes. He said, we're as competitive as anybody in the conference right now. And this was not an on-air conversation. It was just, us chatting it up at that auction. And I thought that was really cool because obviously men's basketball and football can be the front porch of your university. But the fact that you've got a women's basketball coach that's had some key signings and your soccer coach is saying, hey, we're as competitive as anybody else in terms of NIL shows the progress Utah State's made in that regard.
Yeah, and it goes back to, we're not able to do that without commitment from a lot of donors. We need continued commitment so we can sustain it. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. We don't just want to be, a such and such factory. We want to be a dynamic university, and that involves having a dynamic athletic department. Manning's competitive. He wants to win. All of our head coaches are in that boat. We want to keep our head coaches. The way we do that is we resource them at a high level so they can chase championships. And I think that, if we had a checkers team, I'd be trying to figure out how we get them some NIL. We got better checkers players than everybody else. So we want to be elite at everything we do. I think we can do that. And certainly Manny's proven that he can have a highly competitive soccer team up here. But, I don't think that's an anomaly. We've seen it up here in volleyball. We've seen it in gymnastics. We just went undefeated in men's tennis. There's a lot of opportunities to be great at a lot of things up here, and we want to excel at each and every one of those.
All right. Before I let you go, I always love just picking your brain on the landscape of college athletics. So this isn't a question. This is a statement. 74, do we really need it? I mean, were you on board with the expansion of the tournament?
I'm trying to think how I describe on board.
Not that you have a choice, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind adding. The number of teams have increased such that, I look at it this way. NFL, what percentage is making the postseason? And what percentage stay relevant and in the hunt longer because that percentage make the postseason? I don't necessarily think we can all get into format and structure and things like that. I don't have an issue with the number of the teams. I think the number of the teams up is probably a good thing. We'll see how it plays out and how we structure it and whether we got it right. But I do think more teams being in the hunt longer, and it would be the same for CFP or whatever, more teams being in the hunt longer, I think is really, really good. When your team's out of it 3 weeks in, that's really, really hard. And when your team's out of it in basketball before you ever hit conference play, that's really, really hard. And so I think having opportunities and more things where teams get in, I think is a positive. I think we have to make sure we do it the right way, though, so that we don't ruin or dilute the product.
Love it. Hey, we appreciate your time as always. Thanks for hanging out, and look forward to catch up with you again here very soon as we get a little closer to July 1.
Yeah, no, and it might be sooner, especially if that rib invitation's on the table.
Done and done. We just plan on coming down to Bountiful. We'll do it upright.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Cam.
There he is. Cam Walker, new athletic director. Well, I say new. He's been on the job for half a year. But
7 months and 1 day.
7 months and 1 day. How about that with the math?
Well, it was easy because it was the 21st of September. So I just had to count on my big fingers and add 1 day.
Wow. He added. He got hired on the, do you remember, the 21st day of September?
There you go. That's probably a good omen, too, because that was a hit.
That's a great song.
I think he's going to be a hit up there. It's palpable how much he cares. And, you hear I have some friends on the coaching staff and the basketball up there already and talking up there to those guys. And, the support is there, certainly from the community, from the administration. And I'm with him, man. I think the Seedling and the new league, Seedling's going up in Logan.
1026, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll get back to the NBA Finals. Game 2 went pretty much the way we thought it would. We'll break down the Knicks and the Cavs next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
It's time for the 40th anniversary Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Competing in over 50 sports statewide. Join the opening ceremony festivities on Friday, June 5th. Register today at utahsummergames.org.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you remember when it was like September?
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, a little Earth, Wind, and Fire, one of my all-time favorite songs. And it's a little sentimental for me because when I was producing DJ and PK, there would always be that point in the morning where PK would either get bored or he'd get tired or, because he was still covering, BYU. And so if ever I felt like a lull with PK, I would come back and play this song as a bumper, and it would, bam, it was like Uma Thurman getting that shot in Pulp Fiction. It just, bam, he was ready to go again. So
It's just like right to the veins.
That is a great visual. Now I'm picturing you taking that big needle over a red dot you just drawn in on his chest. Bam!
And all of a sudden, just boom, comes alive. Let's go.
My sister brought this record home back in. She got it like Sam Goody Records.
Oh, yeah.
Those places.
Musicland.
Musicland. I used to love going in there.
Oh, yeah.
Checking out the album art and trying to pick the weird ones. But she brought that record home, and I was introduced to Earth, Wind, and Fire probably about 10. And, yeah, that's select. That's very select. Those musicians are impeccable. Anything with horns.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm a sucker.
You got me with the horns.
Yeah. I even today, if there's a little background trumpet, I'm like, yep, you got me. I'm in. Let's go.
Guilty as charged.
Yep. All right. Cleveland. Yep. They're done. It breaks your heart a little bit, but.
Well, can we go back to the guys who said we don't pick anything right? Like, we've called every playoff game entire series. So
what more do you want?
I think he was talking about me.
You personally?
Me prior to you.
Oh, okay.
Because your charismatic brilliance.
Hey, the press release said it was yours.
Are we at a point where we can talk about
Yes,
this on the air?
I think we are, especially on a Friday. I don't know, though. You're not getting a look back.
Come on. It was really funny. It was really funny. And look, what are we going to talk about? Donovan Mitchell flaming out in the playoffs again?
Donovan Mitchell flaming out in the playoffs.
I got a bunch of stuff to talk about at the game. We can do that, too.
All right. So when you got hired, we sent out a press release.
Right. Which I was over the moon. I don't think anybody's ever announced that I was doing business with them.
You didn't get a press release when they hired you?
I'm sure.
And I had a nice little thing that I wrote about Tim, and I asked if you'd like to add anything.
Well, yeah. So
hey, before you say something, I knew I was screwed at BYU when Mark Pope came in, and not only he had a press conference as an assistant. That's when I knew I was in trouble. Go ahead. I didn't have that kind of team behind me.
So Lloyd sends over the quote that KSL wants to put into the press release and said, "Do you want to add to anything on this?" And it was really well done. Like, here's the quote he had. Tim Lacombe brings years of coaching experience and an infectious, positive energy that has helped him build authentic relationships with some of the biggest names in sports.
I wrote that.
Honk it.
That was awesome.
I wrote that.
Well done. Well written.
Beep.
Awesome. So he texts that to me. He's like, anything you want to add to it? And so I added another sentence to it as a joke. And it got put in as the official quote. So it says all that stuff about you. Some of the biggest names in sports. That coupled with the continued charismatic brilliance of Scott Gerard will provide the listener with an incredible show, the likes of which have never been witnessed here in Utah.
So let me set the stage. You know, I'm new, and you guys, since I've been here, at least we've seen some drama. We had a little drama yesterday, in fact.
A little bit, yeah.
And some of it is self-imposed.
And we're gonna have some fun audio next segment.
We sure are.
Yeah, we're gonna do some comparisons.
It's actually a how-to.
A how-to. We're gonna do some comparisons.
Yeah.
We got some how-tos. We're gonna teach Scotty how to host.
But I walk in that very first day on the heels of this press release, knowing that
this
Lloyd's
doesn't seem like
salty.
as much fun as it once was.
Not fun, huh? No. Suddenly it's not so much fun.
I'm not having any fun anymore, guys.
No, not one bit.
But you are so charismatically brilliant. I mean, I find you charismatic and brilliant. Don't you, Lloyd?
I have a feeling.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling the next segment isn't going to be quite as complimentary.
Maybe not.
We got to tweet that.
Perfect. What you may
press
have missed
release
segment.
Yeah.
All right. Cavs, they're done.
Well, the Cavs are, here. Let me just back up. So if we take last game into account, like they were playing their best basketball. That Game 7 against Detroit was the best basketball game I've seen the Cavs play all year. They were playing for each other. They were rallying to the ball. Their defense was as good as it could be. I mean, they definitely cleaned up for each other. And then Donovan played one of those games. He had 8 assists and really moved the ball, got guys going. And they built on that. And then 7:52 left and the game happened. And you know what's tough is Kenny backed it up after the game in the press conference. after game one and said, hey, this is one of the best isolation defenders the world's ever seen. And he had a night to think about it. And yesterday at shoot-around, he was interviewed again.
Doubled down.
And he doubled down. Well, I'm going to say he tripled down because James Harden played 32 minutes last night, which is third on the team in minutes played. He had 18 points on 6 of 15 shooting. He did make 3 threes and got to the line 3 times. His plus-minus, Scotty, the worst on the team, minus 22. And so he backed, this guy is rolling it out there with James Harden. And if you go watch the clips, when Brunson, he made 7 field goals. When he got on Harden, it was mission accomplished, and he went and scored the bucket. So this one, I hate to say, and I'm actually going to remove Kenny from a little bit of the blame. I had no idea what they were doing when they acquired him. It made no sense.
Yeah.
Because this is what I saw. They're going to get into the playoffs with James Harden, Donovan Mitchell as their guards, and they're not going to be able to stop anybody.
Yeah.
And so I guess part of the blame, front office. And then Kenny, man, you had it. You had the money. All you had to do was leave before the vault shut.
22-point lead. Just get out of there. All you had to do. All you had to do.
Yeah, they're done. We called that a blowout.
Yep.
And the Cavs did show up. They led after one. They kept it close until that 18-0 run. And the 18-0 run was very reminiscent of the comeback. So I think they have the code. Going back to Cleveland, you do get a little mojo, you do a little momentum, but I don't think this team wants it.
No.
I get the sense Donovan's limping. He limps more as the games get distant. I just worry about their psyche, and we talked about that yesterday. So basically everything we talked about yesterday happened.
Donovan, as you mentioned, 26 points, got to the free throw line 9 times, 8 of 9, 4 rebounds. But at the end of the day, he's minus 8. But as long as you have James Harden at minus 22 and Jared Allen at minus 20, you're going to have a hard time. Our boy Sammy didn't have a great night shooting, 0 of 7 from 3. But honestly, this is a Cleveland Cavalier team where when you start peeling it back, you start to see the issues that they're dealing with. And it was pretty easy to see these are the issues. You get exposed,
Absolutely.
And these moments will either, what's the old line, will either give you exposure or get you exposed. And right now, Cleveland's getting exposed for their inefficiencies. You can't hide that backcourt of Mitchell and Harden in the playoffs. It's just not going to happen.
No, it's too easy to get a matchup favorable. If you run offense, bring the right guys to the ball, space the floor properly, and that's really what New York's figured out. Brunson's definitely feeling it now, and you got to give the dude credit because he does have the ball a ton. He does, shoot the ball a ton. His usage rate is high, but his teams win. His teams win in the playoffs, and his plus-minus last night was a plus 18 while he was out there on the floor. So kudos to Brunson, and kudos to the Knicks. They do look like a team that is really destined to get to the finals, and they get the advantage of those other two teams beating the crap out of each other. So that is they get the other two teams coming in. One of those teams is going to be softened a little bit and fatigued.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps more than the Knicks, who could sew this up in 4.
Honestly, if I'm the Knicks and I'm going back to Cleveland, you have to take that into consideration, right? Deep down, you don't want to say it publicly, but deep down, you've got this series.
They're done.
Yeah. So don't do a gentleman's sweep. Just finish it. Just be done and rest up as much as you possibly can because, yes, you're going to get a softened team out of the West, but number 2, you will get a team that will throw haymakers, and you yourself need to be rested as much as possible going into that thing.
The other thing the Knicks have going for them, Mike Brown's their coach this year. They don't have all that tread off the tires that Tibbs. Tibbs did not play his bench much at all, and so guys were logging 45, 46 minutes a night in these playoffs. So these guys are playing for a guy who now kind of gives them their breaks. I think they're in a really good rhythm. And the other thing is they have that connection, that Hart Bridges, Brunson, Villanova connection is so cool. And so it's just fun to see a new team kind of make their run, and the New York fans will certainly rally like it's 1999.
Nice. Can't go wrong with a little Prince on the show.
No, and that was the last time they got there.
Yep, 1999. And New York's going to be rocking. It's going to be fantastic, and that atmosphere has been great. And the one thing, there'll be games where you got the celebrity sideline, and it's just people that want to be seen. There's a good chunk of those Knicks fans that are celebrities that are actually in this thing.
Oh, they're in it. Like, come on, Spike Lee. Spike Lee's paid more for seats than I've made in my whole life, just in his seat spending.
Probably more than I've made in my whole life just on what he spent this year.
That's true. But you imagine, he's been sitting in that seat as long as I've been around.
Do you think he's still paying for it, or they're just like, oh, you're an institution, just go ahead and take it?
It's Dolan. I imagine he's taking every dollar.
Dolan's getting his.
Yeah, he ain't giving anybody anything.
Yeah.
Except for a ticket out of the building if you say something bad about the Knicks.
I just, the one thing that I hate about the Knicks is that I don't think Dolan deserves what's going on right there.
No. But, karma's a nasty thing, so part of it may be getting his heart stomped out in the finals, right? Maybe that would be his karma. But right now, the Knicks, they're gonna win the East, and that was a debate all year long. Boston got thrown back in with Tatum coming back so quickly and looked so good, but they're well-rounded. They can shoot it. They definitely worked together last night. 32 assists by the Knicks. So a team that plays together and they play hard. So that's why they're having success.
1044, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so since I do not know what's coming up next segment, Lloyd, do you want to tease what's coming up next? I mean, I would like to tease what we've got going on. Oh, yeah, Coach, go ahead.
I've got a little. So basically what, you get on YouTube, the way I learned to play guitar, is just fiddling around with how-to videos. And so sometimes we feel like it's probably necessary to do some on-the-job training on different aspects of our job. I need to work on certainly my delivery with clients and things like that. But I think today is about how to get rid of a guest. Without throwing your producer.
How to properly close out an interview.
Without throwing your producer completely under the bus.
And the good thing is this is actually with the same interviewee.
Yeah, we have audio examples, and I think they'll be helpful to you.
Okay. All right. Well, look, hey,
it'll be helpful.
I was in a meeting this morning, and the person I was in a meeting with, he was like, okay, we're going to address a couple things, and I'm like, you know what? I got thick skin. All right. Just we don't need to sugarcoat it. Just tell me. It's all good. No worries.
Did you take it okay?
I took it okay.
What was it? Hey, you got to find a new co-host.
Right, your talent acquisition skills are not great.
Yeah,
it wasn't the co-host. It was the producer.
That co-host of yours is really starting to question.
And my response was, well, Lloyd was the one that actually, pulled the trigger on that.
I mean, Lloyd was clamoring to hire the guy. We had to hold him back.
1045, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
It seems like there's a little more buzz out there about the Jazz possibly trading up because they love A.J. DiBonsa. Absolutely do not do it. Because I think both players are going to be good. Mm-hmm. It's one of those win-win type scenarios. But if there is a wrong decision to be made, Washington's going to make it.
Sure.
Whoever falls to the Jazz is going to be the better of the two. I would almost bet on it.
I don't think there's a lot of value in the Jazz feeling like they should go nuts to get up to that number 1 overall pick. If the picks are that close, why are you giving up a ton to get there? And then if they're not close and there's a major drop-off from number 1 to number 2, why would Washington trade it? Washington needs that guy. They think there's a superstar at 1 and only an okay player at 2, and the Jazz are trying to get out of that spot. Why would the Wizards do that? I don't think the logic actually adds up.
Don't be the sucker. Let Washington pick the guy that they want to pick. And honestly, if Jazz gets stuck, quote-unquote, with Darren Peterson, who cares? He's a great player.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know how I celebrate a holiday weekend? I go to my freezer. I grab a bunch of Bar W steaks. I put them in the fridge so they can slowly thaw out. And by the time Saturday, Monday rolls around, those suckers are going to be ready for the grill, and we are going to eat well coming up this weekend. And Bar W beef, if you have not tried the steaks yet, if you've not tried the ground beef, if you haven't tried the roast yet, I highly suggest you go to barwbeef.com and load up. Let's get you taken care of.
Well, I am so glad they had a pop-up event earlier this week that we were able to attend down in Spanish Fork, and we had so many of our listeners show up. There were lines during the 4 hours. It was great. So they moved a ton of beef, which tells me that people have tried the beef, Scotty. You try it, and you definitely notice the difference. Definitely a homegrown product right here in Utah that you can trace right back to its origin. And I love that about it. And also the fact that it's doing good here in the community for Utah. Bar W beef is the beef that you need to try here in the state of Utah.
BarWbeef.com. So the great thing about Bar W is they understand they've got a great product, and they want to make sure you can access it in multiple ways. First off, I highly suggest you just hop in the car, go down to Nephi off of exit 222. They've got some great Memorial Day specials where you can load up right there. You can also, today from 12 to 2, they will have a pop-up location in Saratoga Springs. Go to barwbeef.com to find the exact location of that. And if you just want to go to the website and have it shipped right to your house, you can do that as well. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at KSLSports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
10:52, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coach figuring out all the things on what to do and what not to do when it comes to sports broadcasting.
Yeah, it's been, much like Cam said, it's just been a deluge of information. And being able to work around talented, charismatic, and brilliant people is always a positive thing when you're going through stuff like that.
One thing we haven't learned is, that Scotty hasn't learned, is don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Yeah, I mean...
Whoa!
Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
How have I been in terms of that?
I think you've been great. You've been solid.
And I've been considerate. I tried to be considerate of you and grateful.
I usually get like a thank you message, which...
He's like, I sent him a thank you after the show, and he said, for what?
I was just like, I don't know what you... I didn't know, because I'm not used to it. I've never gotten thank yous before.
Oh, stop it.
I've never gotten thank yous before.
That is not true.
No. And it's okay. It's my job. It's my job to set up guests and stuff like that. Help build a show.
Hey, this is not a time to rip you down, Scotty. I don't want you to start feeling
Are
you feeling down over there?
Down. It actually is a time to rip him down right now, because we are going to rip him down.
Well, the thing that I like is he's searching his text chat for a thank you.
Thank you.
He is searching for a thank you.
He actually is.
Good luck with that. And I'd like to hear what the date is.
He's back about 8 months.
8 months? I highly doubt that.
All right, we're back through May, but there's going to be one pops up here eventually.
Not. There isn't.
Yeah, stop it. There is. We'll find some.
Okay.
Hey, you keep looking.
While you do that,
let's
actually, you want to set these up? Come on, be a professional. Let's set these up. I put a little clip on here.
Oh, okay. I thought this was between you two.
No,
I'm sorry.
no. You're a part of this. We're helping you learn.
Well,
you're still the lead here.
All right, so here we go.
Hey, they told me I was the lead. What the crap?
Yeah. Number one.
Oh, wait, I'm
number
just
two.
kidding.
All right, so apparently this is my close with David Locke yesterday that Lloyd got all kind of hurt. Got his feelings hurt about.
Hey, don't turn it into this. Got hurt.
Look,
Stop.
The only reason
Don't
we're talking about this is you got your Phil Bads hurt.
Don't do this.
The audio's
you know what you did was wrong.
Hey, the audio, much like the film, the audio doesn't lie.
The eye in the sky never lies. Lloyd's giving us the signal. We got to let you go, David. Appreciate it.
That's good to cut off good content just for the sake of it. That's good. That's the way to go, Lloyd.
Way to go, Lloyd. I mean, that was tough. I will admit.
Now, that's between you and Locke. That's not between me. I'm just saying, Lloyd, our
but you
producer.
Set that up. No, you can easily just go, just throw it to break. You've done a million times.
No, he would have steamrolled
David,
right through me. He needed somebody with authority to listen to be like, oh, okay, the boss man says that. All right, then it's time to wrap it up.
You knew exactly what you were doing.
That's what Scotty needs
more
around. He needs more authority around here.
Yeah, you need to flex a little bit more.
Hey, there's one dude wearing a sport coat in here that attends meetings regularly. That's you, Mr. Important.
So he, of course, he joins DJ and PK every Friday.
Yeah.
And always has glowing praise of them always to start the show. And this is how DJ closed it.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, bye.
Boom. Done. What a pro. Pro's pro. That's how you do it. That's how you close it.
Okay,
Thank you, David.
You need to go back and pull.
Thank you, David.
Pull all of the times where I said, "All right, David, time to wrap up," and he just keeps going. He just keeps going.
There was one time before.
Yeah.
No. You could still handle it. You can still close it.
I know, but he doesn't respect me. He respects you.
No,
this is a compliment
obviously.
for you. This is a compliment to you. Appreciate it.
That's good to cut off good content just for the sake of it. That's good. That's the way to go, Lloyd.
He's
Way to go, Lloyd. That's my favorite part of it.
Don't think I actually hear any respect in there.
Coach, from a coaching standpoint, and I tell my kid this too. You want, if the coach is still invested in you, he's going to yell at you. It's when they stop yelling at you is when you have a problem.
That's right.
See?
But
I think he has nothing but respect. He's just coaching you up. That's
so
all.
what we're learning is you just still don't take any responsibility. I got you. You're like my kids. That's awesome. Nice. No responsibility whatsoever.
I'm just saying.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying that I was trying to expedite the process as quickly as possible. I knew that Locke would trust your judgment, or at least listen to your judgment more than mine. It was more an indicative of how he thinks of me as opposed to you. I'm down here. and you're way up here.
Well, damn, where does that put me?
Oh, you're above all of us.
Yeah, that's
No, I'm down here. I'm looking down.
Lloyd, did he ask you for your draft board? He didn't ask me for my draft board.
No, didn't ask me for my draft board.
He said, Coach, what's your draft board look like? He didn't care about our opinions on that. He cared about Coach, so we know where Coach stands with him. Coach could have said, "Hey, David, time to wrap up," and he would have been like,
"By the way, you could do no wrong."
Maybe
in
that's
David's eyes.
maybe that's the way we handle it from now on.
We'll let you wrap it up.
I'll try the. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, bye.
That sounded like a guy that was done too. Like David was done with that. David wasn't done with us yesterday.
He was just getting into.
Well, it also didn't help that you guys were late getting to the interview.
I don't recall that.
We were late because we went long with the guest before, so we were late getting into it.
Who was the guest before? I forgot.
I don't even remember.
I can tell you.
Who do we have?
It was a good conversation.
It's Friday.
It was
about college. It was.
No, it wasn't McMurphy because McMurphy was at 12.
It was Heath.
Yeah, it was Heath Schroyer.
Oh, that's who it was.
We had Heath on the video line. Come on.
Well, either way, so we got to David late.
Yeah.
And you get to where, we still went 16 minutes with David.
And remember, David didn't answer his phone for like the first 4 minutes.
This is true. This is true. He didn't. But you still could have closed it better.
I think the thing I love most
Thank
about
you, David.
Heath,
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
The thing I loved most about Heath's deal was the Darth Vader. Now I close my eyes and envision staff meetings with Darth Vader music playing. And then Ed Ogeron walks in. And then Kim Mulkey in feathers. And then our guy
and Will Wade as the guy with the boombox in front of him.
Wade's got his wallet out and he's got cash going, I'll make you a deal.
John Buck joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, America First Credit Union, great partners of ours, but they're partners with everybody. And that's what I love about America First Credit Union is their community outreach. Because whether it's a high school game or a Major League Soccer game or an NBA or an NHL game, America First Credit Union is here to help you and support our community. Now, here's how they're really going to help you out. Right now, it's that time of year. You're looking for a new ride or you've got a graduate, you want to purchase them a new vehicle, and you want to help them out with their credit. How about this? Auto loan rates now as low as 4.9%. That's right. You can get an incredible 4.99% rate and no payments for 90 days. So how about this? You set up your graduate, you set up a kid that's just off a mission, whatever the case might be. They're looking for a nice ride to get into and start the next chapter of their life. Or you yourself want your dream car. Well, you can get an incredible low rate at 4.99%, and you don't have to make a payment for 90 days. Imagine what you could do with those 3 months of payments. You could save it up for a little bit of a slush fund. You can put it towards credit card debt, whatever you want to do with it, it is yours, because as soon as those 90 days end, there's no balloon payment. It just goes to your normal payment at 4.99%. It's a great opportunity for you to save money on the vehicle that you love or a vehicle you can hook somebody else up with. Apply today for that rate. Additionally, that 90 days of no payment is only going to be available for a limited time. Visit a branch, apply online, americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, "They won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to." It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Great event coming up. It's a really great opportunity with Major League players and former Major League players coming to Salt Lake City. It's called In the Open. It's a player-led roundtable to bring together, again, former players, military members, first responders, to have an honest conversation about mental wellness. It's going to take place at the ballpark at America First Square in Salt Lake City. It is open to the public. And joining us now, John Buck, kind enough to hang out with us, former Major League player. John, how you doing?
I'm awesome. Thanks for having me in, fellas, to spread the news about my initiative. So thank you.
So what was the genesis of this? How did this start, and how did you get involved? Because I think it's an absolutely incredible program.
Yeah, well, the original, the name In the Open, I had a brother who was he was one of the first Utah blue chip All-American football players, and he actually committed suicide. And I was back in Taylorsville. I had just gotten drafted. I went off, and I was told not to really talk. One, our education about mental health and suicide and stuff. So I was prepared. I didn't understand. I was just told not to talk to these hurting teens, and I didn't know how. Then I went and had a career for about 4 or 5 years into it. Mom fell to mental health, suicide as well, and kind of having those struggles. So at this time, I was around the finest sports psychologist minds and had access to this. And so being able to learn what I learned, gone through what I'd gone through, and then have it happen to my mom again, I was seeing some patterns and things. I have family and friends who are military first responders here in the state of Utah. So when I retired and came into retirement, it was kind of, what am I going to do with my life? My big why is I would really like to get in the open this thing. If you look at the statistics of suicide rate with our first responders and also our military, with the current status and affairs of the world going on, they need attention. They need help with financial services with their mental health. And how do we get that to them? How do we create more engagement? I said, hey, I can do something with that. When it was all this stuff with, getting funds pulled for them for these type of services, I said, hey, I can do something. John Ashby, who was the Jazz Bear, he and I were a good friend as I was kind of transitioning off the field. He said, hey, I can help you get going. I started doing 2 years ago, did stuff called Level Up Performance, where I started doing mental health services through state grants, giving these men and women, first responders, mental health services, kind of tabling hitting, using hitting pre-game, in-game, post-game, and how I evaluate, develop a well-defined approach, which is my approach, how much the ego takes over and how easy it is to help realign their flight or flight system, if you will. And the last 2 years I've been doing that. And then I think Huntsman Mental Health Foundation said, hey, you're doing a really good thing and having a lot of interaction, a lot of show up. We're looking for more engagement. I said, well, I'm looking to try to table this conversation that's been burning in me since my brother and my mom. And sorry, emotional, but they stepped up and said, let's create a game so we can intelligently table this conversation so we can make a difference. And what a blessing. They've showed up. They showed up in a way that's meant a lot to me, my family, from a lot of hurt where you don't know what to do. You don't know what to say or how to say it. And so them stepping up, being able to help me say it in a way where I feel comfortable putting on a game for first responders. And here we are. And it's all because of them to make it available to give these services and then create this game on June 13th.
It's awesome to hear that and to hear obviously your passion for it. It's such a worthwhile cause and something's needed. Obviously, I know on the men's side, we all want to make sure that everything, we got it under control. And there are some times, I left coaching 6 years ago. And I've struggled with much of this stuff. You talk about the identity beyond the uniform and how important it is to get people to, create an identity that they can feel comfortable with.
Yeah. I think that was John Ashby. Right? Because I came off the field. Luckily I had a wife who took care of all my money because I wanted to go buy the Lamborghini. The purpose of that purpose of a man that you're saying to take care of it was checked. So this day-to-day thing, I just ran an organization. I was the guy who ran the entire organization. Then I came off the field and I went to fold the towels, and my wife told me, oh, what a terrible job I did. Don't ever fold the towels again. Get out of my laundry room. Wait a minute. I've been running an organization. I can't, I couldn't find my spot. John was able to hey, you have this story. You have this thing. I was with you. I got to see John because he was doing some minor league things, this purple gorilla, and how we became friends as I was going through what I shared you with my mom and my brother. He was there. And it was this part of Utah was out. It was we're on Tulsa, right up against the border somewhere. He's doing this purple gorilla thing. He plops down like John would, right? And he goes, what do you think of the show? I was like, well, that was terrible. You just stole the whole Jazz Bear thing. He goes, I don't tell people this, but I'm the Jazz Bear. Well, I'm I don't tell people I'm from Utah. You stole that. Good thing you're the Jazz Bear. So it was he had this story to tell. He told me, you have this story of Utah to tell of you going out and sharing of the hard things of your brother and things. And he had this way of raising money, the stuff he's done with Carl, the stuff he's done with, the Miller family and the Jazz. Like, he had a good way of doing that. And that, like, being selfless and all the things that he did in his life, that was what I found. And that thing that really, like, I wanted to make a difference in my community. And this thing of mental health is such a black eye of our first responders. Throughout my whole family, from Utah National Guard, where my dad was, up to the U, where he was at, to the VA hospital, to my cousins as police officers here in Utah, to first responder, my wife up at the NIC unit at the University of Utah, and primary children's. Like, they're all here and being affected with mental health. And it felt like the biggest net I could cast to make a difference. And John gave me that purpose of finding my spot in my community, because it's like I didn't know where to affect my community, and that the acts of service was, and in this mental health, it felt good in my soul that I can make a difference with my community, because my brother was that part that needed to have somewhere to talk to or go to, or if he would have had a conversation, maybe it would have been a difference. So John kind of helped plant that seed of, like, let's head in this direction after you're done playing.
I love it. And John Apsey, I don't think we can really calculate the amount of good he did here in Utah and across the country as well. The money that he raised, the amount of times he would show up at events with no cost whatsoever and just absolutely steal the show. And I got to know him quite a bit throughout his time with the Jazz and then later on. And just, you will not find a better human being. He is missed every day. And I hope people can sometime really wrap their arms around the impact that he had on Utah and individuals like you and me and everybody else that he came in contact with. Nobody had a bad experience with John. Nobody could walk away with an experience or a conversation with him or an interaction with him as the Bear and be worse off for it. He made everybody's life better around him.
Maybe the guy with the silly string. But other than that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Other than that guy.
Yeah. Hey, there's a great quote that in the press release that I love, because as an athlete and as a first responder, or just any of us, especially those that are kind of the Gen X population or the older millennials, you had a quote, "We were taught to play through the pain. We weren't always taught how to talk about it." And look, it's a badge of honor for somebody to play, with a dislocation or a sprained MCL or a sprained ACL, and everybody talks about, the pain that we go through. But in reality, we need to talk about it, and especially if you're playing through the pain of mental illness, you got to find a way to share. My wife just recently got her master's. She's a therapist, and it's really opened my eyes in how much the male demographic really needs help in this regard.
Yeah, I think we're starting to get smarter, because we're understanding your body's taking score. Whether you want to or not, it's taking score. Your body can take so much stress. So learning how to cope with that is one of the skill sets. I think getting it in the open is done so. But as performers or operators, sometimes we conceal to protect the ones around us and things. And us as men, we inherently do that, as you just brought up. So I think being able to table that conversation as kind of those guys, really there was an example. Bo Jackson, and I just sat there and watched him about 6 months ago, and he sat in front of all the minor leagues in Kansas City, and I got to have my two kids standing next to me, and he talked about how we need to step forward and talk about the uncomfortable things about our health. Our bodies are how we make money. And he was talking to the whole room of minor leaguers in the Kansas City organization. I think he was going from team to team that he played with to talk about, if he didn't speak up and pay attention to his prostate cancer at the time, doing those things that don't feel comfortable, and mental health, he talks about being one of those that he addressed the minor leaguers. We need to take the responsibility, because we are the elite in this arena of sports. And he was addressing the minor leaguers, saying, you're going to be the next men who are me, the Bo Jacksons in the world. You need to listen to me and hear me. Bo Jackson would not be here if I did not have that conversation. if I didn't go have that checkup on my prostate, if I didn't go talk about how I was handling what I was carrying around, knowing I was doing this with all this awesome opportunity. And so when he was telling me that, and I knew I was getting ready to do this game, and the media and the things, it's not my favorite. I don't like to go out and do these things. And it's the thing I was dreaded about, but it is that. And that's kind of why we put it in the open, is let's go sit here and talk about it. Because you saw, it hits me emotionally. I started crying. I tried to prep myself before here, but it hits you. And to say that isn't real, that pain isn't there, it's hard to face and do it. But that's kind of what Bo was saying. We got to have the responsibility to go out there and say it and have this, because it is something that can be addressed. And everything that I wish my brother would have learned, everything that I got to learn and be around the greatest minds with Jim Fannin, Tony Robbins, Brian Kane, these names that are around the baseball right now, they're around this game because it's a negative game taught by negative people wanting positive results. Just like a hitting coach, I need a coach for that. Like you go in the Hall of Fame if you're the best at sucking in our game. So it lends itself to, like, if you're a cop, that's about what a cop's job. I just described a cop's job, because they're not allowed to have a bad day, whether they just got done being shot at and then turn around and then the lady heard a noise in her backyard. He has to perform on both of those one right after another. And that's a skill set that where we can share, and that's mental performance. And being able to table that makes it feel safe that they're already operators because of this. It makes it safe to like table that with sports to say, hey, we're the same. This human operating system needs love and attention, and your body keeps score. And there's ways that you can, like, yeah, you're maybe damaged right now, but that damage will be so much farther on the good side if you fall forward the right way, like a ball player, pregame, in-game, post-game. Why did Verlander punch me out? And I went to bed filing in my head, not that I punched out and I saw, but that I saw myself hitting Verlander's bomb to right center, not the nasty one he punched me out in front of 40,000 people, but I went to bed as if I hit that thing. Like, what are we doing there? And some of those tricks are very special tools that if they did it in the daily lives of what these, I mean, I'm going up to Hill Air Force Base and I couldn't come in because I'm going up there to do it with these men. We know the missions out at Hill Air Force Base they're running in our current affairs. They need to think about hitting this ball to right center. They need to get away with their fight or flight system. And I know baseball, I don't care what arena it is, being in the zone or flow state, it's special. And being able to do that and get away and have your mind there, I think that's mental health, as your wife is learning to be singular in thought and flooding our minds with what we want and not what we don't want. And I think with the state of the world and social media and things, it will perpetuate us in a state of like panic and angst. And there's a reason our sports psychologists tell us don't turn on Instagram, Twitter, and stuff after a game. Go to your own mind, file down what you believe, because that is what's real. And I think we get trapped in the other cycle.
I think it's important to note, our listeners, obviously you prepped at Taylorsville High School, but you had a lengthy major league career, 11 years, 7 teams. It was interesting to me that you broke in with Kansas City and instantly had to go in and catch behind the injured Benito Santiago, who was incredible at that job. What was that like, those that first stint and kind of the confidence issues that you dealt with?
You brought in Benito. So I said, hey, come look at this. I made my mom take a picture of the poster on the San Diego poster. He had like the bazooka.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a baseball guy, John. Yep.
I was on my wall as I got to take his position.
Wow.
Like, it was kind of like so real. It doesn't seem real, right? And so like to be friends with that guy that you would wake up in the morning and be like, I want to be like you. It's just so real. And so and also learning how my uncle played football at Nebraska. At Nebraska, they had this thing, they were a class called psycho-cybernetics, right? And how you plan things in your mind and stuff. They were also told to go do ballet. Study movement, understand your movement and where your mind goes. So my mom said, all right, okay, David Burke, let's go play. And he played at Layton High School because he was at my grandfather with Hill Air Force Base. So from that, I went and did gymnastics, and then also got into mental skills and would listen to these psycho-cybernetics tapes of pre-game, in-game, post-game, and rehearsal of gymnastics routines. I'm dyslexic. I can barely read, but I would remember guys how they would get in the box by patterns and rehearsal, just because I think the way my brain was. And I would learn different. And learning how to do those and sharing those, it played really well in the world of calling a game and pre-game, in-game, and post-game, because I was able to get Zach Greinke when he had anxiety to be like narrow down to flood your mind with game plan, because I know singular in his mind with that, he's gangster. He would tell me these things. I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then block this ball on the front corner of this thing. And I was like, all right, Zach, you weirdo. And he would do it on a degree that he would hit the black on the plate like, oh, it's there. And if I didn't block it, he'd be like, I told you it was there. Why were you not? So he would see these things, and I would see this mental rehearsal work on like a unicorn like that, and then have other people come through that do this, and the zone is the zone. And being able to relay that and how I felt that. And then having my own kids come into the world as I learned this stuff, and I felt like I had the answer that I didn't give to my mom and my brother. So I started applying it to my pitching staff. I started applying it to my own life of seeing, all right. And then I had a brain injury where I got the yips, the thing. You guys ever heard of the thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I had the yips, and it was shortly after the All-Star game. So knowing these things that I worked in mental health, it was like I had to lean into this and like be humble enough, go talk to the mental skills coach and work my way back off a prefrontal cortex injury that I knew what was going on. And I would go to throw the ball back and it would hit me. So it was like this mental health injury that I got to learn through and work through after I already got buy-in that I know my mom and brother didn't do it the correct way. So I had this really strong push to say, pay attention to this mental health stuff, because even though you're not performing where you're at, you can get better. And there was who I'm actually partners now with. His name is Ryan Harrison. He was Slow the Game Down. If you see guys performing now, you'll see they take their hats off and they'll look in their hats, or they'll look at something. They got these dots in there, and what it does is it focuses your eyes in. And what you do is it pulls this 3D thing in. And if I'm worried and panicked about, say, Verlander, because I brought it up for the sake of conversation, if I'm worried about he might throw that my front shoulder and this and that, I won't be able to focus that dot in, right? I won't be able, my eyes can't do that because I'm not seeing clear thought. So I've learned to be able to tap into that when my flight or flight is going. So if I teach them that they can tap into that, then it's like, hey, here's your operating system. This is what's going. Here's your malfunctions. Because these men and women, the reason that they're there already as first responders because they were good at this that I was good at. So I'm tabling this thing as operators. We're the unicorns. We are the 1%ers. I just decided I was a giant kid that's dyslexic, couldn't read. But you were this guy to be able to decipher these things and put these puzzles, and then socially be able to handle humans this way, really, the cops. And so now when they go into their own arena, and I do it at the hitting lesson, and then they actually go to the area where they're doing it with like your wife, that's the psychiatrist or the therapist, or they actually understand which one they need. Because they're saying my operating system, I'm feeling this, or I'm not intellectually processing it this way, or I'm emotionally just reacting to this. So, and it's as simple as this in our events. How many times have we had the ball on the tee? I hit 8 awesome ones, the top right of the cage going right center. I roll over this next one. Oh, you dumbass. Immediately, immediately emotion. My ego shows up. I just hit 8 bullets to the back right, emotion and ego shows up, spirals me. So when they see that, and then I say, hey, where do you do this on your operation when you're operating? When you're breaching a room, you're doing this, and then have them do that. And then I say, that's mental health. How quick can you pull out of it? That's mental health. Now take it back. When do you take that in the first 90 seconds when you enter your home? Because I know I took some 0 for 4s out on Brooke. And luckily I had a wife. That was a softball player.
So true.
Come over here with it. I didn't make you slide at that slide. Luckily she threw it back at me. But, I would do that emotionally. But it's easy and fun to laugh at there. But it
does take its toll.
It's not an 0 for 4.
Yeah.
They let their mate down. And where I'm going here in about 20 minutes, I'm getting goosebumps. I let my country down. Like, that's heavy.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's like. And if we can table that where in that bat where they can feel that and the mechanism feel it, let them work it out with the professionals. That's all I'm doing. And that's all this kind of putting it on the table is helping them kind of feel and see. And that's where it's like, whether it was me helping Zach get through the social anxiety and performance and do that, or helping a first responder get over, like, when I showed up, this body was this way, and I can't get it out of my head.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's do this. Zach, I did this. So-and-so, I did this. Matt Harvey, I did this. Put yourself, you're this operator. They do the work, they see it. And then it's funny because I think because it's sports helps them, like, put themselves in this human operation system. It's like, all right, I can go get better at this in this area because I did it with baseball, or now you're seeing people do it with pickleball, or, whatever their arena is. And I think it's that we sometimes lose. Like, why do we stop being playful as kids? Why do we stop our sport? So a lot of times that's the medicine.
John Beck joining us. Remember the event coming up June 13th. And remember, there's going to be, obviously, the roundtable conversation on mental resilience is in the morning. Then you've got a Pro-Am baseball games honoring military members and first responders. You'll have police versus firefighters, Hill Air Force Base versus Utah National Guard. You don't think those guys are competitive. Yeah, there's going to be... They're going to lay it out on the line. And then after all of this, you'll have a screening of The Sandlot, which is awesome. Admission completely free. And I can't wait. And, it's fun that you're out there at that park because I know the Millers have the initiative of trying to bring Major League Baseball to Utah, Big League Utah. And, John, we got to find a way to make this happen.
Yeah. I got my Big League Utah hat on. I don't know if you can see it. I have my Big League Utah hat on. I think this just kind of shows the type of family and organization the Millers are. I know one of the topics, Major League Baseball, because I've been speaking on mental health. I think my organic story and what I'm doing, me being as a player, it happened why I was playing Major League Baseball. I used the mental health services with Major League Baseball that were available. I leaned into them. I think it's I am a success story because of their outlets. And now being able to come here and tackle this issue, how do we talk about it? And it's an event that they're running right in the face of, hey, Major League Baseball, let us tackle this with one of our kids. One of our hometown kids, let's tackle this. Let's show you how we're engulfed in our community. If that's not a type of team that deserves a major league team, or you want to have a major league team, that's not just here in Utah. This is across the nation. Mental health is hitting us. And it's across every municipality that I'm hearing the lack of funds for mental health. Well, if we could create our own game that can do that, and the Millers and the Huntsman Mental Health too are helping me create that for baseball, that's the first notch in the stone that says we are the city to have a team. This is just one event that we're having to say we want a team. And we're taking the biggest, hardest issue that no one wants to talk about, and we're saying in the open about this issue. This is why I think Utah should have a major league team, because we're taking the biggest, scariest issue. And I think with the two organizations that are the right ones to do it, to say, hey, we'll tackle this not only for you, but let's show you why we can do this for all of baseball. John, I think that's why we deserve a major league team.
John Buck, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, just looking at you on the video stream, it looks like you could take a cut or two. You going to take some swings out there?
I'm headed to go take tryouts. I think we have 30 people. We got like 30 airmen or officer families that are up at Hill Air Force Base. As soon as we get off here, I'm literally hopping in my truck. I got my L screens. I got my bow nets. I got my balls.
Nice.
Let's go, John.
I got my machine. We're going to go run tryouts. I have actually ran 4 tryouts so far. Washington County. I've got we got 5 players out of Washington County, police, military, first responders. I've created 4 teams. I did 2 tryouts at Mountain Ridge High School, where I had about 100 people show up, 150 military first responders show up there, 2 separate occasions. And now I have about 30 people signed up at Hill Air Force Base that I'm taking a crew up there to conduct tryouts to put together my Air Force team, which will be my fourth team that I put together. In like to echo before, there is for sure a Yankees-Boston vibe going on with this Hoses and Shield team. These people do not love each other when they're on the field. As you saw in the hockey game, they're talking about how the hockey Hoses and Shields, they're like, oh, good, we can get back at them because of the hockey game. This is a notch in the belt. They do not want to lose.
No bench clearing brawls. You make sure of it.
I'm not saying anything because Josh Berkman, if you guys know Josh Berkman, he's a Cottonwood. Okay. He has been helping me with the level up. He's a part of that company with me. He actually stretches them and teaches them breath work inside of being under grappling. And they do punch and hit each other. So I'm not promising.
All right.
They punch and fought during the hockey. So I don't think it's out of the way.
I love it.
I think it's all green light.
John, man, we can't thank you enough for coming on. We appreciate it. Great insight. You're tackling some hard topics that a lot of people don't feel comfortable talking about, but it needs to be talked about. And thank you for taking the lead on that. Can't wait to check out this event coming up on June 13th.
I can't thank you guys enough. Thanks for giving me this extended amount of time to speak about this, and I really do appreciate the time. Thank you, guys.
You got it. John Buck, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 11 years in Major League Baseball. Mental illness is certainly something that is unfortunately just ripped his life apart, and and he's addressing it by saying, you know what, let's try to help other people. And I admire people that take some of the worst tragedies and try to turn that in such a way that they can help others.
Yeah, I'm drawn to authenticity, and you can feel it coming through with John. He made an all-star team in 2010 and shared a locker room with Ichiro, Derek Jeter, Vlad Guerrero. I mean, this dude was a very good player for 11 years in the league, and he could sit back on his laurels and it's somebody else's problem, but that's how things get fixed, is great people get involved, and I wish him the best. That's an awesome story.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, coming up at America First Field, June 13th, they'll have the roundtable conversation in the morning, then the baseball games, and then a screening of The Sandlot at the ballpark as well. Good, the bad, the ugly. Next, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
Where do you see DeBonsa leveling out, say, at a percentage of three-point shooting?
I see him being successful because of the ability that he does have to get into the mid-range game, step out and hit threes. I know that it'll take time. Nobody jumps into the NBA typically and has a huge impact. He and Peterson are, two of the bright spots as they go forward here with the draft. And I just like AJ because he's so strong and gifted, and he's always in balance. We'll just have to see what happens with three-point shooting. The shot doesn't look broke. It looks like he's got good rhythm. I think he's going to be just fine.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up. Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option: flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Well, the Knicks get another game victory over the Cleveland Cavaliers. They now are up 2-0 after that Game 2 win last night. The hero in that game, look, Brunson had his time to shine in Game 1, and also, obviously Brunson's going to do his damage, but it was Josh Hart who came up big. He wore those sunglasses at night, and he got it done. And afterwards was asked about analytics and his thoughts on, because the analytics love Josh Hart, but he doesn't necessarily love them back. And Karl Anthony Towns, you'll hear his voice pop in a little bit at the end of this, because he was sitting at the podium next to Josh Hart when he makes a rather interesting metaphor regarding analytics.
I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game.
Oh, my God, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, that was Gerald Wright, his quote, man. So shout out Jay Wright.
Wait, hold up. No, we're not moving on from that.
That's a great quote.
Oh my God.
Analytics drunk. Lane post to a drunk person. It ain't gonna get you home. You can lean on it though.
I was with Cal, so I didn't hear that.
You ain't even go to college.
You didn't even go to college. So there you go. A lamppost for a drunk person. It'll hold you up, but it's not going to get you home. That's almost right up there with the Rick Majerus in statistics. They're like what was it? It was not a. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a bikini. It reveals as much as it conceals.
Yes, a bikini. Yes, statistics. It's actually, I love it. I love everything about that.
Yeah.
I love the chiding at the end as well. And at the Kentucky education, he didn't even go to college. But in all honesty, everybody needs a Josh Hart. Like this dude, I'm looking down his usage rate. Last year was 16%. It's a guy that's just off the ball, creating havoc, cutting. But when he can get on the ball, he can have nights like he had last night. He can shoot it. But it's just his team. He personifies team to me.
Yeah.
And everybody needs a guy like that.
And a guy that, is just happy to be there, knows his role. And that's the thing when it comes to teams, as you mentioned, building a team, you got to have guys that know their role. And in any given night, they can shine like he did. And then the next night, he may have 6 points on 4 attempts, and that's totally fine as well. And he's fine with that as long as they keep winning games.
Yeah, winning is everything. And you can feel that, though. There's an element of that with the Knicks that I like, and it's been kind of that unification of those guys that all played together in college, and then certainly Anthony Towns has fit them perfectly. Such a better option for them in terms of floor spacing than what they had with Randall.
Yeah.
So a really good trade, and this team's really maturing. So it looks to me they're finals bound. We'll see. We'll see what the other two, how bad they beat each other up.
Yeah.
But that one looks like it's destined to go 6 or 7 for sure.
How much does obviously from a GM standpoint they've built the team the right way, but how much credit does Mike Brown get in this?
I think he gets a great amount of credit. I liken it to, we speak of Majerus, but when he left and Ray Giacoletti came in, Ray was such a breath of fresh air for everybody, the university, the players, and everybody could kind of step back and everything wasn't just micromanaged to the nines. And so there was a group like Mark Jackson came back to that team because Rick was gone, and Andrew Bogut became a better version. He was a guy who just really related and played well under Ray. So that team got wings and flew. And I feel like the Knicks are kind of doing the same thing. They've been micromanaged. I mean, Tibbs is a type of guy in this day and age that still wants his video on a VHS. He makes his guys bring it to him on a VHS. He's got the old cowboy remote. So he's living back in the 80s, 90s. He doesn't want anything on his computer. So there are so many demands that he brings that Mike Brown's come in and read the room, step back a little bit, let the thing breathe. And he's been successful. I mean, he was the coach of the year and then got fired unceremoniously in Sacramento. But what hasn't? Every time you go to Sacramento, something bad's going to happen to you.
Honestly, if I had a opening right now and I had a team that needed to take that next step from good to great, Mike Brown would be one of my first calls.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems to have a good vibe. He's a good mix of stern, but at the same time, there's a culture, but he lets the players lead it.
All right, there's your bad, or there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Of course, Brooks Koepka's got to complain about something. So the LIV, which has doled him out 9 figures, over $100 million, the LIV Tour. And look, I'm not one to stand up for LIV, but I'm going to have LIV's back on this one. They have, let's say they've catered to pretty much every need for Brooks Koepka. And but let's just say Brooks is still finding things to complain about.
Readjusts, and if people asked you maybe on the other side about that reintegration, so to speak?
Yeah, no. I changed my number a while ago, so I don't think many guys have my number, which is great. So I haven't had to worry about too much of that. But yeah, it's totally different. Like I said, just being able to see all the different, just to have so many options, kind of it's maybe a little bit overwhelming at the same time, because access to equipment trucks, grip changes, things like that, sometimes we wasn't privy to over the last 4 or 5 years. It was kind of during majors, it was kind of the only time you saw it.
So I changed my number, and now I'm back on the PGA, and life is good again because they've got grip trucks, they've got equipment, everything that we need, and we've been slumming it over there at Live. Yeah, slumming it because they were paying you $100 million. So they didn't have a lot of time. They kind of figured if you needed some help with your grips, you might be able to take care of that yourself. If you needed some help with some equipment, you had the money to maybe handle that yourself.
Buy your own truck.
Bring your own truck. Absolutely. You'd be like Locke. Bring your own camper.
I changed my number.
I don't want talking to those guys anymore. They gave me $100 million, and then I changed my number. Hey, if those are the Saudis that you aren't answering the call from anymore, you may want to pick up. You may want to have that forwarded to your new number.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But, I guess the bottom line, the dude got all the money.
Yep.
And then he found his way out.
Best of both worlds.
So he was not stuck in the Saudi vault this time. Like his buddy.
Yeah.
He's going to be doing YouTube.
Bryson's going to be doing YouTube because he got nowhere else to go. Although Bryson, I think, is making a pretty penny on the old YouTube. So if he can pick and choose, like I'm going to go to this major, and this major, and then after that I'm just going to stay at home and try to make trick shots over my house into a 5-gallon bucket or whatever the heck he's doing that day.
That doesn't suck.
He's certainly not chasing Nicholas.
No.
I mean, all that stuff. Like, he was young enough, and everybody started talking about, oh man, this guy could win so many majors. That took a sharp left turn.
There's only been Tiger that's made a push. Remember, at one point Sergio was going to be the guy, and then Rory was going to be the guy, and then Bryson was going to be the guy, and now Scotty Scheffler could be that guy. But I'm sure he'll come back down to earth like everybody else does. There was only one guy that could have ripped it away, and it was Tiger. But Tiger kind of self-imploded, and the rest is history.
The rest is foregone history. The memorial is going on in Dallas this weekend, by the way.
Yeah. Do you know the course?
I know where it is. I never played it. I've got a friend who's a member.
You can't. All right, you can't.
Honk yourself.
You can't. Yeah, you got to give Lloyd the opportunity.
Yeah.
That's like a preemptive strike.
Yeah.
But sometimes he's slow on the up.
That's true. That's a Lloyd problem.
That is a me problem.
Seems like.
But when you're just fishing for honks, come on.
Lloyd, I want a button bar over here. I want to be able to hit the honk.
I've got a new one. We're actually going to get rid of the honk. Go ahead and give me something that you want to honk your horn.
Wait a minute, you're getting rid of the honk?
I might.
I've got a really good friend that I've spent much of my life with that is actually a member there in Dallas at the memorial.
You probably don't need headset. I just like to hear.
All right, so you're not.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, that was it. No, I hit the wrong one.
I thought you were going to make fun of my voice.
No, I wasn't trying to. We're going to go Christian Bell on you.
Oh, good.
Oh, good for you.
Okay, I do like it. I would say mix that and the horn up. Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
Brooks Koepka, by the way, tied for 16th. Has yet to tee off today, but he is 8 under and 5 back of the leader, Sung Jae Im.
All right, there you go. Good, the bad, the ugly. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, the clock is ticking. Advanced Windows. They gave you about a window, no pun intended, of 6 to 8 weeks, and they're right on track of getting those new windows installed in your house.
Yeah, we are through every phase that we need to take part in, and so the best part for us is we don't have to wait for them to be manufactured somewhere and trucked here. Literally right across the freeway from where I live, they're being manufactured by a very, very great team, and that's what I've learned in working with Advanced. I like in that service space where people do what they say they're going to do. And along the way, that's what has been the case. And we're looking forward to getting the finished product in our house because we desperately needed new windows. So I'm looking forward to it as the weather turns.
So call right now and take advantage of the Coach Tim special. All you have to do is call Advance 801-850-9100 and say, I want $2,500 off. I'm going to swap out 10 windows. And they're going to say, you got it. 801-850-9100. They've got a ton of great upgrades. They've got financing options. Trust me, they want to get those windows in your house ASAP. You got all the parties coming up. You got, hey, look, not too far. You're going to have the kids back in school, and the holidays will be here. You want your house looking its best? Guess what? Advanced Windows is there to get it done for you. And we're not even talking about the savings on your heating and cooling bill that are going to come with those. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk Up.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Kinetico uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. SoftwaterUtah.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what I think of when I hear this, Lloyd? It's not Sports Report. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports
I didn't even put that together.
Yeah. This was the Not Sports Report theme for a long time.
We've actually had a bunch of songs that we've been playing as of late that reminds me of some like other shows.
I like the variety myself, and that's been a theme around. I think you guys have done a heck of a job mixing it up.
Well, hey, look, we've got the music savant here to help us out a little bit, too.
Where?
You know where. By the way, how great is the weekend when you can just, like, unplug? Like, this is a new world for you.
Well, I can tell you this. I was telling my wife just last night, even, you get Monday off in a lot of a lot of jobs regardless, but are you really off? Because like in a coaching world, there's no Memorial Day. Are you kidding me? You may have the day off. In fact, today kicks off, and Lee will talk about it a little bit. BYU every Memorial Day weekend does Father and Sons Camp. And literally thousands of people come from all over the world. Like literally people from Thailand, and like I met so many people from all over the place, but they come in for the weekend and they have events set up, and it's basically on a rotation. So one of the stations is you go in the stadium and you make an entrance as the team does with all the smoke and stuff, and all the kids run down in there with their dads. There's one, basketball station where you tour the facility and get to shoot on the practice facility, go in the locker room. And then there's just a lot of fun ones where dads get hurt a lot. Like we had to change them because we had Frisbee football, and then a dude blew his Achilles. Guy broke his femur one time. Jeez. Like there was some tough stuff. So the adage is don't be a hero. But that's what Lee's going to be taking part in. We'll have him here in a bit, and we'll talk to him about it a little bit.
Look,
it's a fun camp.
Guys are always competitive and aggressive. Then you throw in trying to look good in front of your kids. That brings another element to it, and it's like, okay, let's go.
And one of the neater things on Memorial Day itself, because the camp goes through Monday afternoon, but Chad Lewis takes a group, as many campers as want to go, at like 6 a.m, and they do a flag ceremony up at the Y. They hike the Y, and I never made that one. But
you're a big hiker. Have you hiked the Y?
I have. It's not one of my favorites. Yeah? It's just it's a tedious hike, and it's basically you're just cutting back the whole time and pretty steep.
I've never done it before. And
you should do it sometime.
I want to do it just to say I did it because, now that I can get out a little bit and be a little bit more out there, that's one I want to cross off.
Well, I'll do that with you. We'll do that someday when we go
Lloyd, you want to go hike the Y?
I'm in.
But what you need to do.
So it's just a bunch of switchbacks then?
Yeah, it's just switchbacks. It's just, and then you're up there, but it's a good mile or so of straight up.
It's not an easy one.
The gem down in Provo is Rock Canyon. Rock Canyon is majestic.
By the way, I just got the text. Brody and me. So it's Brody's birthday weekend. Brody's birthday's on Monday. And all he wanted to do is hang out with not necessarily me, but Ryan from Rocky Mountain Outfitters. His good friend Ryan from Rocky Mountain Outfitters. I just got the GPS location where we're at. They're on the Provo.
Nice. This is Monday?
This is tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Man, you're going to have great weather, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. Yeah. I already checked that out. All right. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Lee Camard coming up next right here on the Zone.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5 June 4th for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at kslsports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option. Flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Between the three of us, we've coached a lot of great games down at BYU. Lee Kamar joining us now, women's basketball coach. Coach, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
What's up, my guy? How are you today?
Timmy, what's going on? How are you, brother?
Good, man. I was telling these guys the craziness of Memorial Day weekend at BYU with father and son's camp, which is it kicked off yet, or is it fixing to kick off?
This evening it kicks off. Yeah, looking forward to that. Actually, we'll only have one of my three with me this weekend. The oldest is in Germany on his mission, and the middle son is at a Nike tournament this weekend playing.
That's awesome. Well, it's always a fun time, and but obviously you've had a lot go on. You got the job and had a heck of a first year, did so many great things. What's the thing that stands out? I never got to slide to that chair that you slid to. You haven't lost your mind yet, which I appreciate because most people do. But what have you learned? What have you learned by sliding over a seat?
It's quite the change. I thought I knew kind of what was in store, but it's a lot more challenging than I expected. And I may have the trajectory to lose my mind at this rate, but it's been great. I think one of the biggest things is you just make a lot of decisions, and your mind doesn't ever turn off. So that's probably the biggest difference in the two chairs.
When your head hits the pillow at night, is it usually about recruiting?
The recruiting side, but I feel like I spend a lot of my time thinking about the players and just anything that involves them, whether it's practice or team activities or tomorrow's film session or how we travel, anything that involves the players. And then recruiting probably about 50-50 split. But at the end of the day, it's just people, and that's the business that I'm in. Obviously, we're all in it for the X's and O's, but in my position, people are the secret sauce, and spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about our people.
What's the prospects looking for next year? From all looks of it, you've acquired more talent that is can handle the level you guys are at. What's it looking like for next year?
Yeah. I mean, start with we wanted to retain all or as most of the team that we could, because we felt like we had a pretty good year, and we were young, and so we want to continue that chemistry and that continuity and continue to grow there in the locker room and as a staff and as a program in whole. We got a return missionary that will be joining us. We have 3 freshmen coming in that will join us, and then we got a really good player out of the portal who's coming to us from Russia via North Carolina. But those 4 that are joining us that weren't with us last year, their job is to push and maybe take their minutes of the people returning and just feel like competition improves everybody. And but I feel really good about it, like where we're at. A lot of the top half of our league got really decimated in regards to returning production. Not to say they haven't reloaded, but it will look quite a bit different. And some of the teams that weren't as good last year will be better this year. Whether their coach got the job late and couldn't add pieces, or they're just another year in. So it should be a really competitive. I feel like it could be even more competitive than it was last year, top to bottom.
Olivia Hamlin had a great year, and we were just talking about the Knicks and how team-oriented they are and how Josh Hart seems to be kind of the middle of that. She kind of got a little of that, doesn't she? She's seems to be a really good blender with your group.
She was fantastic. had a great freshman year, and she probably should have started majority of the games. My gut always just told me to bring her off the bench, and she settled into that role very well and just comes in, and she's a microwave and scores it in bunches. And I think she's going to make a big jump in regards to the defensive side. Not that she wasn't good last year. She was already good, but I think she'll be somebody that pushes for all Big 12 defensive team and player of the year on that side. She's a phenomenal athlete, got great instincts, and then offensively it just comes really easily to her.
How beneficial was that extended run? I mean, obviously you want to be in the NCAA tournament and that's your goal, but to make the run that you did and to have the extra practices and extra exposure, that WNIT run, how beneficial can that be for your team long term?
Yeah, we were really young last year. I mean, we basically are returning nothing but freshmen and sophomores that started and played significantly. And those extra games and those practices and some of that preparation, is going to be so vital. I think of any year that you're probably okay making that run and not making the NCAA tournament with a young team. I think it's going to be really good. It was good for us. It's going to be great for us as far as that experience playing in a game that meant something, late into the spring. The last game was April 1st. I think it's going to be good. And we played some quality opponents, all but one were, right on the doorstep of the NCAA tournament, P4 level, or quality opponent. And it was a really good thing for our group.
You've worked under two really good head coaches in Dave Rose and Juddy, and also Amber Whiting as an assistant there as well. What do you take from them? What are some of the things you learned along the way to get this job from those that you worked for?
Sure. I would argue I worked for the two GOATs of BYU basketball, and Coach Rose and Coach Judkins. I think that as I watched and observed, and even has been expressed to me in different ways from them, just their care for the players. Like, for instance, Juddy just said, hey, take care of the players and things will be fine. Make decisions based on what's best for the players, and I've tried to do that. I'm really intentional about some of those things with our group. Fiery competitors, and that resonates really well with me, but I got to see it firsthand up close. And just, a lot of the times I feel like they would just charge the team to, they just compete really hard and watch the good that can come from it. And, other than that, a lot of the times when I have to make a decision that's probably a little more important or consequential, I think about, hey, what would Coach Rose do or Coach Juddy do, and try to approach it that way, because they just had such a good feel for their program.
Lee Camard, kind enough to join us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, BYU women's basketball coach. Lee, as a player, I think everybody remembers you as a guy that was hard-nosed, scrappy, would lay it out on the line, emotional player. Obviously, those are traits that benefit you as a coach, but how hard is it to try to be the emotional stability that a head coach needs to be? Because I can't imagine that's easy at times when calls aren't going your way or a game isn't going your way, to try to stay grounded and be the emotional fixture that your team needs.
I am fiery. I'm a little competitive.
Borderline arrogant. Just kidding.
But I've really tried to, and I'm mindful of, I try to stay pretty even keel in the game, whether it's a call or a bad play by a player or a careless turnover. Try to just focus on dealing in reality. Hey, here's where we're at. This is what we need to do to fix it, type of thing. And that's not always easy. I was surprised. I had quite a few people tell me, like, hey, you're very patient on the sideline and with your team. And because I feel like I need to be more patient, and I feel like I need to let the refs just, I watch these NBA playoff games, and, Mitch Johnson and Dagenau are just over there, just calm, collective. And I find myself yelling at the refs quite a bit. So trying to kind of take that all in based on this past season, how I can improve there. Had several of my staff tell me they wish that I got a little fired up a little more often. And so just evaluating all of that. But at the end of the day, I like to compete. We got a group that likes to get after it, and I think they err on the side of hate to lose more than they like to win. So that's kind of how I run.
Lloyd and Scotty, I got to tell you a story. So let's get in the DeLorean.
Yeah.
And go back to November 14th, 2008. And it was a cold night in the Marriott Center because we're playing Long Beach State in the opener, first game of the year. And we beat them like a drum the year before, 30 or 40 at their place. But we're playing in this deal, and we get into it, and they've got these young freshmen that were incredible. And they played well together for the first game, and we found ourselves down 7 at the half. And that was not okay. So basically, Lee Camard, because everybody was struggling so bad, I think we ended up shooting 43% from the floor and 26 from 3. But Lee he played 36 minutes. He had 36 points. He was 13 for 16, so he missed 3 shots all night. He was 3 for 4 from 3, so he missed 1 3 all night. He made all 7 of his free throws, and to boot, he had 11 boards. Okay, so people ask me all the time, like, of all your time at BYU, if you're the GM, where do you start? And when I would pick Lee, people would be like, oh, wow. But it's because of nights like that. And then the best part of the story is we get in the locker room, and I joked that he's arrogant. He's kind of funny arrogant, but he's not arrogant at all, because we get in that locker room, and basically Coach gives Lee, hey, Lee, good job. And Lee stands up. He says, guys, I need more of you guys. I can't do that every night. So like, instead of standing there and taking the credit, he's like thinking down the road.
Yeah.
If we're going to be a great team. And so those were great experiences that we had together. And I do have to say, Lee, that I think the barking at the officials comes from me. I think it was the proximity to me for so long that I apologize for my bad example.
I learned a lot from Timmy on the sideline with the refs. Timmy had a great approach and a little banter, give and take with them, and they respected it.
Most of them.
But going back to that game, if I'm not mistaken, I think Tavanori had 4 or 5 more shots than I did. I'm wondering what the coaches were thinking that he got more shots than me.
He took 21 shots that night, dog. Hey, but I told these guys he was on every kind of restriction, dribble, media, but we could never put him on shooting restriction, because I'm telling you, some nights you just know it got hot there.
He's a microwave.
Yep.
Going back to Liv Hamlin, She reminds me a lot of Tavanori. Now, Tavanori did it most of the time through the three-point line, but I've never been around basketball, 2 people that can change the makeup of a game faster than those 2 when it comes to just banging or scoring, 9, 11 straight really quick.
Yeah, they forced a timeout. I was on the wrong side of a Tavanari run in my last year at Utah, as you remember.
Oh, yeah.
Tavanari went in there, and BYU had not won in a long time, and he was huge that night and beat us. So I wear that one.
When you're the coach at BYU, there's more that comes with it than just the X's and O's and winning games. You're also representing a religion, and and I believe it was Delaney Gibb who at the NIT press conference talked about not playing on Sunday and why. Just how important is it that you have players that not only represent their family and represent you as a coaching staff, but also represent BYU and what it stands for, to be able to share that?
Yeah, no, that was a special moment. And listen, like there's multiple religions within our program, and we talk about it occasionally. But that moment in that press conference room or media room, it was a full house in there. There was standing room only. I was shocked at how much media was there. Everything just kind of froze in time while Delaney was talking, truthfully. And she did a great job representing herself, her family, our program, and the university, but also her teammates who are not members of this church, And so it was cool. And honestly, I haven't had people ask me about something more outside of our program than that moment right there. It's come up almost every single game. I've been sitting with other coaches this spring. They want to talk about that specific thing, and not necessarily what she said, but just like, you guys get Sunday off every week. What's that like? And some coaches confided that, hey, I wish this league or our league or I wish they would have a Sunday policy that was like that, so we could all go to our church and be with our family, that type of thing. So it was very visible. And honestly, that doesn't come unless we're having the success that we are. These players on the team, these women have unbelievable stories to tell the world, coming from all over the place. And we need to have success, so some of that visibility is there that they can share that with the world. They've got amazing stories, and hopefully we can continue to have moments like that.
That Benali story is amazing, and how her entire village, or town came to see her play in Colorado. That had to have been really cool.
That happened at Arizona State, Arizona, Kansas, Oklahoma State. The amount of people that are in her corner, that whole community, the Native community, how she carries that, it's very impressive. As somebody who gets to see it firsthand, I think that's she's going to carry it even better this next year. But unbelievable. When we were at Arizona State, she came out of the locker room, and there's thousands of people with cameras and screaming and asking for autographs, as somebody who represents that whole community. The basketball community, the game of basketball in that community is huge, and she's at the top of it, as far as representation, and just cool. We got quite a few others like that, and it's just fun.
Well, Lee, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us. Great stuff, and can't wait to see you guys back in action coming up in the later on in the fall. I know that fathers and sons, though, that's going to take a bit of your time, though. There's no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Scotty, do me a favor. Take it easy on my guy, Timmy.
I think it's the other way around, but sure.
The guy you got to be talking to is Lloyd, our producer. He's the guy that's hard on me. Hey,
there we go.
I know you enjoy all the stations, but make sure and pay special attention to that shooting station with Brian Santiago. I hear it
beef.
I hear that beef station is captivating. And tell him the old man I said hello if you don't mind.
I will do that.
All right, man.
Thanks, Lee.
See you guys.
There he is, Lee Cummard, head coach of BYU women's basketball team. And you know what? Heck of a player. People forget how good he was.
Heck of a player, heck of a guy, heck of a dad. That is Lee Cummard, an incredible person. And I love his story, and I love that he's having so much success.
Yeah, well deserved. All right, 12:25. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free, it's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day sale. Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25. All seats, just $15. And sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Lauri Markkanen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Tragedy in the world of NASCAR. Kyle Busch passing away, and at the age of 41. Now, I will be the first to admit, I love me some football. I love me basketball, baseball. I have never been an NHL guy. A NASCAR guy. I'm very much an NHL guy now. But I've never really gotten into NASCAR. But obviously, Kyle Busch transcended just NASCAR. The dude was a household name. And again, tragically passing away at the age of 41.
Yeah, the whole thing is just so sad and sudden, and I think that's the part that's gripping everybody. And like you, I don't have much of a read on NASCAR, but it is definitely a story. So let's talk to somebody that does.
Well, one of our favorite dudes on the planet, Jamil Hawkins, kind enough to join us, and again, he is the executive producer of all things jazz radio broadcasts. And a great dude, but also used to work at NASCAR. You know the sport inside and out. Jamil, how you doing, man?
Yep. I'm doing good. Glad to be on with you guys today.
So, Kyle Busch passing away. What's like the NBA comparison of that? Because this seems like this guy transcended the sport.
Yeah, for sure. I would say in big NBA comparisons, probably obviously Kobe Bryant, right? You look at the similarities. Obviously, similarities of age, right? Both passing away at 41. But they were just polarizing figures, right? Kyle Busch was this really polarizing figure. He is probably the best driver in modern-day era of NASCAR. There's no doubt about it. But he had a chip on his shoulder. He was this generation's Dale Earnhardt. He was the villain. He loved being the villain. He loved being a sportsman, right? Like a showman. He was a showman, and he loved that, image about him. And he really dug deep with the fans of always trying to get on people's nerves, always trying to rile people up. And he really that's where Kyle thrived at in his career. And yeah, a shock to the system to all of us. Guys, I'm currently in Indianapolis for the IndyCar race this weekend, but I go to Charlotte for NASCAR races all the time. Of course, you guys said I used to work in NASCAR, so I know a lot of people who have, known Kyle, worked with Kyle, and this was a surprise to many people. We heard the news yesterday morning that he was very sick, and he's going to miss the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. And if you know anything about NASCAR, you know anything about Kyle Busch, you know that, this is a guy in 2015 who came back from a broken leg and won the Cup Series championship, right? It was hard to keep him out of a race car. And so for him to have to miss a race, it was serious, and just to hear a short couple of hours later that he passed away, it was really a shock to the system, a shock to the NASCAR world. But, he's a polarizing figure, probably, now in his older age and his career, probably one of the most popular drivers in NASCAR at this time. So definitely a shock to the system for everyone, for sure.
So was he kind of a heel guy that was, like, as you said, like to play on the fans' emotions?
Yeah, definitely a heel. I'll tell a, personal anecdote. Growing up, I grew up a Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan. And, for listeners, anyone who's watched NASCAR know that Dale Jr. and Kyle Busch did not get along. Dale Jr. was the patron saint. He's almost seen as Jesus, NASCAR Jesus, to a lot of people in the industry. And, him and Kyle had their thing. And I was a Kyle Busch hater probably from age 8 to 21 or 22, Very recently, I, came back to being a Kyle Busch fan or a fan of him and fan of what he's done on the racetrack. He's a heel. He plays that villain role, and he plays it well. And I don't think anyone has ever will play that role as good as he has. Like I said, it's very reminiscent of Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s role in NASCAR in the 90s and 80s of that heel role of the guy you love to hate, but you respected what he did on the racetrack because no one could will it as good as he could. And, it's in a time where the sport is desperately in need of someone like him. It's hard to lose someone with that much personality, that much stature, two-time champion, over 210 wins in all of the top 3 series of NASCAR. It's hard to fathom that, we're going into another race weekend, he won't be on the track. So it's a little odd for sure. And NASCAR's kind of lost its villain figure. But, I think everyone in that community do what they do best and get on the track and race. I think it's what he would have wanted. So,
this is a quote from Earnhardt Jr. Kyle was one of the greatest drivers in NASCAR history. No one can deny that. But he was also a father, husband, brother, son, and friend to many. My heart is broken for the Busch family. I'll never be able to make sense of this loss, but I'm thankful that we found a way to become friends. And then he went on to say, I was super eager for us to get on better terms, Earnhardt said, but it was he who made the effort possible. So that's an interesting just kind of backstory to all that.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's hard, right? Like, I was explaining to someone yesterday, I grew up watching NASCAR, of course, and I started in 2006. Kyle Busch's rookie season was 2005. I've seen his whole career. I've seen him go from punk 19-year-old to beloved dad of his son Brexton and his daughter Lennox. And his son races, right? His son, I believe Brexton's probably 10 or 11 now. And his son races, smaller cars, but that's such a pride and joy for Kyle. And you saw a softer side of him. Still a competitor, still determined, but the father, and the fatherhood, how it changes you. And he went from, being the, quote unquote, like new kid on the block that everyone kind of loved to hate to someone that people wanted to root for every Sunday afternoon.
So, obviously, tragic loss, and we wanted to get you on to get your perspective because Coach and I were not particularly up to speed when it comes to all things NASCAR, so we appreciate you doing that. On a lighter note, though, we need to talk about you. Are we 2 days away from the big event?
Yeah, we're 2 days away from the Indy 500. It's currently very cloudy and rainy here.
No.
That's not the event we're talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. When is the Wheel of Fortune?
Wheel of Fortune.
Yes. On a positive note, I will be on Wheel of Fortune. Very fun, very great opportunity in my life that I got to experience. And I can't wait for everyone to watch in the Salt Lake area. I believe it airs on KJazz. And so, I had so much fun on Wheel of Fortune. I can't give any spoilers away on how I did, unfortunately, but I did good. I left with more money than was currently in my bank account, so I like that.
and the part you told me that I think we can say is that the wheel's heavy.
Yeah, the wheel is very heavy. It's like, everyone, you watch the show on TV, you go home from work, you watch the show at 7 o'clock, and you're like, why are these people struggling to spin this wheel? And it's because the wheel is like, weighted might not be the right word, but like you can't spin it as hard as you think you can. And it's definitely a challenge. You go through rehearsal after rehearsal after rehearsal of practicing on how to spin this wheel. It's definitely
it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. You got to get it right, and the producers on the show make sure you get it right so you don't look like a fool on TV. So I really appreciate those guys a lot. They did a great job taking care of us the entire day. And I think you guys know, like, Vanna White, she's a doll. She's sweet as could be, and wished us all luck before we started. So, I can't wait for everyone to watch on Tuesday there, May 26th.
May 26th on Tuesday, Wheel of Fortune, our guy Jamil Hawkins. All right, so I got to ask because you are significantly younger than Coach and I, but you're a bit of an old soul if you're watching Wheel of Fortune. When did you become a fan of that?
Probably when I was a kid. I don't know. I was very one of those kids that like shapes and colors, and Wheel of Fortune had all of it: shapes, colors, sounds, and music. But in a serious note, it helps you learn how to spell words. It helps you learn like different topics and things like that. And I've always just been intrigued by game shows. So when the opportunity came about, I jumped on it pretty quick.
Hey, the other thing, you got to go in another studio, right? That was pretty cool. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So we, with it being on Sony's lot, we got to see the Jeopardy set and just the Alex Trebek stage and it was beautiful. It was, great to see, how they remember Alex, who passed away, I think 6 years ago now, and the tributes to him. So that was just cool. As someone who also watches Jeopardy a lot too, just experience both of those in one day was just like, oh, this is amazing.
But they make you sign your life away, making sure you don't reveal any results, huh?
Yeah. So I signed the paper, and I want to keep my money. So you guys will have to figure out on Tuesday how good I did.
Has the check cashed?
No.
Okay.
All right.
So they have to wait for that to go, and then okay. All right. We're not going to do anything to mess it up.
Yeah, we don't want to mess it up, Jamil. But it's been really cool. I wish Locke would come get under the weather a little bit more, because I love hanging out with you and Jake and Jamil, helping out on those Jazz games when I fill in every now and then.
Oh, it's so fun. And Jamil has, he brought something. We had producers that were, they were kind of in it. This dude is in it and was in it from the start, and we love having him. So we'll get you back on with some NASCAR. You're a NASCAR correspondent.
Well, and also too, there's not a lot of people that can tell David Locke to essentially just shut up and do your job, and Jamil's one of those guys. I'm getting all kinds of grief because I got railroaded by him yesterday, and I tried to pawn him off on Lloyd, and Lloyd's mad at me about it. So
hey, you should play that for him, Lloyd.
It's a hard job. But someone has to do it.
Someone has to shut him down.
That will be me.
Yeah. Well, hey, we appreciate it. Great stuff as always, Jamil. Have a good time out there in Indy. By the way, who's your favorite out in Indy? Oh, I think we lost him. Yep, he gone.
And I can't give you mine because I'm not. Again, I know they have vehicles that go in a circular fashion.
He could have said, Joe Schmuckatelli, the 9 car. And I'd be like, oh, okay, really? Okay, good to know.
Making history on the show.
I think
he's
with T-Mobile. I think he's with T-Mobile now. He's under the T-Mobile umbrella.
Yeah, no, is this our first NASCAR guest?
That's our first NASCAR guest. Yeah.
I've been doing this show for, by the way, coming up almost exactly on the 14-year mark, May 25th.
But being average Joe sports guy, right, Joe Bag of Donuts, we've all seen the headlines.
Oh, yeah.
But I haven't dug into it enough, and I didn't know enough about it, so that was good for me.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. And Jamil, by the way, he's such a good dude.
Oh, he's a prince.
Yeah.
We've had him over since he's been here. He's been to our house for Thanksgiving and Christmas every year.
Really?
He takes it in with us.
Oh, that's really cool.
And our family, he's Uncle Jamil. Hank hangs out with Jamil when he comes to the studio in the box, and so, he's part of the family.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. So, May 26th, Jamil Hawkins on Wheel of Fortune. It's already been wrapped. Now, what we do know is that he came away with a little coin.
Yeah, we're going to have a watch party at my house if you guys want to come by.
I might have to do that.
After the show.
What time does that air?
I think it's like 4 something. I know Jake can't be there because he's in the throes of his show, in the drive time show.
So I think we might have to do that coming up next week. All right, 1244, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of us, you get to a point in your career and you're thinking, I need to take another step. I need to really find a way to move up the food chain, but something's holding me back. Well, a lot of times it's just flat out education. And an executive MBA from Utah State University can help you get there. It's the Executive MBA program. The John M. Huntsman School of Business, they want to make sure that you have no excuses whatsoever to not pursue this degree. The great thing about this is they'll work around your schedule. You want to start in spring, summer, fall? No problem. You want to knock it out in 1 year? You want to take multiple years? No problem at all. You're living in Vernal, or you're down in St. George, or you're out in Tooele. Guess what? They've got branches right there in those locations. You'll find one close to you, and if you want to do it completely online, that's cool as well. You're going to learn the foundations of business, leadership principles, how to make good decisions as a leader. All of those elements you're going to learn at that executive MBA program from Utah State University. And they'll even waive the registration fee, $55 right back in your pocket. It's the Executive MBA program. Take advantage of it now from Utah State University.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared, and in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, the great Craig Bowlerjack is going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. Fridays with Bowler. Just what a way to kick off your weekend. There's nothing better.
It does feel like the front porch and lemonade.
Yes.
Just watching the sun go down on another week.
Yep. It's like, you got Barney Fife back at the
I got the barn covered, Andy.
Oh, man. Who knew we'd have such a Don Knotts
What was the
affection?
drunk dude? Otis.
Otis, the town drunk. I've got a great story to tell you about that during the break.
That's kind of has always been my goal. Figure out how to be Otis.
How to be Otis? Look,
a lot of free nights.
Yeah, Otis was a guy that, look, he didn't contribute much, but he was always a good hang. Like, you wanted to hang out with Otis.
Great hang. He didn't say too much, slept a lot.
Yeah.
That's what I prefer. Less is more.
Yeah. Like, he was there for a good comic relief and then would disappear.
Hank does that now. I got to send you a video of it. My grandson does the Don Knotts because we watched Apple Dumpling.
Oh, yeah. The kids love that, man. Apple Dumpling Gang.
There's so much hijinks.
I remember watching that on Laserdisc as a kid back in the day. Shows you how old I am, for crying out loud. All right, so you've got another game coming up. It's it's all tied up, one apiece. And we'll get into this with Bowler coming up, but we haven't had a chance to spend a lot of time on what should be a really fascinating game tonight. The series now shifts back to San Antonio. San Antonio stole game 1. Oklahoma City righted the ship in game number 2. San Antonio, home court advantage for this one, and they are a 1.5-point favorite at home.
They both have Harper and Fox listed as game time decisions, so they've got that hanging over your head. And also, Jalen Williams is a game time decision. So all of those injuries from last game will kind of be decided right there at the end. But typically, this is a momentum swing for the team coming home, and that place will be crazy. They certainly know how to support a team like this, and I do believe this series is going to go down as one of the best. I think these early games have been great, and the question will be tonight, like in the first game, how does Oklahoma City respond to Wemby?
Yeah.
And so they respond by Hartenstein and physicality, a ton of it, probably too much. So you got to watch how the whistle is tonight. But there's going to be now a reaction to the reaction.
Yes.
And that's the beauty of a series.
How and the reaction to that reaction to the reaction. I mean, it just...
That's why Game 7's awesome.
It's just dominoes, yeah.
Because there's no more left.
Yeah.
And typically what you see in Game 7 is you go back and watch the tape in history. You go back and watch 7. It's kind of what worked best. Let's go with 2 looks from the series that looked best because that's our closest data. Maybe a little bit of a wrinkle, but Game 7, you have to just throw it out there.
Yeah.
And whatever works, and nobody cares how.
You know what we're going to do. We know what you're going to do. Let's just roll it out and
do
have
it.
some fun.
Yep. And home court's starting to prove less and less
important
in the NBA too, which is weird.
I know. It blows me away. I mean, back in the day when the Jazz were, had it cooking, that any game that was here in Salt Lake City,
bank on it.
Boom, that's going to be a W. That's going to be a W.
I mean, minus the push-off.
Yeah. That's why I thought that sucker was going to go 7. Thought they were going to win Game 6, go 7, and off we go.
But no such luck. That
were you in the building for that?
I was not.
Okay,
I was not. I didn't. I never got to I was living in Austin.
Okay, that was the Austin area.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't be out of here.
So you've got that Game 2 coming up tonight. I'm going to go Oklahoma City in this one.
Are you? You're going to go against?
I think OKC gets it done.
I am actually going to go against you for the first time in our short existence, and I'm going to take the Spurs. I do think that Pop going home, and if in fact I thought those guys would be out, if in fact they're game time decisions, or if maybe that's just a ruse, but I'm falling for it, I'll go with the Spurs.
So I think whether they win tonight or win 2 nights from now, I do think this series goes back to OKC, square it to a piece.
I agree. I think they do split, and I do think that OKC will win the second game. But I do think it's going to be that type of series, and that's why we have it going 6 or 7. I think it's going 7. Tonight will go a long way to kind of solidify that if the Spurs could win this one.
Should be fun. I can't wait though. Honestly, cannot wait for this. I like to dog on the NBA because there's a lot of things you can. I mean, it's low hanging fruit. It does so many things to just bother you, or at least bother me. But as I mentioned the other day, when it's right, it's really good. Like when the NBA is good, there's very little on this planet that can match it in terms of just quality entertainment.
And to me, it goes back to, for me, the magic of the playoffs. Watching Jordan climb the ladder back in the day and having the Pistons just continue to shut the door on him. And then when he finally broke through and when they won it, I was actually in Boston and finagled my way in to see that game, around a dinner somewhere. And thank you, George Curtis. I think that was your name back in the day. You let me in on that Sunday afternoon.
Nice.
We had sandwiches, and I watched Michael clinch.
And it just happened to be in the corner of the room. Like, we weren't there to watch the
no,
game.
No, overtly, the whole thing was scheduled around it.
Yes.
Not going to lie. That's way past 7 years.
That was always my thing. It's like, oh, it just happened to be in the background. We weren't going over there to watch it. Super Bowls sometimes are just on, right? We don't know.
I think, again, I took those things too seriously. They were mostly guardrails, Scotty.
Yes.
Just guardrails.
They're suggestions.
Suggestions.
For all you kids out there about ready to hop on that plane and go to your MTC, just know this. They're just suggestions.
Live a little. I mean, within your means.
Yeah, don't get sent home. But,
live a little.
Live a little. Golden Knights and Avalanche coming up tonight. Really fired up. There's going to be a picture-in-picture coming up tonight. So just know that that's going to be interesting because Golden Knights stole game 1. Avalanche are going to be testy. I anticipate Avalanche are going to put the hammer down in this one.
That has the similar kind of Titan feel, doesn't it,
yeah.
of the Spurs and OKC, just on the hockey side. So like you, because now hockey's in my blood, I will be split screening, cooking some Bar W beef.
Attaboy.
And we're going to have a heck of a weekend.
All right. Craig Bullerjack joins us next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to slcfatloss.com slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love that we got this back.
Yeah. Joining us now, the man, the myth, the legend. It is Craig Bullerjack right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hello, Buller. How are you?
Yeah. I'm good.
Feels like we're bringing in the weekend, bro.
Sure does. Feels good, too. Friday, and it's extended. So be safe out there on a Monday, Memorial Day weekend. Hard to believe.
What do you fire up on the grill? Do you get that sucker going on Memorial Day?
Oh yeah. It's going to be burning hot around 5:30 tonight. Brats with some T-bone ribeye. Yeah.
I love it.
I love what you said there too. But you kind of have that. You get to get your work off your brain for extended period. But man, when it's on, it's on. Nobody quite understands 82 nights like you do.
Oh. I tell you, I'm loving watching Mike Breen and Tarico do their thing with these two, the East and Western Conference finals. I mean, that's some crazy basketball. Not so much for the Cavs last night, bit of an off night, but they've been exciting, that's for sure. You can see why SGA is a two-time MVP. The guy, man, amazing. I mean, he's one tough nut. You know what's amazing? Did you guys catch his post-game interview when he wasn't real happy with Hartenstein, despite the fact that still played some good defense on Wemby? I don't know. But I guess that's what leadership does, right? He kind of barks and kind of continues to keep these guys motivated.
Well, and that's the thing, as a leader, you gotta lead from the front, but I'm telling you, the chop ups of all the highlights of him falling down after attempting a shot is getting a little old.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's part of the issue in the NBA is that, the Harden rule in a way was the kick, and now you get touched and you're, someone, as a big team mentioned earlier this season, where's the sniper in the building? But not the, it's just, I don't know. That's fans, that's where they, their voice, I hope, is heard. But, the day, and again, everyone goes, oh, roll your eyes, talk about the old days. But the Malone, Stockton, Jordan, and then you go way, way back with Sloan. Those guys play such more physical hoop than we even can imagine or remember, basically. But, yeah, the touch, you touch them on a hip, boom, the whistle. And it stops the flow. It stops the play. And fans, I think still fans deserve more.
And the hard part in that series is you've got that, and then you've also got Wemby. That last game, he and Hartenstein were locked up a lot, and it was mostly Hartenstein locking him up. But, a lot of that stuff's let go. So, I mean, the whole thing, the bottom line, it's hard to do. It's a hard It's a hard thing to do, and it's a hard thing to govern. And I don't know that it'll ever be easy unless there's certain AI robots that have 1,010 vision, and they can just run, do their AI run down the side, robot run. It may get to that, but I think as long as humans are doing it, it's going to be an issue.
Well, it is, and it's the human factor that does play. That's what drives sports talk radio, right? Subject matter. And, and you sit there and remember tennis and introduced Cyclops, so that would be a foot fault, and they were going to clear that up. I still think, even though the frustration it's always just one-sided most of the time. Some fan bases, I guess that's good if it's broken in the middle and everybody's complaining. But you're not going to have a perfect game, and I've learned that a long time ago, even though the frustration when what we think we see, and they're right there on the floor, and the officials have more, controversy that follows them. But it's an imperfect game. It's imperfect to even try to referee these guys. Wembanyama is one of the most difficult covers, ever. Jabbar had a real simple game. He was massive. Mark Eaton, massive. But Wemby has so many multiple layers of his game, and I don't know how. What do? You just try to find a way to slow him down, and you just said it, Tim. They're locking each other up, just trying to get position or just to pause him for just a millisecond to keep him off his game. It's fun to watch, but again, you get a whistle, and then people throw their arms in the air. But I don't know what you do.
Yeah, it's tough. And you go back to the Shaq days. Nobody really knew how to officiate Shaq because he was so much bigger and stronger, and guys would be flying around. But it's not his fault. He's bigger and stronger. So does he get the call? Does it go against him? There's going to be a learning curve with this guy because we've never seen anything like him.
Well, he's exploded this year, especially second half, of the season. He's playing his best basketball of his career, in my opinion. Just confident. Tim, I don't know. He's his own person. He's a generational player, maybe beyond. But, gosh, I don't know. I don't know how you stop him because he can take one giant leap and he's at the rim. And once you release him and he rolls to his left or right side, and the length is just ridiculous. And his ability, too, to offensive rebound and put it in his – if he misses a shot, he's right there to put it back in. He's special.
I'll tell you what's scary to me is he's got all that, and you're exactly right. And that stuff is so kind of catastrophic to the league because there's no real counter. It's not like you can go, hey, can you craft me a 7'5" guy just like this that moves like that? As you said, generational, but it's his edge. Like that dude wants to dominate, and you see it. And I almost think the first night he exerted so much energy, it's like my first marathon when I sprinted so hard for the time and I had nothing left. I had to learn from that.
That's a good point. And, they always say April, May and June basketball. Gosh, I think we're watching it, too, in real time. 82 is a long stretch, nearly 7 months. And then you have camp and preseason games, that equal 2 or 3 more weeks in that mix. But, yeah, playoff basketball, we are getting the definition of what it's all about. And hopefully the Jazz are watching because, the expectations are high. The excitement level is out of sight. And, to get back in that situation and learn what it takes, Tim and Scotty, what it takes to take it to that, quote, next level. I think Detroit learned a lot. Cleveland learned a lot last year, too. It's a process. And I think, OKC understands understands it really well. And New York is kind of the outlier right now. They've got a guy named Jalen Brunson who is, for his size, dynamic and ruthless on the floor, both ends of the floor. And you got to respect at a 6-footer, what he does every night.
Well, also you got Josh Hart, who goes off last night for the Knicks. And Bowler, when I heard this, I thought of you because obviously analytics is something that, look, you get paired with Locke on these road trips, and you're a what I see with my eye guy, and Locke is definitely a numbers guy. And Josh Hart, let's just say we found out where he lies on this, as he mentioned this after the game.
Analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel.
So he goes, analytics are like a lamppost to a drunk guy. You can lean on it, but it's not going to get you home.
I love it. That's pretty succinct. He spoke it. What's inside? We can't lose perspective of that. Analytics, and I think some coaches take it, okay, absorb it, but you can't. I don't think you can live by it. It's still the personality, the drive, the want, and just you just said Wemby wants it, Hart wants it, Brunson wants it, SGA wants it. And Stockton, still, I was reading an article the other day again, and we know all about this, but it came up again on the internet. Somebody talking about playoff basketball, and Stockton's name, was brought up again, of being the most ruthless, player ever in the NBA in that time frame. Says a lot about a 6'1" guy, right? 6'1" and causes havoc for everybody that plays the game. I thought it was, again, quite a testament to the way Stockton played this game. Every night he was on the floor.
I know what clip you're talking about, and I think he did a good job of just referencing that and not going in word for word on what was said.
I couldn't do it.
Because that would be an FCC violation. It was Vernon. It was Vernon Maxwell. And, Vernon had some opinions on Stockton, for sure.
He vid-angeled that bad boy on the fly in real time. Unbelievable. You're amazing at what you do, dude. Hey, I got one for you. So I don't know if you know this, but the Jazz have the second pick in this year's draft.
I didn't.
Did you hear?
Breaking news.
Yeah, so cool.
Just heard that.
All right. And so now is the fact-finding time and the workouts and everything else that's going to go on. But as you watch the playoffs, does what Wemby is doing influence maybe how you pick? Does a guy like Boozer become more valuable to you there? Or a guy like Caleb Wilson become more valuable because you know what you're going to be competing against?
Timmy, that's the $1 million question. What piece do the Jazz truly believe behind closed doors is that separator? Because you still have two teams you have to be concerned about for a long time, in my opinion, in the West. OKC is young. Unless, injury hits or someone's unhappy with their role or money becomes, a part of the problem in their payroll. And, San Antonio with Wembanyama, you can just mark that down for incredible play for the next 10 or more. So the Jazz are in that fight to be in that same category. And, this is a big pick. And, you have invested a lot in Keontae. And so that kind of makes you think about Darren Peterson. Then you invested in Ace Bailey for 1 year. So you talk about AJ. It's hard. That's why Danny and Austin do what they do. It's why Danny won a title as a player. It's why Danny won a title in the front office to build the Celtics. Man, this is a tough pick. And you don't know what's going to happen. Here's the key. What happens before you, right? That's the outlier for me, is what happens, or does another team surprise you with big-time picks because they're in a rush to satisfy a solidified superstar and surround him with a young guy, but also know they have to build for the future, and do some picks come with it? I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, and everyone in the league has mentioned this. This is nothing new to anybody. Is that Danny Ainge will never show his hand. We always kid about Kevin O'Connor was a tough read. Scotty Layden was a tough read. And Dennis Lindsey, that's what they do. They don't play or show their hand or their cards until the 11th hour, and then all of a sudden you go, whoa. Or, I get it, they explain why they stayed the way they did or the move they made. And there's a lot of options that Will Hardy is looking at right now with this younger team and the way they grew this past year. Look, 22 wins, tough. 17 the year before. But what they got was finally evaluation of who wants it, who can be on this roster, who won't be on this roster, but also they have to know they have to continue to get better, especially on the defensive end. And that's what all four of these teams I think Tim and Scotty have for them is how do you win titles? So the last two champions, Boston and OKC, they did it with some hellish defense. And Will Hardy's preached that since he came here, was you got to be dedicated to the defensive side of the ball. Most guys can score because that's the way they were raised, in the AAU, the three ball, all the above. But, man, you got to be dedicated to play some D. And you got to be in great shape also at this time of year to be able to survive it.
Well, in knowing these guys like we know them, I will say there's some interesting ways this thing could play out. And you said it, Washington has the first right. But the best part is then the Jazz get their pick. But there is a world that exists where a guy like, maybe Peterson goes first and a guy like Boozer and AJ are on the board together. And there is a ton of, interest in what they would do right there. But what I can assure you is it wouldn't be political. It would come down to who's going to be the best player. And and that's what you got to trust.
Emotion.
Right.
Yeah, Tim, you're spot on. I mean, you know that as in your coaching days, you have to just say who is the best fit for what we need. And for the long term as well. This isn't just a short term. You don't get a number 2 pick often, and when you do, you got to hit. And everyone knows that. And so, the Darrell Griffith days kept the Jazz afloat, right? You make some other picks that you kind of go, well, some work, some don't. But it's also how you build around, or the pieces that fall into place around a couple of these picks, like Ace, like Key, even Filipowski, an early second-round pick. He may end up being a great steal as he continues to develop. But, the other part of this equation, too, is that what these 4 teams in the league have right now, they also have not only dedicated defenders, but I think even more important is they have depth. And so if a player is off one night, they make an adjustment, or if a player goes down, then they have another player that they're confident in. Look at OKC and have Caruso come off the bench.
Unreal,
right?
What a luxury.
It's a huge luxury, and it gives Dagnall just, I think, a sense of, I'm okay. And if I got to make a move, I'm going to move. I'm going to make the move. And, Will's been looking for that same potential. And let's be honest, the last half of the season, he got to play a lot of players and all those players got a lot of minutes. And, you saw some great improvement throughout the season off and on when players were on the floor. But also it gives him, I think, now multiple options like Dagnall has on some of these players with speed, with depth, with size. And that's what you have to win in this league.
When this pick is so important to this organization and you have to hit it, you would think that this team would spend even more time analyzing these players. But honestly, the amount, I don't think really people appreciate how much work has been going in since these guys were 14, 15, playing AAU, playing in, Peach Jam, like some of these tournaments all across the country. Like the work's really been done. Now it's just trying to figure out who they are as human beings.
Scotty, every team has advanced scouts for a reason. They're overseas and they're trying to spot the diamond in the rough. And you kind of wonder, like, wow, that's a big staff. Well, yeah, because these situations come about and you have to be prepared. And I think the biggest thing, again, for my chair, is that as they get younger and they, play the one and done, or they come from, overseas, where you get an 18-year-old like LeBron right out of high school, Wemby's youth. I think the interview process is uber important now more than ever. Who are you? The people around them. Who is he? And we've got to get to know you fast because, it's a long haul. And there's a lot of stress that goes with it now more than ever. That's why I love K-Love, just because he's one of the few that have actually spoken out about the stress. And, anxiety is a real deal, man. And, I respect him for coming out because with those comments about I struggled and he worked it through. And I think he's been a great mentor for a lot of the younger players who quietly, probably on the road, just wonder, what am I doing here? And this is a tough transition. And that's important. And I think this process of interviewing and understanding and talking. I mean, you remember the photo of Boozer coming off the plane with Ace last summer?
Yeah.
I thought, wow, what a great move by the Jazz, because Carlos could speak to not only the Jazz, but to making that transition. And that's vital, I think, in the day we're living right now, is to help these young guys make the transition from 1 year of hoop in college, and then all of a sudden you're in a man's world, and you've got everybody just saying, hey, you're making $10 million. Let's do this, let's do that. You've got to find the solid ground, and that's really an important thing right now.
I remember about this time of year in school, the book order would come out. You know, you could order something to have your book order shipped to you, so you could read during the summer. And I used to choose a series of book called Choose Your Own Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Those things were amazing. And you basically, you know, just like life, you go out there, and if you choose one thing, go to page 4. Okay, so you're playing that game right now, Bowler, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And you're Kenny Atkinson.
Okay.
All right? And you are in the midst of, you know, finishing off a really big win. You've got 7:52 to go. And you know you've got your roster out there, and you've got James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and things seem to be good, and they go on a insane run. Okay, you can do one of 3 things. You can A, call a timeout. B, take James out of the game.
Okay.
Or C, lose. Which do you choose?
Wow. You know what? I think there's a D. Honestly, how many times, Timmy, did you say play through it? But also you have to know if they can, but I think you take a timeout and take a deep breath.
You got to, man. They do not, from where I sit, I don't think you get a yearly bonus for timeouts retained, because they love to run ads.
Yeah.
They love to run ads. I know that firsthand.
I remember talking to Sloan about that. Sometimes, you know, he would say, you know, it depends. You know, you're right. 18-2 is different than 7-0. And that's where I think you say, okay, we'll get through this.
7.
But when it gets to be 10 double digits and you cannot put a stop, and you notice the body language of your players, that's where the coach steps in and says, okay, it's time. It's time to catch your breath, trying to sort things out. Let's change it up, or maybe make a substitution. Maybe somebody's fatigued, and on the defensive end they're lagging. So yeah, Tim, that's a great question, but I think sometimes timeouts are just sometimes not used, but you got to use them. It gives you 2 minutes of getting your wind back and also getting your head back in the right spot.
Well, it certainly is. It's a little befuddling, and it's tough to see because, look, I know Donovan Mitchell, the era here in Salt Lake City probably didn't end the way that Jazz fans are overly rooting for him. But, look, I'll always have a soft spot for Donovan, and the fact that you lose a game like that and then you get worked over in the second half in game number 2, I mean, this Cleveland team's done, and it just feels like – and I heard Donovan after game 1, and he said all the Donovan things. We got to go back, look at the film, like the same stuff he would say after losses against Clippers in the playoffs. Like, you just know what he's going to say, and he did it over and over and over again. And it's just like, man, this guy just, you know, and this team just can't buy any luck. But honestly, the Knicks are the best team right now in the East. They're the better team, and they're flexing on Cleveland. So it's not like Cleveland's losing this series. New York's ripping it away, and frankly, it'll be interesting to see what New York does in the NBA Finals because that team's loaded.
It is. And I tell you, going back, Scotty and Tim, to game 1, you talk about ripping your heart out when you have a near 20-point lead on the road, but yet that slowly slips away. Overtime comes, and then all of a sudden now all the things you did to get there, it doesn't matter. You know, are you fatigued? Probably. Mentally, absolutely, but you know they lost it, and then game 2 comes, a chance to bounce back. But I think mentally and physically that first game it taxed the Cavaliers a lot, and I thought you saw that more in the second half last night.
Bowler, do you think the Jazz know who they're picking right now?
Man, that's a great question. I think they probably on the board, back in the day, they used to let you come in and kind of, do a little, draft breakdown long time ago. I remember, there was pens and paper and 3x5 cards, but sometimes those may have been fake cards.
Yeah.
With names that you thought, okay, sure. But, that's a great question. Very few people know.
I don't think they do.
People know.
And that's just me speculating. I don't think the Jazz know yet. And I think that's totally fine. You got a month to figure it out. But I think people in their mind have, if this happens, this happens. If this, then this. And I don't think it's as clear cut as that right now.
No, I think they have a plan, multiple A, B, and C's, because if Washington does work with another team, then so be it. Because unless you want to make a very aggressive move and force Washington to pick you, but then are you willing to give up the picks that Danny and Austin have in their pocket? And do they want to break, I think, a very good team concept in the locker room right now, because they put a lot of time and effort, and Jazz fans have really stayed with them. But also, Jazz fans want to win. And if the pick betters this team, so be it. There's 4 really high-level players, and Caleb Wilson, Timmy, you brought him up. I mean, I looked at some film the other night just sitting in my office, and, he's good. He kind of flies under the radar because of the other 3, but, he's a big guy who dedicates himself on both ends of the floor, and, someone who grabs him is going to be happy, I think. That's my opinion. I think the biggest question is, who is Darren Peterson? And, that's what every team or every GM wants to know before they make a decision on making that pick. So that's where you do your homework, and that's what it tends to play, how it's going to play itself out. But you're right. There's a lot of dominoes, not many for the Jazz because they picked 2, but there's a big one that's going to have to fall first before they jump into their plan. But I'm sure they have multiple what-ifs scenarios, and they'll be happy with how it turns out.
Bowler, it's a privilege and an honor every time we get a chat with you.
It is. You're a legend.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys, you've been on about a month now together. Any arguments, any issues that you need worked out, or are you guys good?
Not just with Lloyd, but between Coach and I, we're good. I'd like to think so, Coach.
I think our approach has been great. Don't talk to me once I leave the studio.
Yeah, there's no eye contact.
No, I mean, in here we're very congenial, and then we walk out and it's like, hey, I dap up Lloyd, and Scotty's a planet of his own, right, Lloyd?
I'm a man of the people.
No, Scotty
starts to build a plexiglass wall between you two, then, you got maybe a little issue there.
No, it's actually starting to go up right now.
Oh, stop.
The plexiglass actually is going up.
He's in a suit coat. I'm in a flannel.
Wow. You know what? You had a meeting today, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
There you go.
Again, he swims in bigger waters than Lloyd and I.
Stop. This is true.
We're Raider fans.
Well, yeah, that's true. We can't help that. Hey, by the way, can you tell your guy Rasheed Rice to stay out of jail? That might be beneficial for you.
Oh, come on, Scotty. That's a bad talk to me on Friday, man. You just brought me down.
Oh, that's not what we want to do. Don't bring him down.
That's my bad. That was totally
down.
That was unintentional, Bowler. I promise.
Wow. But don't forget Monday Night Football, Kansas City, Chiefs, Broncos,
and Mahomes on half a knee ligament.
Half a leg.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix on no ankle.
Hey, no, Bo's going to be ready to go. Bo's
Jarrett
just fine.
Stidham.
Hey, I'm anxious to see
Under
what
center.
Mahomes had the surgery. He was rehabbing. I tell you, they do marvelous things with arthroscopic surgery nowadays. It amaze me if they had put him on the field. We'll see.
How long could Craig Bolerjack have played at Kansas State had you had the medical advances you have now?
Oh, I mean,
that jersey would be hanging in the rafters.
I used to kid the kids that Dad got bit by a shark. I mean, back, I was wading in the ocean and a shark bit me because that's how big and gnarly these scars are. And the way they used to stitch you, now they glue it shut. and everything's arthroscopically done. Your recovery time is so much better with any injury you have. People out there listening know that because they're living it. Guys like me, the scars are gnarly. The surgery was like, that looks loose. We better take it out. Or let's use a drill bit and put a screw there. I mean, that's kind of how far it's come. And you got to give credit. Some guys jump back. Hey, you come back from Achilles tears the way these guys do now. It's that used to be the career ender.
Oh yeah.
ACLs were the end of all ends, and now you got guys who make incredible recovery. The rehab is out of sight, and you know what's amazing is they get you up and you're walking the same day. I was in a hip cast for 3 months.
Oh, jeez. That's nuts.
That's insane,
and
Bowler.
when they cut that thing off, I just yelled like, "That's not my leg." It was, baby. It was. Yeah. And they did things so differently, archaic. But they think that to immobilize it was going to let it heal more. No, now you're up.
Yeah.
And you're in rehab.
Got to get that thing moving. Yep.
Got to.
Bowler.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you soon. Lloyd's telling me we got to wrap it up, so I appreciate it.
No, I'm with
hey,
you, man.
Bowler,
Hey.
you know what? Actually, while we have you, let's run some audio by you. We should see how unprofessional Scotty is right now.
All right, so Lloyd's all upset about this because I used him.
And by the way, for some reason, I'm not even sure why, Locke is upset with me about something.
I want
I'm
you to
not
go
sure
back.
what it is.
Go back to your KSNW days in 1982 with the Wichita Wings and listen to this.
Oh boy.
Lloyd's giving us the signal. We got to let you go, David. Appreciate it.
That's good to cut off good content just for the sake of it. That's good. That's the way to go, Lloyd.
Hey, have a good weekend.
Did you it was 1:52, and so they had to get to break.
We had to go to break.
They had to go to break.
But you told us to go to break.
Scotty throws me under the bus. He can't just close it like, let's say, I don't know, like David James, who closed it earlier today like this.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. We'll talk next week.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Scotty, he's no angel, man. Back in the day producing for me and Gordo, let's just say we ran over the clock multiple times.
Yeah.
And he has run over the clock. Trust me.
But Scotty would yell at us too, like, guys, we got to go.
But it was that he put Lloyd on the curb and then went right over the top of him. And then David.
If you've ever seen American History X, that's what he did.
And then David.
You did not get curb stomped.
The best part of that, can we play it one more time? Because listen to David's disgust. Like, oh, great job, Lloyd. Listen.
Lloyd's giving us the signal. We got to let you go, David. Appreciate it.
That's good to cut off good content just for the sake of it. That's good. That's the way to go, Lloyd.
We love drama on this show.
I love it. I love it.
We set this up to be the most drama-less show on the station, but yet I think we might be leading the clubhouse right now.
Hey, don't look at me.
That was eye contact.
Yeah.
Hey, Bowler, you're the best, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Love you, Bowler.
Have a great weekend. Take care, guys.
There he is, the great Craig Bowler-Jack. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If Lloyd allows us, we will go to break and give you our final thoughts on what to expect in these playoff games coming up this weekend right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick. All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is. Sure. All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time. And this person. Washington today knows their guy.
The Jazz probably know who they would take it to right now.
Absolutely do.
I was talking to somebody and they said, the 27 and 28 draft stink. The 28 draft, that's 2 years away. They're like, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. It's why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony Friday, June 5th in Cedar City. After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim
Man,
Lacombe.
you're amazing. What an amazing kid.
He's just the best.
Just the best.
As good of a player, he's a better human being.
Did I tell you I was born at Holy Cross Hospital?
You know, me too. Me
share
too.
that.
Where is that? Like
Holy Cross actually isn't even around anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It used to be Salt Lake Regional now, I think, used to be Holy Cross.
Okay.
I think.
So back in the day, you had LDS and Holy Cross.
Holy Cross Hospital,
I bet those softball games between those two staffs were pretty heated.
Got a little bitter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Amazing people, though.
Yes.
With amazing faith.
Good doctors, better human beings. All right. Let's get to it. Lloyd, spin that wheel.
Thunder Spurs tonight.
Dylan Harper, as you mentioned, game time decision. by the way, for the first time, now a lot of this depends on the injuries. The line could change a little bit leading into the game. But if the line holds and this game tips off with the Spurs being a 1.5 point favorites, that this will mark the first time in 33 games that Oklahoma City has been an underdog. 33 consecutive games as a favorite. Tonight would snap that if, in fact, this line holds.
Can I, hedge and say if Harper doesn't play that I can take can I do a game time decision myself?
Yeah. I think there will be a lot of that going on.
Because that's something that will get the Thunder's attention, being underdogs.
Yeah.
Because it hadn't happened for so long, and there's a certain disrespect, particularly if San Antonio is not at full strength.
So
so you may be onto something, my guy.
I am taking Oklahoma City. But if San Antonio's remotely healthy, you're going with Spurs.
I am what I am.
Do you guys think the Thunder? I know Wembanyama is outer worldly. We talked about it, but don't you? I feel like the Thunder are the better team. I feel like they are the much better team. I could totally see the Thunder winning out.
What they are
winning out and just closing the series.
They're a team that has first done it, but in terms of pieces that you can put out on the floor, they've got more options for sure.
I love the depth. I want Oklahoma City to win, not because I care about dynasties or anything like that. I just like the way that they've built the team, and I hope that other teams build accordingly. Because you can build with a guy like Wembanyama and have that star power. And Shea, and obviously back-to-back MVPs, he's certainly earned that. But I love the way that Oklahoma City has built their team. That is more a way that you can replicate as opposed to just finding an alien that can hit a 32-foot three-point shot and not blink an eye and be over 7 feet tall.
Well, there was some recon in there because they had to take the guy who's leading them, the two-time MVP. They had to steal him from another team without them knowing he was that good.
Yeah,
and that's what they did. Honestly, there was a bit of subterfuge. Yeah, give us that guy.
Yeah, go ahead and throw him in there. Well, we'll take him off your hands. You might have to pay him a lot of money here soon. We'll just.
But that's what launched them right into what they are. And
it's the Paul George trade, right?
Exactly.
Jeez.
Basketball player, for reference in French, is said as Victor Wembanyama.
He'll be good tonight. He'll feed off that energy at home. And he doesn't like losing, so he'll respond to that.
Well, and honestly, 48 hours ago, before game 2, he played 49 minutes.
Right.
I mean, the dude was just giving it everything he had. You knew he was going to go backwards a little bit.
Yeah, I said it was like a marathon. I ran that St. George marathon, and everybody said, the beginning of it, you're coming down a...
Did you really run the marathon?
I did run that marathon.
Wow.
Yeah. About 3:45, in fact.
Nope, you broke 4.
That was my goal. That was my goal. So anyway, I'm coming down the canyon, and I'm just motoring, and look at my watch, and I am going way too fast. But I just had so much adrenaline, I didn't really pull it back.
Yeah.
And when I got to Vail, which is the big hill, I wanted to stop. It seriously took a lot to keep going, and then I found my second wind.
So at what mile point did it catch up with you, that first?
11.
11? And you're like, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot left here.
I'm not even halfway through, and we got problems.
Yeah, I just kind of gathered my senses, got one of those little goo packets, got some energy, and then started making my way.
Little Go-Gurt-looking thing they give you.
The worst part, though, is you get 3 miles from the finish line. It's still a long way.
Oh, yeah.
And people are lined up saying, great job, man. You got this. And you just want to say, no, you have no idea what I have or don't have. You're so angry at that point. You just want to cuss everybody that's supporting you.
Yes. And I just want it to be done.
You're almost there. No, I'm not. You said that. Some guy just told me that, and there's still 3 miles left, so stop saying that.
Do you know I have a neighbor who is a big-time marathon runner, loves to run marathons. He's I think he might be lower 50 or upper 50s, low 60s, and he was on a cruise, and they had a couple days at sea, and so he mapped out how long the trip around the boat was, and he ran a marathon on the boat. just
running
circles around the boat.
It's like NASCAR.
It's like, really? That's a little sick in the head, don't you think?
But the reason I brought up the marathon is because that's Wemby. I mean, he's going at this thing as hard as he can, and part of it's learning how to channel that energy. So I think he will get a boost tonight being at home.
I agree. All right, 1:46. We'll wrap up this bad boy. Jake's already in the studio. Jake's like, get out of here. It's my time to shine. Hey, guess what, Lloyd? On Tuesday, I'm fired up for this. We're going to be at RGS Exteriors. That's right.
I'm going to wear my hat.
Coming up on Tuesday. Yeah, we got geared up, so we'll wear all the RGS gear. Coming up on Tuesday. Remember, if you want to get a hold of them ahead of time, all you have to do is call 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Wrap this bad boy up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals is here to help you out. That's right. Now, the great thing about Beehive Meals, they've got a bunch of different options. First off, the slow cooker meals. We all know and love them. You put them in the crock pot and you just let it sit for a few hours. Boom, you've got yourself a great meal, nutritious for your family, brings the family together at dinner time. It's awesome. But sometimes you want to flex a little bit. Sometimes you want the world to know, especially your kids, that you can cook, that you can fire up the grill, you can fire up the flat top, and you can get it done. So Beehive Meals has the new flat top meals. All you have to do, thaw it out. It's all proportioned. It's all seasoned. It's all ready to go. And you just throw it on the flat top, cook it up, and you are good to go. Those are available for you right now, limited time only. You can also get the subscription with the slow cooker meals. It's all available for you at Beehive Meals. There's no reason, Coach, you can't have that skriddle ready to go for you. Always be ready. All you have to do is go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hope you all have a great weekend. Hopefully you're able to celebrate Memorial Day, get Monday off. Coach and I will be back with you on Tuesday. You're going to hang out a little bit with Jake Scott as well.
Yeah, I'm going to hang for a bit. Yeah,
Ben Anderson's out, so you'll hold down the fort for a bit.
Well, I don't know about that. I'll keep this chair without moving. I'll do my best. But, Jake and I do a lot together, 82 times a year, and hopefully next year some more with the playoffs. So, be fun.
I think that you guys, look, there's a lot of Jazz fans who've dealt with some rough basketball. You two have dealt with a lot of rough basketball because some of us can just turn the game off and go do something else. You guys are kind of stuck there.
Yeah, that's what we do, but we love it, and we've created a community. Jamil, who we talked to, our producer on those nights, was nice enough to come on today. It was great to talk to him about NASCAR, and I felt like the show was great.
May 26th. Is the Wheel of Fortune Day for Jamil Hawkins. If you don't know who Jamil is, he joined us earlier. He's a NASCAR aficionado, and I might add, is the Jazz, I don't even want to say producer. He's like the executive, make David Locke look good role over there with the Utah Jazz and SEG. He will make an appearance on Wheel of Fortune. It will air on May 26th. Apparently, it's all done already. It's in the can. Jamel did say he won some money. We just don't know how much money. And the fact that he led on that he won a little bit or that he won some makes me think that Jamil.
Did you say Wheel of Fortune or Wheel of Fortune?
Did you hear Jake say that?
Yeah,
wasn't me?
I know. Was that Christian? Did Christian do that? Because I know you didn't pick that up, Lloyd. Come on.
Where there's
Will or Wheel?
I said Wheel of Fortune.
Where there's a will, there's a fortune.
Wheel of Fortune.
All right. 3,500 over or under.
I'm not going to take part.
Oh, you don't want to take part in this? All right.
Because,
I got you.
I'll go under.
Okay. Well, he said he came away with something. Yeah. So I'm fired up for him. All right. We should probably wrap this up before Lloyd and I say things that we don't mean and that will bring us down a little further. So,
long weekend, and I'm going to pray for you too. I really am.
Thank you.
We got to get through this.
We need some help.
Well, thank goodness we won't see each other for quite a while. Actually,
might be good.
Maybe not all next week.
I'll be back on Friday,
but I won't be.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Be good out there, will you?
We will. All right. Jake and Ben with Tim Lacombe coming up next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Pet owners and parents know the struggle. Every time dogs or kids go outside, they track mud right back in. If you're tired of scrubbing floors, you need Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that cleans paws and shoes before they ruin your home. Only Muddy Mat features thousands of ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary mats, instantly trapping dirt and water to protect your floors. Put it by every door, under pet bowls, in the kitchen for spills. It even makes a perfect bath mat, and it's 100% 100% machine washable, so cleanup is effortless.
Since getting Muddy Mat, I don't worry about what my dog gets into. His paws are clean the second he steps off.
No more mopping. I love it. Thank you, Muddy Mat.
Right now, get a free medium Muddy Mat with your order of 2 or more mats at buymuddymat.com. This offer is only available at buymuddymat.com. That's BUYMUDDYMAT.com. Don't wait. Get your free Muddy Mat today at buymuddymat.com.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben is off today. He will be back next Tuesday. He's up in Bear Lake. We discussed yesterday, Ben is part of the Bear Lake celebrity culture. Former member of the Utah County celebrity culture. Now currently, what number on the list of celebrities do you think are in Murray? There's some heavy hitters.
I don't even try to. I'm so new. I'm just trying to register, man.
My guy, the coach, Tim Lacombe. You're willing to stick around for a little bit. I appreciate it. Stick around for a segment. We've got PK is going to be on the show.
Awesome.
Coming up. Keith Smith, who one of our favorites, national guy, is going to be on the show at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And of course, you're nice enough to stick around here too.
Well, it's an honor. I love you. You know that. You're my guy. We work 82 nights a year together and gotten to know each other very well. So I always like having a comfort level with who I'm sitting with. And then there's a lot going on, a lot to talk about. So I'm glad Ben is having fun, and I'll work my way up that ladder in Murray. It's a little bit at a time. I got to get settled first.
Does Ben have fun? Is that something Ben's capable?
I've never seen him smile.
Of? Yeah. No, I haven't.
Very
either.
serious.
Doesn't wear shorts. I've always found that weird. Yeah, not into it.
Even in the water, Tim.
What?
He's a roll up the leg kind of guy.
Really? That's like a J. Crew catalog.
And when he's wearing jeans, you can only roll them up just like a little bit.
Hey, I ain't gonna crack on it. I got plenty of things about myself. I would trade my a lot of things, my age for his, but Ben's a good man.
Oh,
he
Ben's
just
the best.
he needs to wear shorts now and again.
We wish him the best. We hope he's having a great time. And considering I'm going to take a vacation the week after next, what goes around comes around. And mine's a lot longer.
Yours the yearly deal you do?
Yeah, where we
Good
go to the beach.
Yeah, love that.
Visit my grandmother, who's 96 years old and still living alone and going strong.
That was all like a hidden area until the show, right? And then everybody started showing up out there.
2 shows, because that Wicked Tuna.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's
had some Outer Banks, and then of course the OBX, which isn't even filmed in the Outer Banks. Thank you very much. But I swear to you, it's been like twice as crowded since those shows came
out. I didn't even know about that show till you told me that, and then I started looking at it and thought, I can see why people were into it. So people went and checked out the area and ruined it for you.
Oh, that's the worst. No, it's the best, really. I love it, and I've been doing it for how old am I now, Tim? I've been doing it for like 30, at least. No, it's more than that. It's like 34 years, something like that.
It's like Christmas, man. You got to go every year.
And the only year I've missed 2 years. The only year was the birth. My daughter Sadie was born in July, the middle of July, and we just weren't going.
No way.
With with like a 2-week-old or whatever. And then we missed 2020 in the pandemic.
Right. Wow, that's amazing.
But 2 years, that's it. And now it's a tradition with my girls, and pretty awesome.
They're going to be their girls. That's why you want to build those things. That's cool.
Be nice if the plane flight were a little shorter
and less expensive now.
Way less expensive now. But other than that, it's pretty sweet. So I'm excited about it.
That's good, man.
You guys sound great. You and Scotty, obviously chemistry right out of the gate.
Well, we're having fun.
It's a fun job. People don't understand how long a 4-hour show is. It's a lot, and so for you to get hit with a 4-hour show right out of the gate it's a lot. But you know what? You guys are doing fantastic, and of course Scotty.
No, Scotty's
been doing it forever, so knows what he's doing. Don't listen to Salazar.
Well,
just ignore his opinion.
He is. He's definitely a force.
Yeah, that's how he got his nickname, the Portuguese dictator, Salazar.
He's a force.
He runs the place with an iron fist.
I mean, I don't even dare look at him crossways.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, I just try to do my job, Jake, and I'm excited to hang with you, man. This is cool. A lot of good stuff going on, especially basketball-wise. Hockey. I'm a hockey guy now.
I told you, you know where I first met Lloyd, right?
Remind me. I know you did, but
we worked together at Sears.
Oh, that's right. At Sears.
We worked together at Sears. I was working there in college, and then I ran into Lloyd several years later after I had started at the radio station, and our mutual friend Ryan Hatch, because that's where I first met you through Hatch. Of course, nobody wanted to be in charge of the internship program. I found that out pretty quick because in my first year at the station, he's like,
"You want to do this,
Jake? I'm going to put you. This is a big deal. I'm going to put you in charge of the internship program." I was like, "What? Yeah, I'll kill it for you." You know what I mean?
Okay, man, we
let's
get our chances.
And I found out later, that was no gift.
That was something he was getting off his plate, wasn't it?
You know what? I did it. Whatever. And I don't remember how far into doing that. I ran into Lloyd at the huddle. And randomly at the huddle. And he was a senior at Utah. And he was like, "Man, I just need an internship credit to graduate." And I was like, "Aren't you glad you ran into me?" And I've been working with Lloyd ever since.
That is awesome.
Has he ever said thank you?
Yeah. But I thank him for lots of stuff too. It's been been a great relationship.
He's a good heel.
Yeah. Oh, people know that all the jokes I make about Lloyd are jokes, right?
Right.
Lloyd is.
I mean,
he's awesome.
And I went to school with him. Everybody knows that. So we got all that. And then one of my actually vivid memories of you, I was on the field at Utah, and I can't remember. I can't place it. But it seemed as though it was a game Utah had won, and they tore the goalpost down.
Oh, yeah. I was at, was it the...
It was a BYU game.
It was Utah BYU at Utah.
At Utah.
It was I was there for 2004 when they would have done it. Yeah.
So when the goalpost came down, I was kind of trying to maneuver my way out of the way of the goalposts, and it was getting worked into it by the crowd. And I remember coming out of it and then seeing you and being like, oh, I'm so glad. First of all, it's good to see you, but I about died.
Yeah, I've been on that field when it's been stormed several times.
Yeah,
several times in one game. I was standing on the sideline.
Suspenders.
The suspenders was a different one.
Yeah.
Suspenders. PK and I are standing in the background just watching Bronco Mendenhall almost end his career, and the life of some poor fan. Yeah, I was there for that.
A very well dressed.
I was there for the Max Hall. I was covering the Utah locker room when Max Hall did the I Hate Everything About It. I'm speaking about PK
you
joining
were getting
us.
That sound?
I was in the other one.
Okay.
PK was covering BYU and I was covering Utah. And what I remember about it, because while the other stuff was going on, I've never seen Kyle Whittingham more angry. Certainly in a press event, like I don't know, I don't see him deep in practice, but storming into a furious. Well, if you remember, BYU fans stormed the field,
right?
And I don't know, something happened with a relative, and I think it was his mom. If she got, I don't know, but
got pushed around like
it was
I did.
something family related, and he was bad. And he just lost to BYU,
which is for him nothing worse.
And that was the game where he famously in the locker room said, "We will never lose to these guys again." And it almost turned out to be true.
He almost made it.
Well, thank you for sticking around.
No,
I appreciate
it. It's a high bar. I listen to the show every day, so I love that, and I like all the stuff you do. So I'm going to have some fun with it.
Yeah. Well, you helped me create a lot of the stuff because people talk about how many nights a year that you and I spend just in a room with Jamil in the room next to us. Shout out to him who was on your show today.
Spitballing.
Just like anyway, you are the one who came up with Phil.
Phil.
You accidentally called him Phil as we were just sitting there.
And he was like, wait, that works.
Like Phil.
Because everybody says Flip, but it's actually Phil.
But Phil Lepowski is actually part of his name.
Exactly.
So
it fits better.
Just Tim pointing something out to me that Kyle Filipowski did.
But he's the creative bones.
Phil.
I mean, come on.
Phil, right?
The Clinic. You came with Clinic.
The Clinic, yeah.
You came with that one. I loved that one. And we had fun watching the Clinic gouge people's eyes out.
The dirtiest player I've ever seen.
Within the context of the rules, as Majerus would say.
No, come on. I mean, you and I watch NBA basketball pretty much every night.
How about the pancake block? That was my favorite.
Oh,
he just
Jordan
laid
Poole?
on Jordan Poole.
That was a game-winning dirty play.
It was. Jazz were going down to score it, and he's making sure the nearest defender can't get up.
Nope. Gets tangled up with him, and then bam.
Dude, I had to deal with him back in college doing that stuff. Like, he's gotten better at it through the years, but he knew what he was doing back then, too.
Hot take, he's being wasted on the bench by San Antonio. They should have him in the
I think they should.
They should have him in the game.
He should go in and level Hartenstein tonight.
Hey, how do you slow down Shea? Well, it's tough to score buckets when you're looking out of one eye.
You ever, like one of those shot fakes, just go for it and then just lead with your forearm on the way down. And what happens, happens.
You remember when Steven Jackson left the game holding his jaw after?
Absolutely. Yes, the Clinic pushed so many guys. And then the best is we'd have to sit and wait for the arena replay sometimes, but we'd see that thing, and it was 2 or 3 minutes of laughter and seeing what the Clinic had just gotten away with.
All right, so I love talking about this stuff. I could talk about our shenanigans for literally hours.
It's a life of its own.
So we get the TV feed in our studio. So it's the raw feed from the TV truck. So sometimes we get them queuing up the replays. Sometimes we don't. I don't know how that works. But sometimes we get we get them queuing up the replays. And Christian, this was, how many years ago? So Joe Ingles had to be still on the team. So this would have been 2019.
It's all a blur.
And the Jazz were playing the Bucks, and they had, what was his first name? Campazzo was his last name. What was his?
I want to say Frederic, but no, that's not right. Eduardo? No.
Campazzo.
I'm just hucking names out.
So Joe Ingles is dribbling.
Facundo.
Really?
Yeah.
So Joe Ingles is dribbling with his left hand. And Campazzo's really getting up in him, right? Really playing some close defense. Joe snaps his elbow up like lightning and absolutely uppercuts with his elbow Campazzo right across the face. I mean, elbow right to the face. And so then timeout for probably review. I don't even remember.
It was, plenty of reviews, my friend.
And they're my favorite.
Yeah, you love them.
Review, timeout, and so they go to break. But we don't see the commercials, right? We just see them queuing up the replay. So we see in super slow motion about 8 times this elbow and Campazzo's face come clean off his head.
And then they back it up, and then it happens again as they're looking at it. Oh, that one was a beauty.
Oh, it was one of the worst elbows you've ever seen, and we got to watch it at least 7 times in uber slow motion. And Tim's like, you can tell right here when his soul leaves his body.
Because he just, that hurt. The other one that killed me, dude, was Joe Ingles making a beeline for the official in the melee. I mean, just everything's going on. Say it's going on to the left side of your vision.
It was Rudy and somebody.
Yeah, it was kind of going. It was Miles.
Was it Miles Turner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Rudy grabbed his foot after the layup, being Rudy, and then offered to fight him at the flagpole. Remember that? But anyway, that's going on, and guys are involved with it. But if you're looking at the screen, it's up in the upper left side of on the bottom right side of the screen, you see this streak, this white streak. I've never seen Joe move so fast. They called him slow-mo. There was nothing slow about this. Directly at an official and just teapotted him. Put him over. He teapotted him.
Ran right into him.
And just boom, the guy goes flying, and Joe's like, I mean, I was surprised that nothing really came of it because it was pretty intentional.
It's amazing that he didn't get fined. And he came on DJ and PK. It was either the next day or the day after because he had found out that he wasn't going to get fined. And he said it was an accident, but he also really was apologetic and grateful that he did not get fined.
Yeah, I was shocked because unless he's got, walleye vision, he ran to the wrong spot, which is a whole nother story.
And
leave it there.
Right at him.
Oh man,
so funny.
Teapot.
So yeah, I have enjoyed our time watching games.
This
together.
reminds me because we just get talking and laughing, and then it's a good way to take it in. That's for sure.
It is. Well, I want to hear what your thoughts on the Cavaliers. I'm curious for your takeaway from because you coached for a long time. You had some brutal losses, and I don't mean to dredge up.
No, we did.
I don't mean to dredge up, bad memories or whatever.
No, we did.
But I felt like I felt like that blown lead beat them twice.
Oh, 100%. And actually I said that yesterday because the psyche of a team is something that nobody thinks about. I say this to you all the time. People take sports almost like the remote. When they flip the channel, they expect those guys to be there, look the same, do what they're supposed to do, and then they turn them off. And they don't think there's a lot of emotion in this. And so to me, the hardest part of watching that was it was all preventable. And when that trade was announced, I remember this because we were in studio that night and we both started to kind of chuckle because we knew Cleveland's issue all along was Garland was too small and non-active defensively. Same with Donovan. And teams just get to the paint at will. And so you got to go make a defensive move, and they bring in, I guess, Kenny Atkinson said, a very good isolation defender. My eyes tell me something way different, even last night. So it's almost like his stubbornness to make this work when there's no way in where it's going to work. He did. He lost his team that game because you just I asked Bowler today, you call a timeout, you sub him out, you do something. But 18-1, you know how I feel about timeouts. I yell all the time. It gets 6-7, call a timeout. And this thing went way too deep. And then to back it up, after the game he was asked about it, he backed Harden. The next day he backed him. And then last night he played him 32 minutes, which is the ultimate way to back a guy. And I think he's riding Harden right out of a job.
James Harden, I am rooting for Cleveland in this series.
Yeah, me too.
Ben is such an obnoxious Knicks guy. I just want to see his heart be broken.
Oh, Donovan!
But I never thought I'd be pulling for James Harden a day in my life because he is maybe my least favorite player.
You said that to me for years.
Of the last 20 years.
I think you stick a fork in my eye, I mean,
he represents all the things that bug me about modern basketball, from the ball-dominant play to the constant dribbling to the foul baiting and the flopping to how he carries himself off the floor, which, manipulating what the team does and when the planes leave and shows up covered in glitter like he was David Bowie. I mean, bad habits off the floor that lead to bad habits on the floor. The care factor being super low, which is what is annoyingly frustrating. But got to tell you, and we've been making a joke comparing him to Kenny of South Park, but I thought Kenny Atkinson was a pretty good coach.
I did too.
When Cleveland hired Kenny, I thought, okay, well, that's a pretty good coach. What he did in Brooklyn before was, I thought, pretty impressive. Man, to have your team blow that lead is one thing, but then not have them ready to go in game two. I mean, I hate the cliches. Lost the locker room. But the team has got to pick up what you're putting down. And honestly, if I'm on that team and I look at that timeout management, I'm thinking to myself, does this guy really know what he's doing?
Well, the other part, too, that he not only backed having Harden out there, but actually kind of said, it's actually the other guy's fault for not stepping over. Like, this is team defense. And so there is a way where a lot of those guys, particularly guys who have been trying to clean up for him since he got there, in all those ways you mentioned, which makes all of this time the Jazz have to parse through these guys' backgrounds and who they are so important, as a side note. But it's unfortunate because it's one of those things. It's like almost like a car wreck you saw coming, and nobody would listen. And they did have a way where they could have been up 1-0 in this series. I made the joke yesterday. I watched Apple Dumpling Gang with Hank. And it's an old Disney movie, and Don Knotts is one of the guys, and he's a bad guy, a good guy, but a bad guy. He gets locked in the vault with all this money. He can't get out with it. And that's kind of what happened with Cleveland. They broke into a bank, got into the vault, had all this money, and the thing shut. And so here they are with it all, but there's no way out. And that's what that game felt like to me. And I think as a direct result, they got pounded last night because I think all the guys are kind of wondering, yeah, why didn't he call timeout? Or why is Harden still out there? I mean, guys are human.
Play it a different way.
Right?
Play it a different way.
Don't switch it, like hug it or...
Well, they were switching so far out on the floor, too, which was just crazy to me. Don't give them the automatic switch when they're
you want
so
us to
far
switch?
away.
Right.
Yeah. You're obviously wanting us to switch. Well, there's nothing in the rules that I have to switch, let alone this far out on the floor. Like, play it a little bit differently. Change it up.
And last night, Brunson had 7 field goals. 4 of them were on Harden. And none of them were anything close to contested. It was like he's trying to stand up and read him. It's almost like a guy in the batter's box expecting fastball, and he gets the change. I mean, that's how bad his defense looked. It's just off kilter. There's no way that anybody can look at that dude and say he's a good isolation defender. There's just no way.
I'm trying to think of screening questions you could ask rookies to find out if they're James Harden or not. In your top 3 pastimes, are any of the following: a love for sugary pastries, a love
fat suit
for gentlemen's clubs, What questions would you ask? Yeah, if there's a disagreement between you and us, will you use your weight and shape as leverage to get what you want?
Name your favorite use for glitter.
Glitter.
How many people are you, quote, putting through college, unquote?
Like that.
Exactly.
I needed to get another one.
Like that? No, I'm glad you did. Yeah, and you got to wonder, what should the Jazz do? You've been watching AJ DiBonta. Speaking of, Darren Peterson, you and I we watch a lot of college basketball when we're watching NBA basketball. Shout out to Jeremy Potter and the Radio Command Center.
Didn't talk about our other screens.
We've talked about Darren Peterson and what he was doing at Kansas, and I don't know what kind of red flag that would be. And then, of course, Cam Boozer. All of a sudden, it feels like he's got a lot more vibe going his way. So, any thoughts where we currently stand?
Well, I think the best part about it is total intrigue, and it's like you taught me, the NBA is one thing, and there's nothing like the drama. And I think it's what pulls us all in. And every year, regardless of where the Jazz are drafting, we're in it. But this year, it's just that much more exciting. Just have to wait one team out. But I'm not so sure that anybody knows what they're going to do quite yet. My gut tells me that they're going to play it safe. I think they're going to try, and we've talked about this. There's teams that actually go out and do the work, trust themselves, make some flyers, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. And then there's others that just, hey man, we don't really know that's that great. We're going to stay close to the book. And it's crazy how many times guys will go in an order that is put together months in advance. So it's a whole thing. But I agree with you that Boozer's gaining traction. I'm hearing that Boozer's gaining traction not just here but around. I guess the visits he's having, the type of impact he leaves on people as a person, to go to what you're talking about with Harden. And then I think some of the duplicity that he can, he's a big guy that can handle it and play in ball screen. So he's certainly a guy that's being talked about. I mean, the A.J. Darren thing is obvious, and the time spent on Darren right now is just figuring out what story's what, and making sure it all checks out. I did see while we're sitting here, Jay Billis did an intense sit down with him tonight. So I'm excited to watch that later. But in my mind, as I have the board right now, I think anything's in play for the Jazz, just depending on what Washington does. But it's exciting times, man. And we've sat here and watched it for nothing. And they're going to have a team next year for sure.
It's all about finding out what other teams want, right?
Right.
Because it's funny, you hear the buzz about Boozer, and you talk about, he's working out, and people are liking him more and more. It's like, but why is that getting out? Why is that? Who does want? Is that who's floating it? Why are? That's what I find so intriguing about all of this. And one thing with now Austin Ainge and Danny Ainge or whatever, they play the game a little bit differently than Dennis Lindsey. Dennis Lindsey was just a black hole. No info went in, no info went out. Danny plays the game a little bit differently, and not to say that people are leaking things on purpose, but it feels like he has more of a feel for the vibe. I mean, how do you find out that Philly wants Markelle Fultz so bad? You know, how do you find out what Philly really wants? And those are the stories that I would love to hear that you never hear.
That's such a great point. I mean? Yeah, for sure. That could be a book.
Yep.
Just that little move alone could be a book, because it was especially the way it's turned out. It's like, whoa, that did not go well for you.
It's one of the best trades in NBA history.
Right.
Yeah, because you found out some info that turned out to be correct. I mean, it's like real Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy stuff. I'd love to know those stories.
And the interesting one to me about this process is, politically, you've got Carlos is scouting. He's a scout for the Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
You've got all of the BYU influence for AJ. But I will tell you this, in my talks, I don't think any of that is going to make any kind of impact. I think they're going to go through this process. And I do believe there's a world that exists where maybe Darren Peterson comes out as the number one pick, and the Jazz are sitting there talking about AJ and Boozer. And, I think everybody has a foregone conclusion how that could go. I wouldn't be so sure right now. I mean, I think this whole thing, these guys are so separated to me by just little things. They're all elite, but it's finding the guy that fits you great and that can take you down the road a little bit.
When you got calls from people asking about your players, whether it's pro or whatever, How honest were you?
I tried to be as honest as possible. We were lucky because we did a lot of our work before.
But you love your guys, right? And I'm not saying you would be dishonest.
No, but you're going to favor on the side of good.
Yeah.
There's certain things you don't have to talk about if they don't ask.
Lee Camard was on your show today. You love that guy. I know you do. I've heard you talk about him. It'd be hard. You couldn't if a coach came and said, what do you think about this guy? It'd be pretty hard for you to give a 100% unbiased answer.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, not only that, but it's also you got to consider the program, right? Because the program gets pop if they can get guys. So yeah, certainly you're being influenced.
And you want to have cred with the people you're talking to, too. Yeah, it's a delicate dance.
Where I feel like the Jazz have an advantage, and nobody talks about this dude enough, is Jay-Z. Justin Zanuck, having lived in that agent world, I think sometimes, you want to talk about dudes that are connected and talk. And in this process with AJ's dad being his agent, like this thing has a setup to be just crazy intriguing. And we're getting down to the wire. So good things are happening. I know that. And I'm just excited to see what Washington does and how the Jazz respond.
I've been saying this, bet on Washington to boot it. If they're picking between two players and one's going to be good and one's going to not be good, whoever Washington picks is going to be the boot.
Otto Porter was one of their top 10 picks. I mean, it's bad.
And who wants to go stand and watch Trae Young play basketball? Ben throughout the the theory that it was him saying he didn't want to go to Washington because they have a point guard in Trae Young. So Darren Peterson saying, "I'm a point guard. Hey, I don't want to watch Trae play."
No, dude, I detest the way that guy approaches it because it's all show and no go.
I wonder if it changes. I mean, getting traded maybe sometimes.
Maybe so.
Wakes players up. But you know what? That's his edge. And I know I've kept you too long already.
I love this.
But that was Jimmer's edge, right? And Jimmer wasn't going to be allowed to play like that at the NBA level.
Like that?
And I think that's part of – I still will tell you if Jimmer were 6'4", he would have had a 10, 12-year career in the NBA.
Yeah.
The fact that he was shorter meant he couldn't guard as many positions, and it would have been impossible to make the evolution into the role player. But – how do you not let Jimmer cook? That's his game, right? And his game didn't fit the NBA at the time, and his career maybe wasn't as long.
Yeah. No, the other part is, how important these are from a financial perspective. And there's so much that goes into this. So it's great to be on our side where we can kick it around, but ultimately somebody else has to pull the trigger.
Oh, you're going to love shooting off your big bazoo and having it not matter at all.
Okay. I've got to get to the point where I really feel comfortable doing that.
Oh, you're going to love it. You'll be like...
I am sharing a little more than I thought I would, but it's good. I think that's a lot of years around it and seeing things from a different perspective is kind of fun.
Be like, that hot take about Trae Young doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I'm just not a Trae Young cat, man. You aren't either. We have our guys. Jared Allen was always one of our guys, and he's been great in the playoffs.
Got to love Jared Allen. I have no problem rooting for that guy. James Harden, I'm having a tough time.
Yeah.
That game was rough.
Get back to the glitter.
It's good to see you. Thank you very much. And seriously, you guys are killing it. So keep it up.
I loved being on. Thanks, Christian, for giving me a couple like that, and I will get out of your hair.
Thank you, Tim. There he is, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Catch him 10 to 2, Monday through Friday, alongside Scotty G. We'll have top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
The Jazz selecting number 2 in the upcoming NBA draft. So, if there's one thing that scares me, AJ's the safer pick. And that's what makes me nervous is that Washington is going to be like, okay, we've really swung and missed, and we've really done some problems. So let's go the safest superstar available in AJ and let somebody else take the risk on Darren. If I'm the Jazz, then I take that risk on Darren Peterson. But I exhaust every option available to me to get AJ.
I encourage everybody to go back and you do watch pre-Kansas film on Darren Peters. I want you to watch his handle, specifically how he navigates ball screens. He can become a better passer, but he's not bad as a secondary playmaker. You just look at him, it's his frame. To me, there are real reasons why this guy can be great.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. Shout out to the coach, Tim Lacombe. Thanks to him for sticking around for a segment. Appreciate it. We're going to have Keith Smith on the show at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. PK, Patrick Kinahan, is going to join us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Looking forward to talking to PK. And we're efforting, fingers crossed, because he's a busy man, Big T Thurl Bailey, maybe. Maybe I shouldn't have jinxed it, Christian. That was my bad. I should have left that off.
We're hoping.
We're hoping. Shout out to Big T. He may be in some sensitive phone area during for a little while. So shout out to Thurl, who was at Beehive Meals when we were up there the other day. That was super, super cool to see Big T out there in the world. All right, time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Jake, your friends at Yahoo put out an article. NBA owners have been given a latest version of the NBA's draft lottery reform, and today's version includes some new stipulations that we weren't quite aware of.
Indeed, Christian. And I do find it funny that the NBA leaks this stuff and then, sees, what, does everybody hate it? Do they hate it?
And now we know that's official. Like they
do that. Yeah. Adam Silver is deep into NBA Twitter. So got to find out what the Talk Snap, what the Ben Andersons of the world think. All right, so on top of the 3-2-1 lottery thing that we already know and have gone over, this is some of the nuance. In fact, just to go over that real quick, 37 lottery balls allocated to 16 teams. The bottom 3 teams receive 2 5.4% odds. Teams 4 through 10 receive 3 8.1%, which equates 8.1%. And the 9th, 10th play-in seeds in each conference would receive two lottery balls at 5.4%, and the loser of the 7 versus 8 play-in would receive 1 lottery ball, 2.7%. All 16 picks would be drawn in the lottery. The 3 teams with the worst records can pick no lower than 12th. Every other team can land 1st through 16th. Teams that trade picks are not allowed to protect slots 12, 13, 14, or 15. And I know you love this one, Christian. Adam Silver will have more power to punish tanking by altering lottery odds or changing where a team is picking.
I love how vague that is, right?
Yeah, on purpose. That just means what Salazar is to the station is what Adam Silver is now more so to the NBA. Where, look out, the Jazz better not be in the lottery. He's gonna come down on them and just start taking away lottery balls. Bam, arbitrarily. Good luck. Some of the changes, though, Christian, is and you've read through this, so don't let me leave anything out. But there's a rule now that a team cannot get first in 2 consecutive drafts, which doesn't happen very often. Happened to Cleveland. Who else has happened to? That happened to Orlando back when they got Shaq, and then they got it the next year. Anyway, that can no longer happen, and you cannot pick 5th in the top 5 in 3 consecutive drafts. Is that right?
Correct.
So you won't be eligible for those picks, but in theory, other picks. Correct?
Yeah, I think it just moves. Like theoretically, if that pick were to land top 5, I think it would just slide to 6.
So there you go.
So then good news for the team that landed at 6 and they move up to 5, I guess. I don't know. This is really not super clear.
And the odds and the rules stick with the original team.
And that's the big news that came out today. And this article specifically cites the Jazz in the can't land top 5 in 3 consecutive years. Obviously, the Jazz were top 5 last year, and this year's draft, they owe next year's pick to Memphis. So if somehow the Jazz move up to top 5 in next year's lottery, even though the pick is owned by Memphis now, it originates with the Jazz, that pick cannot be top 5.
Sucks for Memphis.
Which I think the biggest problem is, and I've always hated this, why does the NBA do that with the trades for their draft picks?
Because the NBA throws cats in the wall constantly. They constantly change the rules and add more rules, and that's all this stuff is. I mean, I don't know if the ultimate randomness solves tanking. I think, and Ben and I have been pretty consistent on this all the way along, you're just changing the teams who are tanking. Flattening odds in the first place just made teams higher up the ladder decide to lose games. Now you're going to have teams tanking play-in games and teams trying not to make the playoffs, even more so because the top pick is even more available than it would have been otherwise. I mean, it's you ask those questions, Christian, it's because it's the NBA. They solve problems with terrible solutions. And sometimes they solve problems that don't even exist. with terrible solutions. And this is just overcomplicating it while at the same time not solving the problem. So, yeah, it's what's to be expected. You have to be an attorney to understand these lottery rules. You know what I mean?
Which is crazy.
It is. It's crazy. It's going to probably lead to less interest in the draft, maybe more interest. I don't know. I guess if your team has a better opportunity to get a number one pick. But
when this stuff comes out, I always think of somebody like my dad. He's like a very, very casual NBA fan. He'll watch the Jazz when they're good, right? He hasn't been tuned in the last 4 years. Like, obviously, I have this job, and every time I talk to him about this, he like tries to ask me to explain what's going on, and I literally can't.
No,
like I can't explain this to my, casual NBA fan dad because it doesn't make any sense.
Very difficult to follow. The NFL's draft order, not too hard to follow. Major League Baseball, not too hard to follow. Hockey, kind of hard to follow. But Gary Bettman came from the NBA, so maybe that should be expected. But this, very difficult to follow. Yes, you're not an SUU law grad.
Even then, I don't know, man.
The Harry Reid School of Law?
Yeah.
I don't think SUU has a law school, do they?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I wouldn't know.
If they do, apologies to those Thunderbird law grads. So there you go. We'll see if this gets enshrined in the New England Journal Effect. We'll see if it happens. What's next?
Number 2, big game 3 tonight. Series is tied 1 game apiece with the Spurs and Thunder.
Yeah, we'll see what game plan the Spurs have for Wemby, and we'll see how motivated Wemby is going back to San Antonio. That's usually the key to these game 3s is usually the home team feeds off the crowd, and the crowd's been itching to watch some playoff basketball in the series, and usually it's pretty electric. But Oklahoma City, I do think, is still the better team in this series. And home court advantage matters very little. I could see Oklahoma City winning this game depending on what they do with the unicorn, Victor Wembanyama. Do they lean on him with Hartenstein? Do they do that? I would guess they'll go back to that again. And as we've talked about with Ben a lot this week, what adjustments then does San Antonio do? What do I think defensively San Antonio has actually been pretty good in this series. So what answer do they have for Shea? And does Oklahoma City, Ben's been harping big time on depth, really in both series, but in this series, does Oklahoma City have, a guy that has a big time game? Is it AJ Mitchell, who's been fantastic in the playoffs? They need Chet. Chet's been MIA so far in this series, and he should be their second best player. I mean, Jalen, brother of Cody Williams, is very good, and you could make a good argument that he is their second best player. But shouldn't it be Chet? Don't you think, Christian?
Well, for all the talk about how, one of one Victor Wembanyama is, that's supposed to be Chet's thing too. Like, he's a very similar type player, but I don't know what has happened Ben kind of brought this up too. There's very clearly a rivalry between the two, and I don't know what Wemby did to get so far inside of Chet's head, but it's clearly messing with him because he's been a non-factor.
Well, they play different positions. This is the problem with Chet. Chet doesn't want to be a big. He wants to be a wing. Victor Wembanyama got into the league as a rookie. They tried to fit him in as a wing. It didn't work. He's been a big ever since basically the first quarter part of the season of his rookie year. He put on a bunch of weight. What did they list him now as this year? 240? He might be more. He might be carrying more than 240, honestly. He's put on some good weight. Look at him stand next to Chet. Chet is still the beanpole that came out of Gonzaga. Wemby has put on good NBA weight. Thus, he could shoulder Alex Caruso out of the building in game number 1.
Chet's listed as 208, by the way.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Wemby was serious about being an NBA big, being having an NBA body and being an NBA big, and taking the punishment that was going to come with that. Chet didn't want to do that, so much so that Oklahoma City had to trade. No, they signed Isaiah Hartenstein in the offseason. They had to bring in someone else because Chet wasn't going to be the big for the team. So I'd never like the comparison because now they don't want to play the same position, and they don't play the same position. But if you ask me what Chet should do, put on 30 pounds, figure out how to stiffen your jaw.
Man up just a little bit.
Just a little bit, and get out and be a big. Because the NBA now, and Ben's talked about this yesterday, and he's big into the evolution of the NBA big, and you have to be a shooter and all this stuff. Well, what it has birthed is a generation of bigs that don't want to be bigs, including Anthony Davis. The idea of the unicorn is that you've got a big that does all those big things and also can do the other things, all the big things, and then also do dribble a little bit and shoot from the outside. I mean, that's the idea. But if Karl Anthony Towns wants to be a guard, that doesn't do you any good. That's not the uniqueness that we're talking about. If Chet doesn't want to do 7-1 things, then what's the point?
Yeah, they can go find somebody else that wants to play the wing, right?
Absolutely. You can find 6'8" guys who can threes anywhere. If that's all he's going to be is a 4, whatever that is anymore, who can make some shots for you. What does that do? What is that doing for you? Nothing. Can't believe that dude doesn't average double digits in rebounds. He should accidentally have 10 rebounds.
He's definitely long enough, yeah.
Absolutely. Should accidentally have 10 boards a game.
Other quick notes on this game. De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper both listed as questionable.
Well, they need somebody who's not going to turn over the ball. I'm not a De'Aaron Fox guy, but he's not a high turnover guy. Stephen Castle is struggling in the initiating the offense role. But you know what? He's awesome. So maybe he gets it together. Yeah, I'm excited to watch it tonight. All right, what's next?
Number 3, Sports Illustrated, go figure, put out a big article today. NCAA could be cracking down on international players.
Is it an AI piece? Isn't that what SI is all about these days?
The rumor is, I guess.
Is that the thing?
No, this came out from Kevin Sweeney. We've had him on the show.
Oh, okay. So it's more. It's actually somebody who writes at Sports Illustrated. Okay. So the idea is they're trying to enforce amateur eligibility rules. So they're saying, and I could go through the verbiage, but it doesn't really matter. But they're saying if you get paid from a professional league more than living expenses, you would not be eligible to play NCAA sports. So if you went to the G League and they're paying you more than living expenses, you would not be eligible. If you played in Europe and they were paying you more than living expenses, you would not be eligible. If you want, they go on and they say actual and necessary expenses continue to be a factor in a prospect's eligibility, but as part of that broader effort to update pre-enrollment rules, the NCAA is also identified several international leagues in which participation by a prospect is likely to result in violations of NCAA rules and a loss of eligibility. This is all a joke. I'd like to see them enforce it because they can't. Let me ask you this, Christian. What is the difference between getting paid from the G League and getting paid from a car dealership owner?
Money's money.
Money's money. There's no difference. That's why the NCAA was so hard and fast about amateurism in the first place, because you have to draw a hard line. People didn't understand that.
Once the dam breaks, you can't put it back together.
You can't do it because where they're getting paid, I mean, come on, give me a break. I'll tell you this. The dude who went to BYU from the G League, that guy was making like $10 an hour in the G League. People understand how little G League players are actually paid, right?
Especially compared to the highest level of NIL right now in NCAA.
He got a raise to go to BYU. I mean, this, people were outraged about what Will Wade did because he signed a G League guy, right? I mean, honestly, it's a non-controversial story. If the guy were actually good, they'd be in the NBA. But even if it came to the NBA, what's to prevent? How do you specifically identify where money comes from to create eligibility rules? So in theory, they're putting a list of leagues in Europe that your players will be ineligible. Well, what if somebody didn't play in one of those leagues? What if it was a German league that wasn't on that list? I mean, it's so silly. Not to mention that I'd love to see this enforced and challenged in court, because given the Supreme Court rule, I don't think any of this is going to work.
Well, and you mentioned challenged. Yeah, maybe it is enforced, and then there's a lawsuit 6 months later,
I want to go back to the old way, too. It's not happening. There's no way. I mean, this guy's making $5 million a year, but it's from, Christian, it's from a tech mogul.
Yeah.
This person's making $60,000 a year from the Agua Caliente Clippers. But the guy making $60,000 a year from the Agua Caliente Clippers isn't eligible to play NCAA basketball. But the guy making $5 million a year from a tech mogul, that's just fine.
They're using the money to draw the line of professional league, but that doesn't make sense when the money at the college level is higher than these quote-unquote professional leagues.
It makes zero sense. It used to make sense when you could define a professional by making money at your craft. And by the way, that's where living expenses comes in, because that's how they tried to slip a little bit on compensating players at the very beginning. They said, we're going to pay you actual cost of living as part of your scholarship. It's how they bumped up the compensation, which I'm actually fine with. But to try and bring out those standards now is absolutely laughable. All right, stay tuned. We have more coming up next. Our buddy Keith Smith is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Excited to talk to him. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I was talking to Salazar and Christian during the break about kids sports. Shout out to my daughter Sadie, who made her comp soccer team yesterday. Feeling pretty stoked about that. I asked which sport Christian was going to make his now baby son do, and you said you're not going to push him in any direction.
No, I played a little bit of everything growing up, like really small AYSO soccer and like rec league T-ball and junior jazz, of course. So I think that's a good philosophy, play a little bit of everything. And then if he happens to like one and want to continue that, then I'll definitely be all for it.
All right. Your parents didn't push you into any sports? They let you find whatever?
My dad kind of pushed me into playing football. I didn't start playing football till 6th grade. But I'm glad he did. I ended up really liking it.
It ended up being a good thing?
Yeah.
There at for the Box Elder Bees?
The Bees. And wrestling, too. I was kind of pushed into wrestling because we had wrestling coaches that helped with football. So they kind of roped me into that. But that's why I didn't stick with wrestling because I hated it.
Wrestling's the worst.
Yeah, it's too hard.
And by the way, shout out to our wrestler listeners out there. Incredibly difficult sport. I don't understand how anybody could actually enjoy it. But some people do, and good on you. If you're a good wrestler, you're probably a good athlete. I was not a good wrestler.
If you're a good wrestler, you're probably very mentally tough.
Right. I remember the wrestling unit in junior high PE. That could not have come and gone fast enough. But, hey, Churchill Junior High had a great wrestling team. Shout out to Coach Bechtold, who was the wrestling coach. Not surprised it wasn't for you. I have not really pushed my kids to do a sport. Sadie enjoys soccer. Maggie did not. She's liking the dance a little better. So
Sadie chose soccer on her own. She just said one day, "Dad, I want to play soccer."
A little bit. I think at the beginning she started because a friend of hers was playing soccer and she wanted to kind of do the team with the friend. But it's grown beyond that. In fact, she's not even on the same team as the friend, and she's liked it. So who knows? She did tennis a little bit, but now she doesn't want to do tennis. I don't know how much to encourage or push or whatever. I figure your approach is probably the good one. I do want my kids to play golf, though.
I don't think there's a right or wrong. Yeah.
I may make them play golf. Sadie swings it a little bit. She does all right. We've taken her to play 9.
Because it's you, your wife, and 2 kids.
Yeah, perfect for family activities.
There you go.
Exactly.
You don't have to have a random random fourth person with you.
Coming up next, Keith Smith, our good friend from Spa Track's going to join us. We'll ask him his thoughts on not only tonight's Western Conference Finals game number 3, but what's going on as the series now goes to Cleveland from New York with the Cavs down 2-0. So we'll hit on that coming up next with Keith. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Lauri H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Lauri H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day sale. Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25. All seats, just $15. And sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Lauri Markkanen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Game 3, Thunder, Spurs tonight in San Antonio. Going to see that on NBC tonight. Let's talk everything going on playoff related with our good friend from Spa Track. He's our buddy Keith Smith. What's going on, Keith? How are you?
I'm doing well, yeah. I've been enjoying these conference finals, hoping we get another great one tonight.
Yeah, Ben and I moved time slots, and I'm hoping your evenings are a little more free because you're in the east or the eastern time slot, and you were always so nice to join us during the midday. We hope we won't be ruining your evenings now that we're a little later.
Nah, it's all good. I'm happy. It's where it gets tough is when the true West Coast are like, hey, can you come on at 8:30 your time? And I'm like, 8:30 my time. Like, I either want to be in bed or watching a game.
There's other stuff going on at 8:30. Well, good. I'm glad you're with us. Thanks for coming on because, frankly, the playoffs thus far have been a little snoozery, and I think at least the Western Conference Finals we're certainly in for some fireworks. I already had them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the playoffs have been a little rough. Series ended early. Even the ones that went long, that wasn't the best basketball to watch. Cavs Pistons wasn't very good. Cavs Raptors, Pistons Magic, like those were all 7-game series, but it was competitive. But it was like watching two teams out there throwing rocks at each other. So that part was tough. But yeah, once we got into the conference finals here, I mean, the 2-game ones were just absolutely incredible stuff that we saw with the that double overtime game, and in the second game in the West was really good too. So I'm hoping we're going to get another one like that here tonight. I'm a little worried if the Spurs don't have. If Stephon Castle is the only healthy guard they have, I'm worried for them because there's probably no team you would rather be missing ball handling against more than the Oklahoma City Thunder.
We had David Locke, voice of the Jazz, on earlier this week, and I'm sure you're familiar with David, being around the NBA as long as you have been. He came on and had the hot take that the Spurs would not lose another playoff series until 2030. He had that take after Game 1. And I love David. I mean, not known for being emotional at all. But I had to keep reminding him, listen, Oklahoma City is really good, too. I honestly think the Thunder win this series.
Yeah, I'm still picking the Thunder, and I promise I'm not saying that because they did just even the series up. But my pick pre-series was Thunder in 7, and I thought it was going to be a close series with a lot of back and forth and a lot of really close games and all of that. And I still think that's what we're going to get. But yeah, I am the Thunder are the champs, and for me, when you're the champs and you're still playing at the level of the champs, you're that's who you are until somebody beats you, and that's how it's going to be. Now, am I going to bet against Wemby going long term? No, absolutely not. I mean, who knows? But I don't know that it's this year that Wemby and the Spurs are going to get one.
What's your take on Chet Holmgren, not only in this series, but his overall role with this Thunder team? Because they've got and they're going to end up paying him big dollars, right? Where are you at on Chet?
Yeah, I think he's awesome. I think this is there's stuff with him and Wembanyama that date back to when they were like playing U16 level for their respective national teams, where there's a dislike between those two guys. And you've seen at times Wemby's had a little extra for Chet. Chet had a couple plays in Game 2, including one dunk where he didn't get Wemby, but he kind of got him and made sure Everybody knew how he felt about that one. So I'm a big fan of Chet Holmgren. I think he's really kind of everything you want in a modern big man, where he can dribble, pass, shoot, he can score inside, and he may be the best defensive player in the league that isn't Wembanyama. So I'm big on it. But that said, the Thunder need him to play more like he did in Game 2 and a lot less like he did in Game 1 if they're going to end up winning that series.
I thought their defensive game plan for Wemby in Game 1 was I don't know, guard him with Caruso, and I know they've done it before, but guard him with Caruso and Jalen Williams and wait for help. I thought that ended up in disaster. I thought Hartenstein playing a lot more in Game 2 was a smart adjustment, and at least let him lean on Wemby a little bit, right?
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of guarding him with the wings and leaving the big men in the help positions until Wemby was like, then I'm just going to go. He wasn't even waiting for it, and then it was just, I'm gonna get right into whatever I'm going to get into. And that was tough. And then when if he's got the turnaround or he's got the jump shot working, that's completely out the window because those guys don't even have the size to bother him at all. That's more where you got to kind of send that help and try to catch him. I think the key with a guy like him, because he processes so well, is you need to mix it up. If you show him the same thing all game long, or show him the same thing 2 games in a row, you're probably running the risk of him solving it and catching you. And that's where, all right, yeah, Hartenstein beat him up. It's not going to go that way tonight. Those referees tonight will definitely be on the lookout for a little bit more of the contact and the pushing and the grabbing. I guarantee that will not fly the way it did last game. So that's going to be something they're going to have an adjustment. But I think the key against Wemby is you got to mix up your coverages. It's kind of like Jokic. You just can't show them the same thing over and over again because they'll problem solve it, and then you're stuck.
Switching on over to the Eastern Conference. I think sometimes people in radio, and I'm sure writers too, get a little too focused on being right about things. And I always thought Kenny Atkinson was a good coach. And Keith, he's trying to make me look bad. I don't know if it's intentional or what, but not only did I think he fell short in Game 1 during that epic collapse, but then I thought they let that epic collapse beat him again in Game 2. What an uninspired effort. I was high on Kenny. I'm losing faith.
Yeah, every once in a while you get a coach, right, where it is they're the coach to kind of take you from bad to good or good to better, but they're not the ones to take you to being a contender. Whether it's just they don't have it in them or whatever it is, sometimes it's a mix of them and the rosters and all these other things. But yeah, I think with Kenny Atkinson, yeah, Game 1 was a disaster. I like to save my timeouts, but you had 2 use it or lose it timeouts that you lost. That part there, that's where you lost me entirely. I get it if you want to have timeouts for the end game period, sure, but those were gone. And then, yeah, I did like that in the fourth quarter. I think what they cut it to it was either 6 or 8. It felt like they were at least showing some fight, and then it just, the Knicks, kind of were like, all right, this was cute, but let's make they did call a couple timeouts and reset things and hit a few shots, and then the game kind of spiraled from there. But, yeah, if they don't come out with a huge game, and obviously, I'm not breaking any news here, if they don't get Game 3 at home, this thing's over and done with, and I think it'll probably be over in a sweep because I don't think a lot of those guys on the Cavs are going to be the team that's going to be, you know what, let's go make history, let's rally back from down 0-3. I think they're going to be a lot more. The next flight I take is going to be out of Cleveland. It's not going to be to New York. It's going to be to somewhere for vacation.
Is James Harden's lack of, care factor, is that going to be his ultimate flaw? Is that going to be what we remember? We'll remember the scoring and all that, but it seems that his effort in the biggest moments seems to be lacking.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's that way. There were plays I called, one that I thought was the most egregious out on social media, where he doubled, which was fine, but then when Jalen Brunson pulled it out of the double, Harden just kind of dropped back and then just stood in no man's land, not even guarding Mikal Bridges one pass away in the strong side corner, and he hit a huge three-pointer, and it was like, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. And then, Jalen Brunson is great. Jalen Brunson is not known as a guy he's not the fastest guard in the league, so when he's blowing by guys like they're standing still, that's not great. And James Harden, it was just like, all those switches, the soft switches too, where it's kind of like, all right, we're not going to force you to make us switch. I'm just going to give it up, and I'll go cover the guy. Yeah, I've given up on it. They're expecting anything good out of him defensively, and now it's become like, can you overcome it if you're the Cavaliers now? Because there are times when he's really good offensively, but he hasn't even been good enough offensively to offset it. So it's a tough spot to be in. If I'm Cleveland, I would not be locked in on. Yeah, we're definitely signing him to another big contract for 3 years here after this year. I'd be very careful about the way I approach that.
And then Ben and I were talking after Game 7 of the Pistons series, Keith, about Donovan Mitchell, and his Game 7 was great. And we were talking about why it was great, and we played the Jared Allen quotes where he was talking about Donovan was trying to get everybody going, and everybody was just giving him all this credit for an 8-assist game. I was like, I've never seen anybody get more credit for 8 assists, but good times. And then, we wondered if he kind of would play that way going forward. He was okay in Game 2, but the number that jumps off to the page to me, Keith, is 1 assist. And I wonder if Donovan isn't giving his team what they need right now.
Well, he's been relegated so much to being an off-the-ball guy. That really started midway through that fourth quarter in Game 1. He was great through the first 3 quarters. Then I think something happened. He's saying he's not hurt. But there are times you watch him, he's not running the way he normally looks like he's running. He hasn't been explosive, since the middle of that Game 1 there. And now it's just, he's being kind of relegated to off the ball while everything runs through Harden. There was one point, I think it was at halftime, James Harden had taken like a whole bunch of shots, and Donovan Mitchell had taken very few. And it's like, all right, who's the superstar guy here? Who's the All-NBA guy? Who's the guy people were talking about as a potential MVP candidate? Like, where is he? Some of that's on him, some of that's on his teammates, and some of that's on the coaches. Like, if you have a player that's as talented as Donovan Mitchell is, you can't just be out there just kind of hanging out, just, barely involved in the game. You have to really get him in a place where he can make an impact.
It's funny to cover the Jazz with such a high pick at number 2, because you hear all these rumors about, they want this guy, and are the Jazz in love with AJ DiBonsa, and everybody now is talking about Cam Boozer, and it's hilarious because it's consequential. But there are so many games going on. As somebody's kind of plugged into the world, how much of the buzz that you hear do you actually believe?
Some of it, and it depends on where it's coming from. The thing that I came out of the combine after a lot of conversations I had with people around the league was, it seems like we're kind of doing 2 decision points at the top of the draft. Seems like it's AJ DiBonsa or Darren Peterson, number 1. The other guy goes number 2, and then it's Cam Boozer or Caleb Wilson. One guy goes number 3, the other guy goes number 4. So I think those are kind of the 2 decision points we've hit, and that's not uncommon. It's less common when we have 3 or 4 guys in the mix for the number 1 pick. And then, when we hear a lot of stuff with, the Jazz as far as like, hey, they could look to trade up or they could look to trade out. Well, yeah, that's what you do when you have a really high pick. And I know they're coming off this down year, but if you look at that roster, it's not like, man, they've got 10 roster holes to fill. This thing's just getting, so they're in pretty good shape, with their roster going into next year. So I could see a world where they're like, hey, we got the right offer to move number 2 and bring in these veteran guys who are going to, help us, really move this thing forward in a deep, tough Western Conference. Or I could see them saying, no, we're going to sit right where we are. We'll take whoever it is, DiBonsa or Peterson. We're happy to have the other guy and go. So it kind of depends on where it's coming from, how much attention and how much you give to it, and how much of it is just, well, yeah, that's common sense. I know it's being reported, but do we need this report? That's just kind of how it works.
What do you think about the new direction in Dallas? In comes Ujiri as whatever his title was, president of basketball ops, and next thing you know, Jason Kidd's on his way out the door.
Yeah, not surprised at all. Generally, you got a couple things at play here. One, Masai Ujiri taking over. He's going to have the most power in the organization on the basketball decision side. And generally, they want to have their own guy. They want to have their own guy in place to start the things off as they start their vision for the franchise. Second part is they basically said, hey, we want to get away from this Luka trade. And now Jason Kidd is gone. A couple of the other executives are gone. Basically, everybody except for ownership that was involved in the decision-making on the Kidd trade is now gone. And they can say, we're not talking, the Kidd trade, the Luka trade, rather.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that anymore, right? We're done. It's over. It's done with. It is what it is. It's water under the bridge. We're moving forward. And then the other thing, Jason Kidd, he wants to coach, but he also wants to be the final say in the organization. He wanted that job that Ujiri has. He wanted that in other organizations as well. And I think Masai was like, hey, this just isn't going to work. We're going to butt heads. It's not going to go anywhere good. Let's go our separate ways now. You can go somewhere else if you want, or, go sit on the couch for 4 years, collect your $40 million, and while we move on. And that's a pretty good paycheck for not coaching anymore. So it's not a surprise to me that they changed it up.
What are the Magic going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of buzz around Billy Donovan, but I kind of think if that was such a slam dunk, it would be done.
Yeah, right.
Already, so that says to me they're still, looking at some other people. When they hired Jamal Mosley, that wasn't completely out of left field because he had done kind of the typical assistant route of interview a bunch of places and over a number of years, and everybody's like, he's next, and then finally the opportunity came for Mosley. But now that they're off the hook, they don't have to pay Mosley anymore because he's now going to coach the Pelicans. Now you could look and say, all right, hey, maybe it takes an extra $1 million or $2 million a year to get a guy like Billy Donovan, or there were some mentions of Jeff Van Gundy, if that's a thing where they want to go that direction. But I tend to think they're going to go with a more experienced coach, which is why maybe they're just trying to get kind of the final, let's dot the I's and cross the T's here on somebody like Donovan or Van Gundy.
Well, Keith, thank you very much for jumping on with us as always, and enjoy that Memorial Day weekend.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. There you go. That's our friend Keith Smith, covers the league for Spa Track. He's covered the league for a long, long time. Nice enough to come on with us, and always does a nice job. I'm with him on Billy Donovan, and I ask about the Magic because that's where Keith is based. He's out of Orlando. Because if they were going to just hire Billy Donovan, why didn't they just hire Billy Donovan? I mean, last I checked, Billy's out there on the open market. They probably could just make that happen, And now all of a sudden there's a second team linked to Jeff Van Gundy. Maybe El Cheapo isn't going to get away with paying him nothing. Not if the Magic step in.
What a thrilling prospect list of coaches.
Tell
Billy
you what.
Donovan and Van Gundy.
I mean, who else? If they have to get somebody with experience, which they have a roster that probably needs an experienced coach. They need a new voice in the room that's going to take them to the next level. If they don't want to upend the entire roster, which I'm guessing that the Magic do not. So wanted to ask him about that. And then, what happened in Dallas. Ben has a lot of doubt in the new ownership in Dallas for a good reason, and I suppose I do too. But I do think it was a strong move to hire Ujiri, to hire a president of basketball ops that was going to be decisive in the actual person in charge. I think
well,
that
it's
was
an adult in the room, right? And it's funny, you see that all the time. Clearly, franchises, when they admit that they made a mistake, their next hire is so telling because it's completely in the opposite direction, right? He's a completely different person than Nico.
Oh, yeah, but an actual serious person, yes. By the way, kind of on a related note, because Nico Harrison was the reason why Nike lost Steph Curry, in an infamous story when he was a Nike exec who gave Steph the same presentation they gave Kevin Durant and left Kevin Durant's name on there, and then in person called Steph by the wrong name, called him, what did he call him? Stephen Curry or something like that. And then Steph went to Under Armour.
Like that?
Steph is back at Nike. That was announced yesterday. Steph is going back to Nike, and he's going to have a signature shoe. So Dallas is trying to move on from Nico Harrison, and it looks like Nike is finally able to recoup what they lost after Nico got in the way of that one.
After all this time.
Man, honestly, is Under Armour going to go out of business?
As far as I knew, Steph was the only thing keeping them relevant. So,
I mean, Utah is still an Under Armour school. So I don't, obviously, if Under Armour goes out of business, that's going to affect Utah. But it seems like that company is on its last legs, no?
I would think. Yeah, you lose your guy, right?
Is Jordan Spieth still Under Armour?
Couldn't tell you.
I wonder how many universities, honestly, outside of Utah. I'll have to, maybe I'll try and find that during the break.
Hey, while we're talking coaching real quick, this from Chris Hines earlier this morning. Portland Trailblazers have come away impressed with Utah Jazz assistant Mike Williams. He is among the final pool of candidates in consideration for the Trailblazers head coach opening.
First of all, from what I know of Mike Williams, I really like. He's a really good halftime interview, I'll tell you that. Seems like a smart dude. If Portland is not going to spend $12 million on a coach or whatever an NBA coach goes for these days, and they are trying to go the more budget option, young assistants are probably the way to go. The trick is identifying that right young assistant. So good luck to Mike. I mean, I don't know how easy a job that would be, but I think he's a pretty good coach. I think Will Hardy has a really good staff.
Out of Trailblazers, Magic, and Mavericks, where would you rather go the most? Probably Magic.
Yeah, or Mavericks, because you have the guy.
Okay, right.
You have the number one.
You're not in on Scooter.
No, I'm not in on Scooter. And Orlando has a good roster, but what's the max you can get out of that roster? I'm not sure, because you have Paolo, but is he an All-NBA first-team guy? Not yet. I think Cooper Flagg's going to be All-NBA first team pretty quick. I would guess. So, I don't know, Magic or Mavs. Magic ownership hasn't been particularly good traditionally, but the Mavericks hasn't either so far. And Portland, who knows? Probably not.
There's a reason all three jobs are still open.
Yeah, kind of not great. 0 for 3, really, as far as like good jobs go. All right, we'll have more coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben show. PK is going to join us to the top of the 7 o'clock hour, top of the 4 o'clock hour, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic is starting your holiday weekend getaway on northbound I-15 at 2100 South, blocking traffic, causing heavy delays into Murray. More emergency traffic on southbound I-15 in Utah County with delays from Spanish Fork all the way to Santa Quin. Hey, the Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Do not miss out on this one. UtesStampedeRodeo.com, UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah. The hiring of Kevin McGivern, very, very innovative. When I've watched his teams, man, he loves to fling that thing around. Are you looking to open the offense a little bit?
I want to be explosive no matter where that comes from. If we're an explosive offense, but we're not physical, to me, that's the detriment to the entire team. You have to be physical, period, end of story, because a lack of physicality gets exposed at the highest levels. The priority, the premium is on physicality, and then explosive football, obviously explosive plays that can be from running the ball, from catching the ball. I think we have one of the best wide receiver groups we've had since I've been here. We want to get our playmakers the ball, but you have to play complementary football, and that's what Kevin's offense does.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left the tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? You're not alone, and you don't have to live with it. At Mint Medical Clinic, We're helping Utah men get their confidence, their performance, and their relationships back with acoustic wave therapy. You already know it works. No pills, no needles, no surgery. You're in and out in about 10 minutes with zero pain and zero downtime. And it treats the root cause, not just the symptom. Pair that with our trifecta approach: acoustic wave therapy, hormone optimization, and peptide therapy together, and you've got the most complete men's health treatment in Utah. Right now, new patients get a free consultation, a complimentary blood flow ultrasound, and a free intimacy kit just for coming in. Locations in Sandy and Layton. Visit mintmedicalclinic.com or call 801-804-8000. That's mintmedicalclinic.com, mintmedicalclinic.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Deep down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens, there stood a log cabin made of earth and wood, where lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. We're going to get back to talking a little NBA basketball in a second. I loved a clip I heard from Josh Hart last night after the Knicks beat the Cavs to take a 2-0 lead in the series. But I wanted to take a minute to relay some sad news. There was a big loss in the radio world today. Steve Johnson, someone I used to call boss. He was a longtime general manager, president of Broadway Media, but that's not where I worked for him. He was the longtime general manager before that of Simmons Media. He was one of the people at the very beginning, along with Bowler and Gordon and Craig Hansen and Alan Haig, who started this radio station, who started The Zone way back in 2002. And Steve was a great guy, a great man personally. He was a great dad. I got to know his son, who was also passed, Matt, very well, who worked for this station for a long, long time. Did promotions and other things for us. But Steve was really one of the great ones. He loved sports. He had a great vision for sports radio in this market and had a huge, huge impact. I tweeted it out, but I owe him a lot personally. He was general manager the first time I got a show. He was the general manager who gave me my first job as a program director. He was the general manager during when I worked for him during a very difficult time in radio. Christian doing radio and selling radio during the Great Recession was really something. And Steve was a great voice through all of it. So I'm very sad to see that news today that we lost Steve Johnson due to cancer, I believe. And I just wanted to relay that because to the radio community in Utah, in Salt Lake, Steve was a big part of it. There's a lot of people in this community that worked for Steve or alongside Steve, and man, that's really tough news. Very sad to see that. So rest in peace, Steve Johnson. Certainly a great man who was loved very much. All right. Christian, let's move on. Let's talk a little basketball and talk a little bit about what happened last night with the Cavs and the Knicks, because I absolutely loved a post-game clip from Josh Hart, and I want to play this. And Hart had a huge game. I mean, he was the story of the game. 26 points. He was 5 of 11 from downtown. He had 7 assists, 4 rebounds. The Cavs made an adjustment to try and put more pressure on Jalen Brunson. And by the way, Brunson himself had 14 assists, and we can get to a clip from Jalen here in a second. But I loved this clip from Josh Hart talking about analytics of all things. Go ahead, Christian.
I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on it, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game. Oh, my God, bro. I'm not going to lie. That was Gerald Wright, his quote, man. So shout out Jay Wright.
Wait, hold up. No, we're not moving on from that.
That's a great quote.
Oh, my God.
Analytics drunk? Lamppost to a drunk person? It ain't going to get you home. You can lean on it, though.
I was with Cal, so I ain't hear that.
You ain't even go to college.
That was Kat up there with him, by the way. What a great line. Whoever came up with the line. I totally agree. And the analytics side of things kind of drives me crazy. But they're like a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them.
That ain't going to get you home.
They ain't going to get you home. And then I loved his, I thought he was right on the money afterward, where he said, at some point, you got to have a feel for the game. 100%. I think people often get way too caught up in the numbers and the analytics of it all. And a lot of times, Rick Majerus had a great line about analytics. Or stats, because analytics wasn't the buzzword it was back in Rick's day. But have you heard this line, Christian? You know what I'm talking about?
I love your Majerus stories.
Oh, dude, Rick, one of a kind. He said stats are like a string bikini. They reveal as much as they conceal. Which I always thought was a great line, 100%.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to have some feel for the game. And as much as I do not like the Knicks and do think that they are overrated, I do love Josh Hart. And I do love what Mikal Bridges used to be. And Josh Hart is one of those give-it-all team-type dudes who could very easily say, I'm bothered by just standing here and watching Jalen Brunson dribble. But he's never that way. He's been an actual consistent piece for the Knicks for the last several years through ups and downs. And I think I like to see guys like that have big games in decisive playoff series. It was our guy Gordy Chiesa who always said, that role players like Josh Hart, performances like that, make them worth their entire salary. Role players, non-max guys who show up in big-time games and have big-time moments. I mean, they make their worth all in one night. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to undersell how valuable Josh Hart is to the Knicks, but I mean, stepping up and putting them up 2-0 in the playoffs in the Eastern Conference Finals is that guy is worth every penny, every cent that Weasel Dolan gave Josh Hart was worth it simply because of that particular game. But I love that line about analytics. At some point, you got to have feel for the game.
Yeah, and the lamppost.
Hilarious.
I'm more of a lay in the grass
Are you?
Yeah,
if you've
like
been,
a cool lawn.
You've been overserved. You like to get outside and lay in the grass?
Yeah, cool down a bit.
Do you do that?
Not a lot of lampposts in Brigham City. I think
No.
that's my problem.
No, but if you lay in someone's lawn, that might get you arrested.
Yeah.
That's trespassing at that point. That's funny. Is it your own lawn? You tell your wife, like, excuse
Anywhere,
me, dear,
yeah.
I'm going to go lay in the grass?
Yeah.
That doesn't make you itchy?
Not at that. That's even if I was, that's not my biggest problem.
No? Okay. Let's play this clip from Brunson talking about getting Josh Hart involved.
I don't even know how many points he scored, but we can win a game with him having 10, 11, 12 points, but, having 14 assists, getting guys involved. So I just think it shows the character of the team, character of him. It shows we can win games in different ways.
Do you think the amount of assists he threw you today shows that he actually likes you as a person?
Nah.
Okay.
Because he missed me a couple times.
Selfish, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really not trying to look for him. He just happens to be open. So I give him the ball. I got the utmost confidence in him. Watching after practice and with his routine and everything, he works hard.
All right. Like, I get annoyed that Jalen Brunson is a selfish player. And that quote is pretty on the nose, where I throw it to him because he's open. But it's 1,000% true. And Jalen is at least smart enough to know when not to be a selfish player. Because, we wondered what kind of adjustments that Cleveland would make defensively so that Jalen Brunson single-handedly didn't put him out of the series. And they made adjustments. And their adjustment was to leave Josh Hart open, because that's probably the smart adjustment if you really want to give Kenny some credit. And then Josh Hart stepped up and made his shots. He led the team in shooting attempts last night with 21. I mean, Ben and I talk about the shot that Andrei Karolinko made to eliminate the Houston Rockets in Game 7 of a playoff series. There's a reason it was Andrei Karolinko that made the shot. There was nobody in the same zip code as Andrei Karolinko, because they were guarding Mehmet Okur or Carlos Boozer or Darren Williams, and they were doubling. And they did not guard Andrei Karolinko the whole series. Those Jazz fans that remember both those series will remember that. They left Andrei Karolinko open the whole series, and he was wide open. They got the ball to him, and to Andrei's credit, in that particular game, he knocked that ball down. Cleveland adjusted against the Knicks and against Jalen Brunson in particular, and they said, okay, well, Josh Hart is going to beat us. It's not going to be Jalen Brunson. It's going to be Josh Hart, which is the smart move. And Josh Hart beat him. And Jalen Brunson found him. Jalen Brunson had 14 assists. Give him credit.
How many threes can Terrence Mann possibly make? It's kind of the same thing, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, it is funny in the playoffs, all the attention is on the stars, but the teams that make it the farthest is because their role players do their jobs. And that's honestly what it boils down to. Like, your stars are very important, yes, and they raise your ceiling, but your floor is determined by how good your bench players or your role players play.
Which has always been true, and why I get frustrated with the ring culture thing. You know what? Like, not to pick on Ben while he's not here, but you know why Ben picked Chet over Alonzo Mourning?
No rings.
Because Chet has a ring and Alonzo Mourning doesn't. At no point has Chet ever been better than Alonzo Mourning. But you get focused on the rings, and what you forget about that is that Chet was the role player on the championship team. He is the Josh Hart in this circumstance. You know what I mean? If he is going to be the world's most overpaid role player coming up here pretty soon. But you're totally right. I mean, think about Jordan's career. Big shots from Steve Kerr, big shots from B.J. Armstrong, like playoff clinching shots, big games. Well, how about this one, Christian? If Dennis Rodman, the crazy person, didn't take Karl Malone out of the finals with his mind games and physical play, the Bulls don't win that title. Karl Malone and his lack of ability to beat the Bulls was honestly the story there, and that had a lot to do with Dennis Rodman, who was, in my opinion, a role player on that Bulls team. So I'm totally with you. I think you have a great take. I think that
two-time All-Star Dennis Rodman. Like, it's not like he's, one of the greatest of all time. He's a very, very good player, but it's not like it was, a player. It's not John Stockton versus Michael Jordan. It's a very good player taking out one of the greats to do it, right? Like
Absolutely.
That was Dennis Rodman's role, and he did it well.
Taking Karl Malone out of his game. He did it extraordinarily well. Dennis Rodman might be a Hall of Famer, but he might be the best role player of all time.
Well, and everybody makes the Hall of Fame in basketball.
Apparently. Yeah, good point. But, I mean, talk about a dude that embraced a role nobody wanted. He was never the biggest dude. I mean, he led the league in rebounding out of sheer vision, because he knew which way that ball was coming off the rim, and grit and whatever else it was that Dennis did. And he said, I'm going to be a defensive guy, and I'm going to rebound my brains out, even though I'm not the biggest guy on the floor. He was the ultimate role player. I mean, never wanted a touch, never cared about scoring. He was a way different player in college and even with the Pistons, right? I mean, he was a wing with the Pistons. He was an on-ball guy. And then all of a sudden, he's this do-it-all, play bigger than he is, take Karl Malone out of the series kind of guy. And, I'm totally with you. The great teams, the championship teams, have great role players that step up at the biggest moments. Totally true. And last night was 100% correct as well. All right, PK is going to join us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. And we did get a confirmation. Our guy, our friend, the one and only Thurl Big T Bailey, is going to be on the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We love Big T. We're excited to talk to him. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
Where do you see DeBonza leveling out, say, at a percentage of three-point shooting?
I see him being successful because of the ability that he does have to get into the mid-range game, step out and hit threes. I know that'll take time. Nobody jumps into the NBA typically and has a huge impact. He and Peterson are, two of the bright spots as they go forward here with the draft. And I just like AJ because he's so strong and gifted, and he's always in balance. We'll just have to see what happens with three-point shooting. The shot doesn't look broke. It looks like he's got good rhythm. I think he's going to be just fine.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed
licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Patrick Kinahan's going to join us in the very next segment. Stay tuned for that. Join Scotty and the coach coming up next Tuesday at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. I'm excited to talk to PK. What do you bet me it's from a clubhouse post-round?
Post?
I don't think I'm thinking post, not at the turn.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is perfectly acceptable because PK does a morning show, works very hard, and he's jumping on at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. So I really hope he is in a clubhouse somewhere.
It's very nice outside.
It is nice outside.
I wouldn't blame him one bit.
No, and it's PK. He and Jackie are golfing. That's what they do. Have you met Jackie? Have you met PK's?
I never have. No, I've heard a lot of great things about her.
Yeah, she's amazing, and she's an amazing golfer. Like PK's a really good golfer, and I bet you when they play, she wins as much as she loses.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard PK's good.
PK's really good. PK makes putts. That's what PK does. I mean, he's good at other places too, and he's super consistent. But he'll make several putts around where you just look at it and go, "Oh, hey." He's got a good eye for it, which I do not. I'm guessing you're a good putter?
No. Sometimes on accident.
What's the strength of your game? I'm not saying anybody's going on tour next week.
Yeah.
But what are you good at?
Probably the mid-range, not chipping up onto the green, right? But if I can hit a good drive and then I pull out like my 6 or 7 iron,
like a full 7.
Yeah,
you're liking that. Okay,
yeah.
I got you. I like those kind of irons. That's all I can hit. I hit my irons straight, and I have the world's worst slice. But I can hit the ball a long way.
And sometimes that's all that matters, really.
Man, but if you can hit it a long way, but you don't know where it's going, you really do find yourself in some interesting spots. Get to play some
the next course over.
Oh, dude, you know how many how many I have to wave. Hey, give me a second as I hit my ball. Have I told you the story of where I thought I was playing with PK and I thought we were going to get in a fight? We were in Vegas. It was for the conference tournament games. We got a chance to sneak out and play 9. And dude, I crushed one. I crushed one and it actually went straight. And it went right into the group in front of us, right? And it didn't hit the guy on the fly, but it took some bounces and hits a guy. Not like in his chest or back or head or anything, but I think it was in his leg somewhere. Hits the guy. Guy gets in the cart and starts driving back toward us. And I'm not kidding. I looked at PK and I was like, dude, we're going to get in a fight with these guys. Like you don't drive back to the people that hit into you. Anyway, they got within, 20 yards of us, 25 yards of us. Nah, maybe a little further, 50. And they go, hey, just letting you know, that was a great shot. Oh. It would have gone another 20, 30 yards if it didn't hit me in the leg. It was like, oh, okay.
It's like the Wicked Witch of the West music. Like the
oh, dude. I thought the whole way they're coming back, I'm like, these guys are coming back to fight us. I'm like, PK, I don't think either one of us are really golf course fight guy, but something's happening. And you never know if it's a former NHL player is going to come back and feed his fists to me repeatedly. Although I will say,
Hey! Come on, man!
I, unlike the guy who was getting beat up there, was stone sober at the time. So maybe I could have diffused the situation.
My wife almost got me in a fight once at a golf course.
Oh, really?
So we did we had 4 golfers, and then I brought my wife along as a 5th just to tag along. She had nothing else to do, right? Okay. So she was hanging out with us. It was her first time on a golf course ever. And like you're saying, I sliced to the hole over. And my wife was like, oh, I'll go get your ball. So she took the cart down, comes back, and then you hear these guys screaming, what the bleep are you guys doing? And he drives his car all the way up to us, and he's like, did you just pick up a red Titleist Pro V1X, blah, 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 blah. And he's swearing at us, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. My wife doesn't understand the etiquette. She grabbed the wrong ball. I will gladly give your ball back. I'm not trying to take it. She was very embarrassed.
Well, I'm glad you diffused the situation.
Yeah.
People do get too worked up over. I understand. Listen, people are mad if I hit into him. Like I hit that guy. He had every right to be mad. Good for him that he was not. Somebody inadvertently picks up your ball. Dude, get out. You were going to dump that ball into the lake in the next hole anyway. Get over it a little bit. Drop another one and give it a swing. Don't worry about it.
Don't start with the swearing at me.
No, get so bent out of shape over that. It's like, dude, it's okay. You were going to dump that red Titleist into the bushes and lose it in about 10 minutes anyway.
He had his own custom cart. Like he was driving his own cart instead of the course's carts.
And let me guess, you weren't playing Sawgrass.
No.
Yeah, right.
Brigham City.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's the same person as softball person. If you've ever played rec softball and the one guy who thinks he's in the majors. It's like, all right, dude, you're going to have to settle down. I've totally had those ball incidents at Nibley. No offense to Nibley. Love our Great Salt Lake courses. But it's like, hey, dude, you're playing Nibley. I don't think.
Yeah, this is a public course, dude.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be on tour anytime soon. This is a nice 9 chill muni in Salt Lake. It's okay.
Deep breaths.
Chill. Patrick Kinahan joins the show. Coming up next, we'll talk to PK about playoffs. Talk to him about the Jazz. We can even, I don't know. Who knows what you get into with PK. I'm sure he'll hit us with a hot Beatles take. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC 72 months at $1,389 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, "They won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to." It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, extending the long weekend a little bit. We hope he's off having a good time. So nice enough to jump on with us now. Of course, you hear him Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 alongside David James. He's my buddy, Patrick Kinahan. What's going on, PK?
Oh, man, I can't believe you came back with the most disrespected, underappreciated band of all time.
Yeah, disrespected. The Beatles are disrespected all the time. That's true.
I agree. I agree.
So I was telling Christian in the last segment, I hope you are doing the interview from a clubhouse somewhere, because I do feel bad and am grateful to you for letting me bother you on a Friday afternoon. But the weather is gorgeous, and I hope you and Jackie were able to play today.
Yeah, just approaching 17.
Oh, really? Where are you playing?
Coral Canyon in Washington, Utah.
Heck yeah. Who's winning, you or Jackie?
Man, retirement has just done wonders for her game. No, I have no desire to retire because this job, as you know, Jake, is just a hoot, and I'm planning to keep on doing it. But if that's what awaits me, my gosh, she is playing really, really well. I think she's got 2, maybe 3 birds.
Wow.
So, she's playing a lot more, and as you know, or lack of you know of it, but you can't execute it. The more you play in this game, the better you can get, and it's a game that requires you to play.
So what you're alluding to is there's a good chance this year that the Old Mill Club Championship goes back where it belongs?
I hope so, man, because she's certainly in a much better mood when that happens.
Well, you are. You're so nice to jump on with us, PK. Really appreciate it. You are the man. And I did in the last segment tell the Christian that story of when I hit into another group ahead of us and they drove back to us like they were going to fight us. And all the guy wanted to do was say, I hit a nice shot.
I know. Man, because when you can pound it, and if you hit it straight, it's going to go close to 300, and you rolled up to that guy, and I thought, uh-oh. And he was just jolly. Man, you hit me in the foot.
He was cool.
Was that the same round that you hold out on the fly from the trap?
The very same round. Nothing but net.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That's the only time I've ever witnessed that. I witnessed it literally from trap to hole without bouncing.
Man, I miss covering those conference tournaments with you, posting up in the Residence Inn and just taking in basketball all week long. In all seriousness, it was a dang highlight of the year.
Oh, absolutely. I always said I actually enjoyed the conference tournament more than I enjoyed the NCAAs because you were around with people from those days, the Mountain West, or even if the Pac-12, I know some guys or ladies, people. And, you got to be around familiar settings. You knew coaches and ADs and sports information directors, and it was always a lot of fun.
PK, talking playoffs, and we've got a game tonight with OKC and the Spurs. Everybody's so excited to hand the mantle to Wemby. After that game 1, it was really something. People wouldn't. I made this joke a couple times, but Locke came on our show and said Wemby's not going to lose another playoff series until 2030, and I was just like, wow. I still like the Thunder in this series, PK. I know Wemby's great, but the Thunder are awesome.
Well, I think the Thunder are deeper, right? Wembyama at his best is better than anybody in the league, and it's just a question of how many times is he going to be at his best, right? You've got the situation where game 1, okay, that was A+, Big Vic, as I call him. Game 2, probably B+ for him because he's that good, and, they were able to overcome it. The problem with the Spurs, I think the Thunder have a little bit of better roster. It's better constructed because it's like Wembyama, and then it's like 7 guys who are 6'5", and they all kind of have the same game. And 2 of them are out now. I think he can withstand 1 injury, although we'll have to see on Harper. They said they would be a game timer. But obviously De'Aaron Fox is out. Maybe he can come back in this series, hopefully for them. So I think you'll see some change in this roster going forward, which may impede their chances this year. But they're certainly going to be a force. As the Jazz get better, which obviously they will, it's going to be, I'm not willing to call them, Jake. I'm not going to go there, but I'm not going to call the Spurs the 80s Lakers just yet. But clearly they're going to be a tall task and a hurdle that everybody in the West is going to have to clear let's just go conservatively probably for the next 5 years. You never know what's going to happen, but they're going to be a force. And maybe this year they're not quite there yet.
You know, if you're talking about lessons for the Jazz from the playoffs, and part of the reason I really like Oklahoma City is they really are a team. They move the basketball. I know Shea gets a lot of headlines, but if you really look into his numbers and what he's all about, he's a super efficient player. You know, I make a big deal out of the fact that last year during the playoffs, the big ad campaign, you know, the Capital One, it wasn't just Shea, it was Jalen Williams and Chet. I mean, they've really built this team vibe. Yeah. And I love Will Hardy's play hard and pass or you're not going to play. I love that stuff where they're not going to be about one dude and they're going to pass. And he made it so Colin Sexton found his team game. And I just so hope that continues because I do think that's the future of if you want to talk about the future of the NBA, I hope we get away from these ball-dominant guards.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for the Jazz, and certainly the Thunder do that because they've got a lot of talented guys, and they've drafted well, and they've acquired well. Lou Dort, free agent, nobody drafts him. The Jazz had 3 first, second-round picks that year. They didn't take him. The kid's a player, man. He's not a big-time player, but you're asking him to fulfill a role, hit a three-point shot occasionally, and D up. Okay, all right, I'm in, and I'm going to make millions doing it. Why wouldn't you be in? And if that's your role, you get opportunity to have a phenomenal life and enjoy winning. I don't know how much it can get better than that. From the Jazz perspective, it's like next year is going to go in with a blank canvas, not completely because we know we've got talented individuals on this team, but how is it all going to come together? Will Hardy and his guys got to figure that out. You know, undisputed for the last 4 years, okay, the best player on the team is Lauri Markkanen, and he's a really good player, and at his best, he's going to be contending for an all-star bid. But we saw, obviously, Keontae emerge this year. Now, how legitimate is that emergence? Because now you're playing to win. You're not playing to just do stats. And teams are going to game plan against you because you had a breakout season. And then over here we got Ace Bailey, who's just dripping with all sorts of potential. I could argue that in my time, and what, I've been here 33 years almost.
A true Utah.
I'll never be that, but I get your point. I still can't drive in the snow. Unfortunately, we didn't have to do that this year.
No, we did not. No.
From November to March, I mean, every night when they say snow, I don't sleep. I got to get up because it's in the dark and are the roads plowed. I'm just a wreck. And, you know, I start driving in at 4 a.m. And I could argue that there's never been a player this enticing with this much athletic potential as Ace Bailey, and this much potential, not just athletic potential, because you've got to have basketball potential too, and he's got game, right? Where's he going to go? Where's he going to be in 5 years? I mean, Locke on our show has been talking about, oh my gosh, by February he could be the number one option on the team, which just shocks me that he would say that, but, you know, he knows stuff, so we'll see. And then, obviously, you got Jaren Jackson. I've been watching Jaren Jackson play for years. He's really good. And then what are you going to do with this draft pick? You know, probably not going to be the number one option the first year, but he's going to be a player that you're expected to count on, expecting that you can count on him. So all these things that are going to come together, and it's going to be the most mysterious with potential team that I think that they've had in my 33 years. By the time we get to next season, it will be, because it's not just mysterious, it's mysterious with a ton of potential, if that makes sense. And so where's it going to go? How quick is it going to get there? I think it's going to be very good, but can it be very good this year? It wouldn't surprise me if they're very good this year because they got a lot of quality players now. They just got to figure out how to come together with it, which is why you played that Beatles tune coming back as the bumper, Come Together, because that's exactly the Jazz storyline going into the season. So good work by young Christian.
I agree with you on Ace's potential, and Locke too, for that matter. So with that in mind, what do you make of the buzz around, and most of the buzz coming out of Lockdown Wizards, by the way, but the buzz of the Jazz possibly including Ace in a trade deal to move up?
I will never speak to Austin Ainge again if they do that.
You personally create a grudge?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Austin, if you're listening, you're probably not, but get the word back to him. No, not Ace Bailey. No. Keontae George, I consider. Ace Bailey, no. No way. No. I don't know if I've made myself clear.
Yeah, big, long, athletic, skilled is usually a winning recipe in the NBA.
Right. Yes. No. Do not include him in this deal. I've known Austin for over 20 years. Brother, don't do it.
What do you think about the idea of drafting Darren Peterson at 2 if he's there, given his season at Kansas?
If they sign off on all the cramping issues, you can argue the guy's the most skilled player in the draft. If they wouldn't have had cramping issues and he would have played 30 games, I think he would have been the number 1 pick. He's so smooth. If you're looking for a perimeter player, he checks all the boxes. The guy is really, really talented. He's a kid I've been following. In fact, that's my threatening Austin Ainge. That's the emergencies going to his house because I know where he lives. You can probably hear the sirens right now. I mean, I made a 911 call. We got an emergency. Man, they're coming right down where I am practically.
Are they coming for you, PK? Everything okay?
No, my game's not that bad of shape. So I would not mess with him. And as far as Darren Peterson, yeah, the guy's really good. And if the Ainge, father, son, and Justin Zanuck, these are guys that I've known for a long time, and I have trust in their basketball knowledge. And Austin, I've had so many conversations with him sitting at airports over the years. I was the beat writer for the Tribune when he was at BYU his entire time. And the guy knows basketball, and he's an inquisitive mind. He used to talk basketball. I told Steve Cleveland, I said, he'd always question your coaching moves. And we had a little laugh. That's just the way Austin was. And so it's no surprise to me that he's where he is now. And so with that in mind, if they sign off on that kid, I'm all aboard. Absolutely, man. It solves a need. You could argue they have a need for Darren Peterson's skill set more than they do AJ's and Cam Boozer's.
PK, switching gears just a little bit, but I'm curious to your take on the Witt divorce at the University of Utah now that we're several months past it.
In what way?
How does Utah come out looking? How does Witt come out looking? I'm curious. You can take it any which way you want to go, but you're somebody who covered Witt's entire head coaching career at Utah. I remember when he came on your show as a defensive coordinator. There definitely were some differing opinions between the university and coach. Not probably the way either side would pick for that relationship to end. And now we're away from it. It feels weird when you go through it right at the moment. I'm curious to what do you think about the whole situation?
I don't think he's changed. He's still the same guy to me. We exchange texts and we're boys in a sense. I don't deny it. Never did deny it. He's a guy that doesn't dwell on yesterday very much. He quickly moves on. Like with the NIL, a lot of these coaches his age got out. They didn't want to participate in it. He moved on. And you haven't heard him complain about it. He just tells it like it is, right? He's not complaining about it. He's just saying, you got to have this money to compete. So I think he's moved on. And they presented a situation where he couldn't accept it. And not to say that it didn't irritate him, because it did. He's a human being, obviously. But with that in mind, he's moved on, and he's excited about what's ahead of him. And he knows he's got a major challenge because the standards at Michigan are extremely high. All right, we get that. Utah, I think he left Utah in a good place. I expect him to contend this year. They got Dampier back. He's an electric running back, quarterback / combo. And then they got Wayshawn Parker back, right? It makes me laugh that this is the year they got the best receiving core, the deepest.
Every year.
Yeah, I know. Well, good for you. You got a deep receiving core with a quarterback who likes to run. To me, that's like saying, oh, man, the best pitcher in baseball, he's a great base runner. I mean, it helps if he should get on base. And I realize I got the DH now, but you get my point. And go with their strengths, and that's going to be run the ball. If Devin Dampier matches anything close that he did against Nebraska in Las Vegas Bowl, they're going to be right there in November. So we'll see in a couple of years, but the program is in a good spot. I expect it to continue to be in a good spot. They have so much to offer, so much to sell, and it resonates with people. It's true. It's legitimate. So I don't necessarily see a slide-off with Morgan Scalley. He's been taught by Ron McBride, Urban Meyer, and Kyle Whittingham. Those are three pretty good mentors.
You cover college sports, and you will always do that. It is your job. But you have been somebody who has a ton of passion for college sports, having known you for a long time. Is it being ruined? Are they ruining the sport for you?
Well, we talk about that a lot. It is, in a sense. Like, I remember my Sun Devils. They lost their quarterback because LSU paid more. And we had a guy on from covering ASU this morning. They lost their 1,000-yard running back, a kid named Raleek Brown. I don't know if you remember him, because he said Texas paid him more than all the running backs combined are getting at ASU. So, yeah, that bothers me. But when that ball goes up, man, I'm still into it. And the TV ratings, people are still into it. It needs some guardrails, and it needs them soon, but I don't think I'm willing to hit the panic button and say this sport is altered and screwed forever.
I don't know if I don't know if those guardrails are coming.
I know. I hear you.
Yeah.
There's got to be some form of, but this is college sports. People have been cheating forever, so you can put all the guardrails up there that you want, and who cares? People are just going to find ways around them because the pressure to win and the reward that comes from winning is too great.
Dilly needs somebody else to stroke a check, PK. Where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, I tell him, you get to the playoff and you win a game, you got $100 from me every year.
Oh, Mark Cuban style, huh? Wait for him to get into the playoff before you donate?
Yeah, come on, man. You got to earn my respect. I don't hand it out.
Oh, man. PK, I really do appreciate you jumping on. Thank you for interrupting your Friday afternoon. And, we'll be listening on, I guess, Tuesday morning, not Monday morning, but really appreciate it, dude.
And I want to say to the listeners, Jake Scott's back in drive time. And I know him when he was a kid. He's a man now, and he worked for everything. You want to hold up an example to your kids, work for something, and you'll get rewarded. Jake Scott and Ben Anderson, those are both prime examples of that.
Man, PK, you're the best. That means a lot. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, there you go. That's my buddy, Patrick Kinahan. Hear him every single morning alongside David James, Monday through Friday anyway, 6 to 10, and appreciate him jumping on. I didn't ask him this, but I wonder how much success immediately Kyle Whittingham does have. I heard Brett McMurphy on with Scotty G and the coach the other day, and he was kind of laying out the expectations of 4th or 5th in the Big Ten. And I wonder how that would sit.
I'd say it's playoff or bust.
You think?
I would think so.
I mean, if he didn't make the playoff, I don't know if he gets fired.
Not necessarily that. But I think Michigan fans would be upset.
The heat would be on. And I don't know how in love with Witt's style of play Michigan is going to be.
In for a rude awakening.
Well, I mean, the thing with Witt at Utah, right, is people could complain a blue streak about the offense, rightfully so, but he still would win. So it made him a popular and successful coach because at the end of the day, you're stacking up W's in 10-win seasons and eventually got to conference championships. So, you could say, well, the offense is a little clunky and they're not really explosive, but those wins stack up. If the wins don't stack up, that makes the criticism a little bit louder.
Michigan was 9-4 this year, and that was 4th in the Big Ten.
Mm.
I don't see any way in which they take a step back and drop to 5th.
Any coaching transition, you could take a step back. In all honesty,
guess.
You could. I mean, I wouldn't.
In theory,
I wouldn't bet on it either. But you turn over a lot of players just based on a coaching turnover. And I'd have to. I know Michigan brought their quarterback back. I'd have to see how much of the roster that they retained. But you never know when that happens and how a new coach is going to vibe with the existing players, how many there are. But I wouldn't bet on them taking a step back.
Also, who's even going to pass them? USC, like Penn State.
Penn State could maybe, but they have their
own.
Like
Matt Campbell that much?
No, I mean I do like Matt Campbell.
I think Witt's going to have more success right away than Matt Campbell will.
I would bet on that probably. Yeah. What, you don't think Purdue is the next Indiana team to fall out of nowhere?
No, it's funny how much of the Big Ten is garbage. Actually,
it is garbage.
There's a few really good teams at the top, but
everybody else stinks.
Rutgers, Northwestern,
a lot
Michigan State.
A lot of the SEC isn't great.
Right.
I mean, one thing these huge conferences has given us is a lot of bad teams at the bottom. But the Big Ten has a ton of bad teams at the bottom. What happened to Nebraska? Where are you at, Cornhuskers?
7-6 last year, 4-5 in conference.
Killing it. You would never know that they were the most dominant team of the 90s.
I don't.
Nope.
That was before me. It doesn't count.
And they were awesome. They were really good. They were the, Ohio State, Alabama of the day. Not anymore. But then again, who wants to go play in Lincoln? You ever been to Lincoln?
I think I might have driven through it.
Very flat.
Yeah, that whole area.
Very flat. Not very big. But maybe it's cool. I don't know. Tommy Lee once did a reality show where he joined their drum line.
That's funny, actually. When I just see him on, he was on something. Oh, the Ronda Rousey fight over the weekend.
Tommy Lee of Motley Crue was there?
Tommy Lee was at the Ronda Rousey fight, and he looks, he's looking rough.
I'm sure he is. He lived a lot. He's lived a lot. I read Motley Crue's autobiography. That was interesting. Lived a lot. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We've got Audio Vault at 4:50. Thorough Big T Bailey joins us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic and big delays if you're heading out right now on southbound I-15. It's slow and go from the south interchange all the way down to Lehigh right now, and then again from Spanish Fork and down into Santa Quin. Northbound drivers will see delays from the 215 up to 13th South, where we have a crash blocking the right lane. Hey, traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit right now, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to the Bees and the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Tomorrow, RSL at Minnesota at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Tacoma Rainiers at 6:35 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want your company's name associated with these great Utah sports teams, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go! Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Got a couple of stories for you, Christian. Ben, by the way, taking the day off. He'll be back next Tuesday. So Ben being smart with his vacation days that he is, making a long weekend another day longer. And he sent us a picture driving through Evanston yesterday.
He was sending us interesting photos.
He was. I guess it's nice to be thought of, but I don't know. Christian, can I ask you this? Are you have you ever made a scene in any way, shape, or form at a restaurant?
No, but I have worked as a server, and there was a scene.
Oh, I want to hear about this now.
Just people upset with their food and, don't know how to handle it the right way and demanding that it be recooked or whatever. Yeah. Yelling at the poor... I wasn't part of it, but I was overhearing, yelling at the poor girl. She didn't cook your food, little things like that.
I have a policy where I never send anything back. Never. You can put the wrong food entirely in front of me, and I'm not sending it back. I don't want some crusty server like Christian being bent about it and taking it back to where I can't see it.
Right.
In order to bring it back. My wife will send back a steak if it's underdone, because she likes it medium. Hey, save the criticism. She likes it medium. She doesn't like it medium rare, and she's super nice about it. But,
you can always cook it a little more. You can't uncook it.
But I always tell her, say, be careful. Be careful how you
be nice about
be
it.
Nice how you approach. And she's really specific when ordering it, and usually they're pretty cool about it. To your point that they could always cook it a little more. But me, I'm not doing it. I'm not risking it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because why bother?
So let me ask you this. If you're working at a restaurant and a lady comes in with a big group and you can accommodate the group, but it can't be everybody sitting together, would this cause a scene, do you think? What do you think about somebody like that?
Like that.
Like, now you got to play it twice.
Like that? Like that?
It shouldn't cause a scene because when you are going out with a large group, you need to realize that it is an inconvenience for where you're going. I'm thinking, I don't know what this is, right? I'm thinking of like 10 or more people, right? That's pretty abnormal. And places will accommodate, but you need to be somewhat understanding that it's going to take some time. Like you can't, on a Saturday night at 6:30 p.m., you can't expect to be taken immediately at a restaurant if you have, a larger group, right? So it shouldn't cause a scene. But again, working at multiple restaurants, I've seen it. I know that this happens, unfortunately.
Have you ever been to Disney World?
Yes.
Did you ever go to the Steakhouse 71 in Disney's Contemporary Resort? Apparently, it has a menu inspired by Walt himself.
Okay.
But Disneyland or Disney World,
Ben is a big Disney World guy.
He is. I think, didn't he say he used to work there?
I think he did, or at least snuck in there or something.
All right, so this lady, Leslie Helen Varley, grew irate because staff wouldn't let her large party move tables to sit together. So she threw 3 full glasses of water onto one staffer and then physically ripped his name tag off in her tirade. She was then, they called the police, and then she was arrested. In fact, the complainants wouldn't even give their names to the reporter here because they were worried that this lady was such a
loony that she's going to find them.
Yeah, she's going to find out about and do something bad. She was charged with 2 counts of battery and criminal mischief under $200. But here's the kicker. Steakhouse 71, the restaurant, according to their website, welcomes large parties, but urges guests to make reservations in advance.
Again, totally reasonable.
I can't believe this woman would get that bent out of shape about that.
If you think about it for like 45 seconds, doing what you can on your end to just ensure the process goes a lot smoother, all it takes is calling ahead, a couple hours.
That's it. Plus, at Disney World, aren't there kids around and stuff?
Maybe not a steakhouse. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that either.
But I'm glad she was charged. I'll say that. When you were first telling me, I'm like, man, she should get like arrested for that. Like that's not okay. Criminal mischief. That's a funny one though. That's almost like embarrassing.
Do managers at restaurants? Because I haven't worked at a restaurant. Do they famously not have your back like managers at a retail store?
No, because most of the time I feel like the manager at a retail store, they couldn't really care less, versus like at a restaurant, typically the manager, especially at like a steakhouse, right? The manager's a manager for a reason.
When I worked at Sears, I worked in the electronics department, and they would like give classes on what is appropriate to return and what is not. And they would say, you got to be hard and fast on this. If it was bought X long ago, or if it's in bad shape or whatever, they had a list of things like, we will not take this in return. I had a manager who caved every time. People would bring in like a phone that was like 4 years old, and they'd be like, I'm not taking this back. I'm not even going to give you store credit for this piece of garbage. This business went out of, this phone company went out of business 3 years ago. We're not taking this back. And then they'd throw a fit, threaten to create a scene unless she got the manager. And then this one manager would come over every time and be like, we'll go ahead and take your return, sir. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We'll take that back right away.
That'd be me as a manager.
And then you're like, dude, you're gonna tell us that you're threatening us with our jobs if you take
where's
back
your
the
spine, bro?
And then so I spend 10 minutes telling this customer politely, of course, like, I'm sorry, sir, we can't take that back. That is against company policy. Then the manager comes right over and like, sure, we'll take it back.
Because that does make you look bad, right?
Absolutely. And encourages that behavior in the future. I just wondered if you were a server and you got a face full of water from an unruly customer, is the manager calling the cops? Or is the manager coming over and going, I'm so sorry. We'll try to get you tables together as quick. Can we take 10% off your meal?
Man. Yeah, I feel like in my experiences, it would definitely be the former. But
okay.
3 glasses of ice water.
Because I get bent when the bad behavior gets rewarded. I had
free dessert.
There
you go.
Yeah, I worked at a hotel where they had and this is pretty common in the industry now. It wasn't as much back then, but they had a 100% satisfaction guarantee, where if you weren't 100% satisfied, the room was free. People would come up with the most egregious stuff just to do that. And in my 3 years working there or something like that, I never gave one away. Never did. Because I wasn't going to do it. I was going to solve their problem. No matter how made up that problem was, I was going to bend over backwards to solve it. I was not giving those grifters a free room. Heck no.
Because they don't deserve it.
Exactly. Does this woman deserve a table for her entire group? No.
She deserves a criminal charge.
Big ups to this manager at Disney World who called the cops. Way to go.
Yeah, Disney World. Come on, dude.
Man, Disney is when we were on the cruise, they don't let you sit anywhere but your assigned table. You don't even get a choice.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Especially, with the cruise, you know how many people are going to be dining, I guess. So it's a little easier to control, but.
And you order all your food in advance and stuff, and they have to know where to send it.
Don't mess with the mouse.
Don't mess with the mouse. The mouse means business. Man, let me ask you this. Do you ever see do we have a problem? Yeah, my big group can't sit together. Mickey Mouse don't play. Take that, criminal mischief, lady. That's totally the truth. But do you ever see a better cross-section of humanity than you do at an amusement park?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
I feel like you see everybody at an amusement park.
It's, you've got your weirdos, your families, your people that are like way too into it for their age, like you should be a little outgrown for this, but yeah.
Yeah. Rich people, poor people, old people, young people.
Yes.
Everybody.
A little bit of everything, yeah.
Everybody goes to the amusement park. Shout out to Lagoon. Which we are lucky. Lagoon's cool. For a local amusement park. Although you're a Brigham City guy, so did you grow up like spoiled with Lagoon? Like it's boring to you now?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I would get season passes every single summer throughout high school, so I went so many times. Yeah.
So now you're like, meh.
Yeah, Lagoon. Been there,
done that. Wait till Dalton's old enough.
I still do enjoy. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Wait till he's old enough to be on board. You're gonna be back in, pal.
I can't wait.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, I drive past it every day on the way to work.
Now you're several years from that being truly rewarding, but good luck. Christian said he got a picture during the break of, and I remember this feeling, by the way, when my wife was on maternity leave and I was working, and I'd get pictures or messages of how stressful it is with the baby. Christian got a picture of the first, how'd you put it, Christian? The first true blowout?
First true blowout where it's like all over her and her clothes as well.
So how do you feel when you get a picture like that?
Sitting here at work.
Do you feel bad? Are you glad you're not there?
I feel a little bad that I can't help out with it, but then at the same time, I'm like, man, I'm glad that's not my clothes.
Yeah.
Glad that's not my pants.
That's rough. I dare you to text her back. Oh, hope you get that cleaned up by the time I get home.
I should when I get home. Like, hey, you missed a spot.
Oh, tape that.
What's this on the couch?
Tape that. Well, I want to see how that video goes. That'll be the audio vault tomorrow. A little organic audio vault. Let's do that. Stay tuned. Well, thank you for indulging me in that segment. I always like people behaving badly at Disney World. That's a click from me every time.
Be on your best behavior when you're out, especially in front of your large group. Now you've embarrassed yourself, and now next time you're together with this large group, it's like, oh yeah, remember that one time you got hit with a criminal mischief charge?
Arrested at Disney World for throwing a fit about the tables? Yeah, no, that's a good point. This gal is never going to live that down with her friends and family. Every now event.
If they ever invite her.
When she sees them. Hey, Leslie, remember when you overdid it at Disney World? Threw a fit in the steakhouse?
Oh, we're going to Six Flags next year? Okay, don't invite Leslie.
We're not allowed back at Disney World. Got to do Universal Studios this year. Stay tuned. Audio Vault coming up next. Big T, Thurl Bailey, joins the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic for drivers heading south out of Utah County. It's going to take you about 45 minutes to get between Spanish Fork and Santa Quin. We also have eastbound delays for drivers in Magna on the 201 freeway where we have a crash at 8400 West. Big delays for drivers up on Highway 89 from Layton into South Ogden as well. Hey, traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com for more information. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I say my friends at Trajan Wealth because you know what? I've gone through the experience. I'm a client. I've sat down with them. I've done what I talk to you guys about all the time. Give Trajan a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Listen, they're going to sit down with you. It's very easy. They're very conscious of your time. They certainly are not going to waste it. They want to get to know you. It's a very low pressure, no pressure, basically, situation where you sit down with them. They get to know you, your circumstance, your family, things like what you want to do when you retire, what kind of lifestyle you want to live when you retire. And then they show you what they can do for you. And it's really easy to understand. They're really good at explaining it, and they're really good at what they do. And now they've brought estate planning under the same roof and tax as well. So it's truly your one-stop shop to help make your life easier and more successful. So 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Schedule a sit-down. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, they won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to. It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thurl Big T. Bailey is going to join us for our Live at 5 segment coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Super excited to talk to Big T. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on in the playoffs, in the NBA, his thoughts on what to expect with the number 2 pick. Shoot, what it's like getting ready for an NBA draft, which I'm sure is a wild process. So excited. As always, anytime Thurl's available to come on the show. So excited to talk to Big T at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. But right now it's time for the Audio Vault. Now, I found this one, but I have not heard it yet, so I'm eager to. I am not a Tom Brady fan, Christian. I've never liked Tom Brady simply because he went to Michigan. I don't root for Michigan players. I never have. I know I'm weird, but I've never liked Tom Brady. And I think after this clip, I think I'm going to like him a little bit more. So he was giving the commencement address at Georgetown University.
How does that happen, by the way?
I don't know. Why does a great school like Georgetown want a guy from Michigan? I mean, it feels like, Anyway, I don't know. I guess anytime you can get Tom Brady, you get Tom Brady, I suppose. I bet everybody showed up at the commencement.
Well, he's a Vegas guy now, right? Why is he not at UNLV?
I don't know. Does he live in Vegas now?
Probably not.
No. Do you remember who your commencement speaker was?
Condoleezza Rice.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's pretty good. At old SUU Condi?
Yeah, that was a big get for my T-Birds.
Yeah, that's a big get. Not bad. Former college football playoff committee member, Condoleezza Rice.
Broncos minority owner.
Is she really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
She's in with the Waltons, huh?
Yeah.
No wonder you told me to go to Walmart to buy fishing equipment. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Christian. I'm going somewhere else. I'm not supporting the donks in any way, shape, or form. No Walmart for me, pal. But Tom Brady was speaking at Georgetown University, and he was talking about his former teammate Danny Amendola, just as a setup, and he slides a dig in there. Let's hear it.
We called the play. It was a little square out to Danny Amendola. Danny went undrafted out of Texas Tech. He was cut by 3 NFL teams. He wasn't the tallest, he wasn't the fastest, but he had a huge heart. And he played his ass off in the biggest moments. And I hope you guys find colleagues like Danny. Having business school friends are great, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you need a kid from a glorified community college who can bail your ass out of any jam. If you want to achieve great things, surround yourself with people like him. Danny snatched that ball out of the air on 4th down. He took it up the sideline for a first down, and 7 plays later, we were in the end zone, 28-9. 99.7% chance of losing just went down to 98.9%. Wow.
That's right. He called Texas Tech a glorified community college. Take that, Raiders. And your insignificant degrees. I'm sure, in all honesty, I'm sure somebody at Texas Tech, like in their engineering department or something, is like, hey, what's the deal?
But sometimes you need a kid from a glorified community college who can bail your ass out of any jam.
Talking to Georgetown, of course, the business school friends are great, but you need a friend from a glorified community college like Texas Tech.
I wonder if, where is this beef coming from?
I think he was just probably making a joke. I don't know. Maybe he really does have a dislike for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. He has a low opinion of their schooling.
Hey, you and Tom Brady, enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That's what I'm saying.
You guys are teaming up against Tech.
I like Tom Brady a little bit more because he's taking shots at Texas Tech. It's the one thing we have in common. Literally the one thing we have in common. Did you see... did you watch the Kevin Hart roast at all?
I've seen clips,
but didn't sit down. Did you watch Tom Brady's set at all? It was
at
the very beginning.
His jokes, yeah,
so bad.
He's not super funny,
so bad, and he's not writing those jokes. He's delivering badly those jokes. His roast was funny. His roast was way better than Kevin Hart's.
Yeah, because. I don't know, Kevin Hart's a comedian, and he plays like the comedy relief in every movie, right? People laugh at him in the movies. He makes a joke of himself in the movies. Tom Brady's roast was funny because that's the GOAT, right? Like that is 6 or 7 rings, however many championships, and one of the greatest athletes to ever play football, and he was untouchable, and then he did that roast, and that really, I guess, opened him up to the public in a way that we hadn't seen before.
I don't think he did that intentionally, however. You remember his reaction afterwards where he was surprised, or there were reports that he didn't like how they made jokes about his family. And
what did you think was going to happen?
That's what I'm saying. I think Tom was arrogant enough to not know what he was getting himself into. It's like your ex-wife runs away with the jiu-jitsu instructor. That's making it into every set. That's tailor-made for the roast. And he did leave his first baby mama when she was pregnant.
Yeah.
Which is going to come up. I don't think he was surprised that came up. So I agree with you. It did humanize him a little bit, but I don't think that's what he meant to do.
No. And to this day, I don't know what he meant to do, honestly.
But it was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the Belichick heiress jokes alone were amazing.
And it's funny because that was right at the beginning, too, of that relationship.
Which is still going strong. But yeah, the Tom Brady one was better than the Kevin Hart one. I don't know. Maybe they got funnier people. Maybe he was a funnier target. Maybe that was it.
I think that's it. Like, laugh at Kevin Hart? Yeah, join the club. Everybody laughs at Kevin Hart.
But laugh at Tom Brady. That guy doesn't get laughed at very much.
It's like in The Office when Michael Scott lets them roast him, and they just...
And they hurt his feelings.
They unload on him because they've never been able to actually say that to his face before.
One of the great episodes.
Yeah, that one's funny.
You realize that? How old is that?
The Office?
That episode is probably 20...
15 years old, probably.
Oh, you think?
15 to 20.
Yeah. Crazy. I guess that's good television, though, that you remember it. Speaking of good television... Thurl Bailey is going to join the show coming up next. Of course, part of the Jazz broadcast. Jazz legend. Super excited to talk to him about the playoffs and what the Jazz should do in the draft. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Mammoth,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
Look, I remember the early days of Shaq. If you're kids these days, you just only know Shaq from inside the NBA, or maybe the later years when he was hopping team to team and was a little out of shape and bigger than he needed to be. You go back and you watch those early 1, 2, 3 years when he was in Orlando, when he was svelte, and that dude, you watched him, you're like, he's changing the game. Shaq changed the game.
With sheer force, and you're exactly right, there was a revolution when Shaq came, no question.
And what we're seeing now is Wemby doing that. Wemby is changing the game of basketball. Not that you can replicate it, because you can't. You can't replicate Wemby, or we'd all be trying to go to the DNA, the dinosaur DNA with the old dude on the island and trying to recreate. You can't. That dude is one of one.
Welcome to Jurassic Park. Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm a Charger.
that charges through the night like an orange bolt of lightning, passing everything in sight. I'm the best pal that you boys ever had. I'm thunder on the highway looking bad, bad, bad. I'm the night.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben off today. He'll be back coming up next Tuesday. It's time for Live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The big story of the day, of course, continues to be the NBA playoffs. Game 3 between the Spurs and the Thunder starts about an hour and 25 minutes from right now, coming up at 6:30. Joining us not only to talk about the NBA, but of course to talk about the Utah Jazz. You see him as part of the Jazz broadcast, of course, former NCAA champion and Jazz legend. He's the man, the myth, the legend, Thurl Big T Bailey. Thurl, thank you so much for jumping on with us. How are you doing?
Good. That might have been the best introduction I've ever had on anything.
Oh, man, what a compliment. Thank you, Big T.
The man, the myth, the legend. Those are things I just think in my own mind.
Oh, they're all true. Big T, you are the best.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. You are such a good teammate on the Jazz broadcast because you come in and do radio after home games, and you don't need to do that. You just jump on, and, man, you give the listener such great insight. I always try and thank you, but I hope you know how much I appreciate that.
Oh, it's you and Coach, man. You guys do a great job. We're all a team, dude. So win or lose, you'll see me or Bowler up there with you. Sometimes together.
Oh, man, I like it when you guys come up there together. You guys do such a great job, and it's a great team. Jamil is going to be on Wheel of Fortune next Tuesday, Big T.
Really?
Yeah, he's going to be on the wheel. Can you believe that?
Wow. I hope he doesn't get caught underneath that wheel. He's a little fella.
He's not huge.
I wish him good luck, though. That's awesome.
You know what? He can't talk about it because he taped it a few months ago. He can't talk about it, but he said that wheel is super heavy, like way heavier than you'd think.
It looks heavy.
Thurl, let's start off with the Jazz, but I do want to get your thoughts on the playoffs and getting ready for Game 3 because I think we finally have some interesting series. But this number 2 pick, all the last few years, Big T, you coming in, and we're talking about a Jazz team that doesn't necessarily, want to win. They're jockeying for position. What do you think now that they made some moves, looking to turn the corner and have the number 2 pick? It seems like the best of both worlds.
Well, I'm probably thinking like everybody else is. It was all worth it. And it all comes down to trusting. You've got a few guys who've been there before, the Angels, obviously, Justin Zanuck in that mix. But, sometimes it's hard, right? Because in a rebuild, it's exactly what you're doing. But I think the positive things that we talked about already are the other pieces, the young guys who have developed along the way. And I think that's going to really bode well as we go into this new season. We get a really good pick. The Jazz obviously have some business to do within the team. But I'm really, really excited, man. Really excited. And it's a great draft. And having that second pick is just so exciting right now for Jazz Nation.
We get kind of dialed into the NBA world because there's so many games. So I'm not sure how much you've had a chance to watch AJ DiBonsa, but do you have any thoughts if you have been able to see him a little bit?
Well, personally, I think he's the best player right now coming out of college in that group. And I say that because I did get a chance to watch all these guys play, maybe AJ a little bit more, but I think he's been groomed for the next level. You look at what BYU was running. Obviously, he's the first option for the most part. But the offenses look like NBA offenses. The ISOs look like ISOs. He's becoming a really good playmaker as well. But it all depends on, obviously, the consensus says that he's going to be the first pick. I would be surprised if Washington didn't take him. But Darren Peterson's, he's going to be a great player. I think Boozer's going to be a great player. It's about what you need, right? after that first pick if AJ is gone. What fits well with your schemes? And I think Will's a good enough coach where, there's some good selections there. But AJ, just a great season, far and above Player of the Year in college, and he's going to be nice. It's not going to be perfect for him coming in at this level. He's going to have to learn some things: the physicality, the speed of the game, the number of games, potential rookie wall. But everybody goes through those things. He's going to be a great player in this league.
Darren Peterson has this controversy around him he was pulling himself out of games and he was kind of DNPing himself, dealing with these cramps issues. And I don't want to necessarily ask you about those specifically, but you've been around a lot of NBA teams. When they're getting ready for drafts, how much does that stuff usually matter? Or do teams usually think, we'll get him under our umbrella and we'll take care of any of these issues that may come up?
Well, I think any smart team will dig into that. And I think when you get to the interview, which may have already happened at the Combine, when you get to that interview, you find out a lot. You ask those hard questions. You find out where a kid's head's at. And it was weird to me. And I'm not saying that the cramps or the injury was weird. It was just the timing of it all. I don't think there's any question that he's a really, really good player, and we haven't seen the best of him yet. But those are things that, whether you have counsel, your agent, that could possibly hurt you. I mean, of course, he may not go one, but I think he definitely still is top three. People know that he can play. Teams know what he can bring to their situation. So, yeah, it was just weird. And I hope that those aren't things that affect him going forward. But I'm excited to see what he can do as a healthy player, potentially, 82-game season.
Getting older is such a trip. And, seeing, like Jeremy Potter, the engineer for the Jazz, I just got his daughter's high school graduation announcement in the mail, and it's just mind-blowing. She's old enough to graduate high school. How crazy is it that the boys from Carlos Boozer, those boys that we saw around the team and around Carlos when he was here, one of them is going to enter his sophomore season at Duke, and one of them's in the draft and could go to the Jazz. It's just mind-blowing.
It is. It is mind-blowing because we have basically watch them grow up.
Yeah, totally.
Being a part of the Jazz and then going on and making a name for themselves beyond the name of their famous dad. But I watched Cam Boozer quite a bit in college, and he's going to be a really good player. I think he has to be in the right place. I look at, people will compare him and his dad, and I think they're really different players. Carlos Boozer was maybe a better ball handler, probably a little bit better shooter off the dribble. I think Cam has that same strength inside the paint that Carlos has. So, as a power forward, maybe a center, sometimes he'll be able to stretch the floor as well. But yeah, it's crazy to think that both of those guys, his brother's going to get paid as well, staying at Duke. But I'm excited to see what Cam can do at the next level.
You've been doing interviews with Ace Bailey, and we've talked to you about it, and you got to know him a little bit over his rookie season. And there have been some rumors, or I don't even know if you want to call them rumors, but people are throwing out there like maybe the Jazz would package Ace Bailey to move up in the draft. And I don't think there's any chance the Jazz would do that, knowing how highly they think about him in that building. But I'm curious, give us your thoughts on Ace Bailey, what he showed last year, and what his potential could be.
Well, it was fun to do those Bailey to Baileys because I got a chance to space them out from the beginning, the middle, and then towards the postseason. And obviously, when I talked to him in the beginning, we talked about how excited he was and, how much of a sponge he was. His upbringing really helped him prepare. He's always talking about how blessed he is, and he humbled himself. And then towards the middle of the season, we talked about how he struggled coming in. As a rookie, Summer League in Utah was a struggle for him because, like a lot of rookies, especially high-drafted ones, you get kind of impatient. You want it right away. And that didn't happen for Ace. He had some injuries that slowed him down just a bit. But then towards the end of the season, when he got a chance to get all those minutes and get in a groove and be the first option out there on the court, you could just see the maturity. You could see him start to grow. So it's really a pivotal time for him because I like the way the end of the season, he showed us some things that he could do, not just offensively, but defensively as well. His athleticism's out of this world. So I'm excited for him, and I'm with you. I don't see the Jazz moving him. I see them continuing to develop him as he just commits to being a better player. He's got to put some muscle on those bones. I think he understands the physicality now of the league and what he needs to do this offseason. But I like him. I like him a lot. He's just a great kid.
Yeah, coachable, athletic, and skilled is a dynamic mix. I think the Jazz are thrilled to add what he did last year. I'm curious, what's it like to get ready for an NBA draft? I mean, do you think these young guys are feeling a bunch of pressure, or are you just too young and naive to realize what you're going through?
I think they're feeling some of them are feeling some pressure. I think it's the excitement of it all. I'm not sure it's pressure as far as preparing yourself for this level. It's a lot different than when I was drafted in the 7th pick back in '83. I was just excited to get in the NBA. It didn't really matter where I was going to go. I had an inkling from my college coach, Jim Valvano, because he talked to teams and he kind of told me where I was going to end up around that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th pick. But yeah, the excitement of the draft itself and all the fanfare that goes along with it. Yeah, I mean it's there's some nerves there, but when that's all over and it's time to get to work, you look forward to that. You look forward to getting with the team and experiencing the culture of where you're going to be, getting to know the guys really well, and then having media day over with, and then just getting down to business. And then at a point, getting tired of getting beat up from your teammates and getting on the floor with the opponents. The Summer League in July in Utah will be a big deal, I believe, because that's kind of where it all starts.
Game 3 tonight with the Spurs and the Thunder, and Wemby went nuts in Game 1, and everybody was all about Wemby and is the best player mantle changing hands, and will the Spurs ever lose again? I still like the Thunder in this series, Thurl. I don't know about you, but they were the best team I saw this year in the NBA.
But yeah, you still have to like them. They're the defending champions. They've been there before, and that matters in a series when you've been there and your back's against the wall. But they are also thinking that during the regular season, the Spurs handled them 4 out of 5 times, and so when Wemby steps out on the floor, it's just different. He may not even have to score 20. But that first game just showed you have a guy getting a triple-double with blocked shots. So I think he's an anomaly in this league. He's going to give OKC some fits. That San Antonio team, both teams are really good defensively. That's what it really is going to come down to, especially if you're not shooting well from 3. They put Wemby down low a little bit more because regular season, they had him up high quite a bit. He was coming down on the break. You don't see a lot of that now in the playoffs because teams aren't going to be that free with just coming down and jacking them up. But they're using him the right way, and so it's a great matchup.
I like asking you how tall players actually are because you know how tall you are, and you can give me a good comparison. Have you stood next to Wemby and gotten an impression of how big he is in person?
It's like you looking up to me.
Dude
that dude's a freak, man.
He is. And he moves, Big
what.
T. He can move, too. It's wild.
Yeah, he's so and they have him listed at 7'4". He's taller than that.
Yeah.
But things he can do, man, with what he has. I don't know what planet he's originated from, but there's nobody else like him. I can't even think of 6 players I could put together to form him because he's just so different and so effective. I think he'll be MVP in the next couple seasons.
In the East, Thurl, I don't know if you saw Game 1, but Donovan and the Cavs blew a 22-point lead with 7.5 minutes to go in the game. I mean, just an epic collapse like I've never seen. And I felt, this is my hot take, I felt like they let that situation beat them again in Game 2. Have you ever been in a scenario where you have a tough time getting over a tough loss or a unique loss where you carry it over? Is that real, or are players better at letting things go?
It's real. You want to let it go. But in that particular, I don't know if I've been in that situation, maybe in a regular season, but in a playoff game when it's possible but not probable that team's going to come back and beat you with that kind of lead. You've got that kind of momentum. It was just a total bottom just fell out for them. So, yeah, you carry that with you because you had an opportunity. Now, you've got to go, obviously you're going back to your place where you feel comfortable and hopefully can pull out 2 wins. But, yeah, if you don't win the series and move on to the finals, that first game is going to haunt you for a bit. And, yeah, it was tough to watch if you're a Cleveland fan.
Well, Big T, we can't thank you enough for spending a little part of your Friday afternoon with us. You truly are the best, and it was great to see you last week at up there at Beehive Meals. I don't see you enough in the off season, so it was awesome to see you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Anytime, Jake. You take care of yourself. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Thurl. Back at you.
All right.
There you go. The legend, Thurl Big T Bailey. So nice to jump on with us and give us a little wisdom. And I love talking to former players, but a player like Thurl, a legend in college, getting ready for the draft here to mention number 7 pick, been through all this stuff that these young players are going through. And Christian, you're around former players and former coaches, or you have been certainly in this job. But when you were going to school down at SUU and things like that, players and coaches talk to players and coaches totally differently. They're much more. It's on a different level. Whereas players and coaches, when they talk to media members, even in a casual sense, they're always on guard and you don't know what to share and what not to share. Whereas Thurl talks to everybody in the league. They all talk to Thurl. They all tell him what's going on, and Thurl's really good at putting that into a very presentable manner. And I love talking to Thurl because he gets all this great straight scoop on everything.
Yeah, and he's so well respected around the entire NBA, not just people here in Utah, right? He's been part of the broadcast since I can remember, right? I grew up watching him on the TV, but around the NBA, I mean, going back to his college days, everybody looks up literally and figuratively to Thurl Bailey, and what a legend he is for the game, and people really, really like him.
Oh man, we're so lucky to have him for sure. I told you when we were, I've told you the story when we were in Charlotte, when I lived in Charlotte in North Carolina, and we had season tickets to the first Charlotte Hornets season ever, and two visiting players got a standing ovation. Michael Jordan, of course, North Carolina alum, and the great Thurl Bailey, the alum of NC State. And I don't think, or I don't know if people realize what a legend Thurl is in North Carolina, not just here in Salt Lake, but in North Carolina. And then he's from Big T is from just outside of the Washington, D.C. area. And I have a friend, my buddy Justin lives in Prince George's County, and his wife volunteers in the school system. And the principal of her son's school, favorite player of all time, Thurl Big T Bailey. So I was able to get a Jazz hat, get Thurl to sign it, and mailed it off to Jen, who gave it to the principal during Teacher Appreciation Week or whatever. Totally made his life. I mean, just Thurl's a legend in several different parts of this great country, and it's not only because he was a great basketball player, but just what a great dude he is and presence.
And he's happy
and all
to
that.
do it.
Oh, man.
Like he does all this. You said the other day, he walks around every single Jazz game and just gives hundreds of high fives throughout the night. I told you, my friends and I have a running joke, like everybody in Utah has a picture with Thurl Bailey. Like
Absolutely.
You go to a Jazz game, you see him, you ask for a picture, he'll gladly take one with the kids or whatever. And he's so nice.
Never in a bad mood. And I mean that about he and Bowler both. They don't need to. For home games, they'll come by during the post game and do a segment with us. And that's just because they're awesome teammates. Nobody's making them do that. They love to communicate with fans and love to jump on and give their analysis. They truly love what they do. So shout out to Thurl Big T Bailey. Lucky to have him on the show. Lucky to have him on the Jazz broadcast, and dang lucky to have him here in the community. So thanks to Big T for jumping on with us. We'll have more coming up next as we're in the 5 o'clock hour on a Friday before a long weekend. Your car crash, Christian. What's the traffic like out there? Nothing?
A lot of traffic, actually.
Is there really a lot of traffic? So
yeah.
people getting out of town.
Well, I don't want to spoil. I've got an update here in just a second. I don't want to spoil it, but these roads are pretty backed up.
Don't step on your own traffic report.
Yeah.
And you still haven't adapted the car crash Christian nickname.
I'm scared.
And you need to throw in maybe some sound effects and stuff. We got to jazz this thing up.
We'll work on it.
All right, stay tuned. Christian's got an update for you. If you're getting out of town, drive safe out there. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic for drivers on northbound I-15 in Davis County from Antelope Drive up to Riverdale Road. Drivers up on Highway 89 will also run into a wall of traffic from Oak Hills Drive to Harrison Boulevard. On southbound I-15, delays remain in Lehigh all the way to Orem, and then again from Spanish Fork into Santa Quin. Hey, at UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. You plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, "They won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to." It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming. Did you steal my breath?
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making this part of your day. Ben, taking the day off, making a long weekend, another day longer. Shout out to Ben. Hopefully he's having a good time. He'll be back coming up on Tuesday. We should really be clowning Ben right now, right? He can't get the station up in Bear Lake.
No, I don't think. I mean, with the YouTube and the podcast and this online streaming, you can take us with you anywhere you go.
Oh, it's not just the signal anymore, huh?
Yeah.
So we better watch ourselves. So no clowning Ben.
Plus word of mouth. And his wife, right? If it doesn't reach Ben, it's going to reach Angie.
Yeah, so probably not. Probably better to be nice to Ben. And I do have a vacation coming up, and he could easily clown me in return. So
and you're leaving us for a whole week.
I know. So I better be nice. Better be nice to Ben. Hope he's having a great time, hanging out with a little well-deserved time off. Never you fear, all you Ben Anderson fans. He will be back coming up on Tuesday. Want to remind you that we're teaming up with Beehive Meals for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show, Jake and Ben, when we announce the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. We had live at 5:05, and the big story, of course, is NBA basketball. But I usually mention the latest story at kslsports.com, which is our buddy Mitch Harper, who's breaking a little BYU news today. BYU wide receiver Cody Hagan is medically retiring from football. Hagan suffered a knee injury near the end of last season, and it was a separate injury from some setbacks he dealt with the year prior. He's going to remain a student at BYU, but he will no longer be playing football. And the Cougars have some work to do to replace some production on that receiver line, of course, with Chase Roberts going to the NFL and Parker Kingston. Yeah,
that's a huge loss. Hagan was a guy that had a lot of people excited, especially for his big play ability. He was a dude that had shown some flashes of being able to hit those home runs and, turn the corner and score from anywhere, I guess. And JoJo Phillips came back last year, and he kind of disappointed with the drops, and it was already looking really thin with just those two, and now you're returning just JoJo Phillips. Tiger Bachmeier is still going to be back, and then we'll see what else they can dial up in the passing game for a good old Bear.
Shout out to our guy Mitch for digging up a story on a Friday afternoon. Mitch has the write-up at kslsports.com. He even has an accompanying video, although this is something not related. Top 10 players in the Kalani era. Mitch has counted down in his video. But he is reporting stories. So kslsports.com. Shout out to our guy, Mitch Harper. A couple of other stories. This one, let me see if I can bring it up here. This one caught my eye today because this happens a lot in sports. But the numbers here are kind of wild. Did you see what Floyd Mayweather was in the news today, Christian?
No, I missed it. What'd he do?
Well, he's been
in trouble?
Well, he's been in the news for a couple of reasons. He was in the news yesterday because he apparently is expecting a baby with an employee at his club in Vegas. Adult-themed club in Vegas. So he's got that going for him. So congratulations to Floyd, expecting father. But
how old is he? He's in his 50s.
Floyd? He can't be that old.
I'm pretty sure.
You think he's 50? He's in his 40s for sure. There's no way he's 50 yet.
He's 49.
Oh, he's close.
He'll be 50 next February.
Closer than I thought. But that's not why I bring up Floyd Mayweather. Get this, Christian. He is suing. He's seeking $175 million in a newly filed lawsuit alleging that his former investment manager and real estate advisor defrauded him over multiple years. Now, I bring this up because I don't think people realize how much stuff like this happens in sports. And, I'll read further from the report. But athletes, because their money and how much money they make and all that is so public, they are absolutely vulnerable to all sorts of people who take advantage of them. And if you have never seen the ESPN 30 for 30 doc Broke about athletes and their money, it's really, really interesting. But so the suit alleges that Jonah Rechnitz, which I'm pronouncing wrong, I'm sure, who was his former manager, and another person, Ael Frist, again, so sorry, who ran a company called Apex Ventures, which is a Florida-based real estate and investment firm where a lot of Mayweather's money was sent to. He's alleging that they committed fraud and had roles in breach of fiduciary duty. Now, what happens is Mayweather alleges that his former manager built a relationship with him over a number of years to gain his trust, and then used that advisory role to move Mayweather's money into accounts with the first Apex company. So the manager was taking the money, giving it to this venture, and they were both ripping him off. How about this, Christian? So here's some of the stuff the suit alleges. a $7.5 million wire transfer for a 12-month investment on July 1st of 24 to First Apex, where no investment was made and the initial money was never returned. Unauthorized allocations of Mayweather's money to First Apex, including $15 million in settlement proceeds from a realty company at the manager's direction. A separate loan with over $8.8 million of a $16.4 million loan on 4 of Mayweather's properties was sent directly to First Apex without explanation. Only $2.5 million was given back to Mayweather. $2.1 million of an $8.2 million refinance of one of his properties was sent directly to First Apex. The manager diverted $1 million deposit agreed to Mayweather to buy a New York property in 2025 to pay a New York jeweler instead, and as a result, the property deal never closed. Now, this one is my favorite, Christian. The manager pledged nearly $100 million in Mayweather's jewelry to 2 Miami-based jewelers for only $13 million. Quote, a substantial portion of the pledged jewelry, unquote, remains with the jewelers, according to the suit, without accounting provided to Mayweather. Just some examples. But who has $100 million in jewelry?
Floyd Mayweather, obviously.
$100 million. The Queen of England, King of England, doesn't have $100 million worth of jewelry, probably. That's amazing. $100 million in jewelry? Anyway, this manager sold it to some jewelers for $13 million. Guess how much of that worth?
I like how I said only $13 million.
Only 13%?
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, compared to 100, not that much, but only $13 million. Yeah.
It's wild. People, I bring this up because I don't think people understand that you take even, and again, Floyd Mayweather doesn't generate a whole lot of sympathy, but you get all this wealth out of nowhere, and a lot of athletes honestly have no idea what to do with it, how to manage it. Taxes. I mean, if you look at an athlete, what they have to deal with in taxes, it's wild because you are charged taxes by where you play, not where your team is from. So if you play if you're a member of the Jazz and you play a basketball game in LA, you pay taxes based on your salary for that game in Los Angeles or in California. So your tax situation is crazy complicated. And just normal uberly rich people have all sorts of apparatus set up to reduce tax burden and to figure out where to put that money to keep it safe or best invested or all those things. Anyway, it happens a lot where people will come up to these athletes, gain their trust, like Floyd Mayweather is saying, oh, I'm a money manager and I'm going to help you and I'm going to do the right things, and then end up totally ripping them off. It's crazy. And it honestly, it's sad. And then nobody cares because everybody says, oh, athletes make so much money. What difference does it make? And, oh, they should be smarter. And it's crazy the exposure that especially young athletes have to fraudsters and grifters. We had Thorough Big T. Bailey on at the beginning of the 5 o'clock hour. Do you remember Jazz assistant Sidney Lowe? You remember him, Christian? So he was one of Thorough's teammates at NC State. Sidney Lowe, during a Jazz season, had to turn himself in to North Carolina authorities because he was had delinquent on taxes, didn't pay his taxes. Now, I don't want to, the rest I've heard, the explanation I've heard third person, but I would totally agree. The situation apparently was that Sidney had trusted a manager to take care of his financial affairs while he was head coach at NC State. And that manager, allegedly, again, I didn't talk to Sidney himself, but that manager totally ripped him off. He thought his taxes were all paid and he was all set, wasn't thinking about it for the slightest. And then all of a sudden finds himself more or less getting arrested during an NBA season because he trusted the wrong person. I mean, even somebody like the great Ty Detmer got caught up in a Ponzi scheme and got a bunch of other NFL players wrapped up in the Ponzi scheme as well because he trusted somebody in his neighborhood and then gained the trust of other NFL players. And next thing you know, they're wrapped up in this whole terrible situation. I knew a Jazz player that everybody would know who allegedly had to take out bankruptcy multiple times when, excuse me, I'm dying over here. I don't have a chance to sip my water. Anyway, a player that people would know who had to declare bankruptcy multiple times as an NBA player. I mean, it's wild stuff. I feel bad for athletes that aren't necessarily prepared to handle it financially, even ones like Floyd Money Mayweather.
What's interesting to me, too, is this is, I mean, in the latter stages of Floyd Mayweather's career. Like, he's got a big fight coming up. He's going to rematch Manny Pacquiao. But, I mean, he's well past his prime. This isn't like a young athlete who's signing his first couple big deals and is getting taken advantage of. And we don't know when this relationship started, but it clearly states that this dude befriended Floyd, and they have several years of a relationship together. So it's crazy. I mean, in Floyd's eyes, you know, he thinks he's in the clear. He thinks that he's made, I'm reading through this story, he's been investing the last few years in a lot of real estate and stuff, but he's made the majority of career earnings that he will ever make, and he thinks he's sitting pretty on top of that. Then turns out he gets the rug pulled out from underneath him, and somebody that he trusted and as his friend takes advantage of that and is trying to make... It's funny, the comparison of how much money that Floyd Mayweather has, like these few tens of millions of dollars, is really, it's not going to hurt Floyd Mayweather if he doesn't get this money, right? But
I don't know.
Well, it's not. I could tell he's...
I don't know. You'd be surprised.
I don't think he's hurting. Floyd's not. Some of these athletes, right, they go, Floyd's not.
Dude, is he really geezer fighting with Manny Pacquiao because he doesn't need the money?
I honestly don't think so.
Who was Oscar De La Hoya, where Dana White had that famous line about him being broke, and he made a fortune.
Well, we all know why Oscar De La Hoya is not.
Floyd has some bad habits. I mean, he's a gambler. He posts all his tickets and all that. I don't know.
I mean, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. He's made a lot of money. For several years, he was the highest paid athlete in the world.
I know.
Over Messi and Ronaldo. And
have you seen that documentary, Broke?
No, I have heard of it.
You should go home and watch it.
Yeah, the Mayweather lifestyle. Shocked. Maybe once he stopped fighting, maybe his funds did dry up quickly, especially if he's got some poachers on the side. But it's crazy, man. It really, again, it's hard to feel bad for Floyd Mayweather, right? But
I do in this case. I really
kind of feel bad for him because, again, this is a guy he trusted. Like, you get to the point where it feels like you can't trust anybody. I'm sure even Floyd's family members, to an extent, have tried to mooch off of him, and he's had to say no to a lot of people that he really cares about. And then he has this relationship that he thinks is professional and, a business, and it's burning him.
Call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. TRAJAN, Trajan Wealth. Seriously, find people you can trust, even athletes. Tough time with this stuff. And yeah, I think Floyd Mayweather could easily be broke. Why else would he fight Manny Pacquiao again? That's not a fight, it's a circus.
Well, Manny Pacquiao's broke, and I know that.
Is he still a politician?
I heard that he spent a lot of his money on building churches, bless his soul, in the Philippines, and he ran out of money.
I don't know if I always believe stories like that, but okay. All right, stay tuned. I'm going to get it together in the break. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic in Davis County for drivers on Highway 89 or I-15, where we have northbound delays from Layton all the way up into Ogden. We also have delays in Parley's Canyon due to a crash just after Kimball Junction. Southbound delays remain in Utah County, meanwhile, from Lehigh into Orem and again from Spanish Fork into Santa Quinn. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, and that's you. Plan your trip right now at Ride UTA. That's rideuta.com. Also want to remind you about the Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls. It's back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
Where do you see DeBonta leveling out, say, at a percentage of three-point shooting?
I see him being successful because of the ability that he does have to get into the mid-range game, step out and hit threes. I know that it'll take time. Nobody jumps into the NBA typically and has a huge impact. He and Peterson are, two of the bright spots as they go forward here with the draft. And I just like AJ because he's so strong and gifted, and he's always in balance. We'll just have to see what happens with three-point shooting. The shot doesn't look broke. It looks like he's got good rhythm. I think he's going to be just fine.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everybody, Jake here. Usually Jake and Ben. Ben's on the Beehive meal plan as well. Here for Beehive Meals. And listen, if you're looking for a way to make your life a little bit easier, Beehive wants to be there for you. Listen, I've gotten Beehive meals since 2021. They make things for maybe professional parents, two working parents. It makes life so much easier. And we're so excited to be on board for them, with them, for rolling out their brand new product, their flat top meals. Listen, these are amazing. Freshly prepared meals for your flat top grill, your griddle, or even a regular skillet. And because it's Beehive, listen, no chopping, no measuring. You just thaw and you cook that thing and dinner is done. Listen, I cannot do hard things when it comes to cooking. This is so easy. And your family is absolutely going to love it. The food is delicious. And the best part is you can take credit for it. You can pick up a box of their flat top meals. Each box includes 8 meals with a wide variety. The menu this month was terrific. I've tried a bunch of these. The Greek chicken, the teriyaki chicken, the stir-fry steak fajitas, the jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. They are so good. You've got to try it for yourself. They are so easy as well. We were at their brand new facility in Ogden last week, and you should see what they're doing down there. It is so cool. So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, you can order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
There's something amazing about where we live. When a child needs help, our community doesn't look away. We show up. Primary Children's Hospital has been showing up for our kids for generations. Join the KSL Sports Zone and KSL 5, June 4th, for the Primary Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Whether it's $5 or $50, your gift tells the family they're not alone. Donate today at kslsports.com. Primary Children's Hospital, the child first and always.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jackson also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Hi, this is for Jake and Ben. This is Brett calling from Chicago in the future again. Hey, I really like that you have the call-in feature, and I really like that you do the audio ball segment. I like this audio you played from SGA, but I have heard he thought she was talking about Isaiah Joe off the bench. I would be confused in the situation like this, too. Isaiah Joe went 0 for 3 in 10 minutes. I wouldn't like that either.
Like that?
Captain Jack would say something like this, too. Anyway, I really, congratulations on the drive home. It's great to have 4 hours instead of 2. Keep it up. Let's go.
Jake and Ben, I stand corrected, and I am absolutely gobsmacked at your ability to predict a game. So congratulations on such victory. I'd like to formally rescind my previous comments calling you 50-50. Man, I couldn't have been more wrong. So just, I guess, keep up the good work.
This message is for Jake from Sammy Paradise. I know you like a good nickname, and while Chet Holmgren is playing horrible, I assume Chet is a nickname for Chester, so let's just go ahead and call him Chester for a while.
Oh, there you go. What a batch of call-ins today. All right, we first heard from Brett, and I love call-ins like that. Really, really terrific. Hope everything is treating you well, not only in the future, Brett, but in the great Windy City of Chicago. And then that was followed by Jared. And then that final one was from Jake. And you know what? Well, actually, it's not Jake. What did he call himself? What was his nickname for himself? Play that first part of that third one.
Oh, the nickname is for Chet Holmgren.
No. Play the first part. Play the first part over again of that last one. No, I am totally on board with
this message is for Jake from Sammy Paradise.
Sammy Paradise. Yes.
Okay.
That is
Sammy
a great nickname. Sammy Paradise. Awesome. Call in anytime. And yes, Chester for Chet. I'm
like
there.
That a lot.
I like that.
Like that?
That's 2.
Like that?
Let's see.
I did check.
Is it
his birth name is? I mean, Wikipedia says Chet, but you know what?
It's Chester, dude.
Sammy Paradise.
It's Chester.
That's a great one. Do you know Sammy Paradise?
I do not.
He kind of said it like you guys are buds.
Maybe I do. Maybe Sammy's been listening for a while. I don't know. I know people. Maybe I know Sammy in my personal life. Well, Sammy Paradise. Call in anytime. And yeah, Chester Holmgren. Getting set to tip things off against the Spurs in like 32 minutes. although it's the NBA, so it could be closer to 42. Who knows? Of course, the rule of the show, if you have something to say, call in. Download the KSL Sports app, hit that call-in feature, and send it in. We will play them on the show. We love to play them on the show. You listeners are hilarious and insightful, and we're glad that you're a part of it. Always remember, like those call-ins right there, say it's for the Jake and Ben show. This accomplishes two things. One, we make sure that the other bozos on the station don't use your amazing content. And two, we like to include our friends from the future who download on the podcast, who cannot respond immediately. And even if you're responding to something we did on a previous show, we will absolutely get to it. In fact, it was Jared who had said that we were 50-50.
Keep up the good work. You guys are shooting maybe 50-50.
So our analysis on Game 2 of the Oklahoma City and San Antonio series was so right on the money that we really had to call out